fighting games are making me so sad. Oh, I better go.
PUBG Mobile Venom. The last dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, And during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
top teams in PUBG Mobile Esports will fiercely battle for the next 4 weeks to get a place in the grand finals. But that's not all. They will also be competing for their share 4 weeks to get a place in the grand finals. But that's not all. They will also be competing for their share of this year's $3 million prize pool and the honor to lift the brand new PMGC trophy. As if the stakes weren't high enough, today we'll be beginning with what many consider to be the group of death, Group Yellow. Please welcome the teams. Today we'll be beginning with what many consider to be the group of death, Group Yellow. Please welcome the teams. The Savior from Vietnam. Vampire Esports from Thailand. Twisted Minds from Iraq. Zeus Esports from Turkey. The Muerte from Kazakhstan. And Hura Esports from Nepal. Empire Esports from Thailand. Twisted Minds from Iraq. Zeus Esports from Turkey. The Muerte from Kazakhstan. And Hura Esports from Nepal. Bigatron Knights from Indonesia. Alpha 7 Esports from Brazil. DRX from Korea. And Mirai Sejong from Korea. Reagan's Gaming from China. And Harami Bro from the Philippines. Loops Esports from Brazil. Team Spirit from Serbia. And Major Pride from Bigatron Knights from Indonesia. Alpha 7 Esports from Brazil. These are the teams representing Group Yellow. Will your favorite team make it to the grand finals? Or will their year end in heartbreak? The answers to those questions won't have to wait any longer because PMGC action starts now.
particular here coming out from Korea. And this is a team that some of the players have played internationally before, especially looking at Hoxie that played in PMGC 2023 and just this back. He's played actually since 2018 in Star Challenge, Jason. So he's an absolute OG for MSJ. But this is a team that really has been ramping up the entire season locally in PMPS. And they are so damn aggressive, Jason. I really mean it. This team, if they get into the late game scenario, they're going to go out with 10, 15 eliminations. They really have such a strong hold on these late game situations that I think they could be an absolute threat in this lobby for first time global tournament for this roster. So, we might not know too much about MSJ, but keep an eye out. They might just surprise you.
Okay, well, Hotchicks, I know you're talking a lot about Inco, but before we can hop into that, you got to take a look at how our matches will be played out today, our battlegrounds for you guys at home. We got Sanhok coming up first, followed up by 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. And if you're not familiar, this is how we've been kind of doing things over in CSA. I don't actually remember if EMEA runs the exact same order as well, but I know we have different PMSLs where things are a little bit different. Like, right, Hotchicks, you're coming from Americas where you have double point days. And Max, as we know, you got to try doubly hard on those double point days. But I think this might be a slight change. And do you think this is maybe an advantage or disadvantage to teams coming from Americas to not being able to rely on the double points?
I think it is, because they're going to have to be consistent, but at the same time, right, when you have 3 Erangels back to back, that's going to give you time to just, focus on the same game, be able to make some slight little tweaks here and there, and be able to make those adjustments, because they're going to definitely need to here. I mean, this lobby is stacked all the way from top to bottom. So, I mean, you got to be able to make the right plays at the right time.
It's going to be tough. I would definitely say, Hotchicks, I know I did kind of mention Inco. Was there any team in particular you wanted to talk about when it comes to Group Yellow?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Inco, and I think I got to talk about it because I hope that I'm going to talk about them a lot more later, right? But just in case that doesn't happen, I'm going to talk about them right now. I mean, Inco qualified here through PMGC points. When it came to PMSL, they performed terribly, right? But they're going to be our NA... They're going to be our NA representatives here. I mean, I'm hoping it's one of those cases where they're like, you know what? We're just going to practice what we need to do in PMSL and focus and, for PMGC, because that's the only excuse that I could really give them here at this point.
Well, I gotta say, this might be one of the first times that I'm actually supporting an NA team to some extent, because Ninibit, give this man a DBS and you're set, for success to some extent.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, Inco, you know what? Maybe the best result we'll see from an NA team globally, Jason. We'll see. Okay, looking good right now.
Okay, I didn't really know where to go with that when Hotchicks was saying, Inco doing terribly. I'm like, but you're supporting them. Like, I'm so confused.
They were so bad. I love them. Fantastic.
It was so bad. It was good. But they did finish, 13th place in PMSL Americas, and it's not really the ideal way to get into this event. But then again, you do have the likes of IHC who finished similarly when it came to CSA, but they obviously did get in from a special invite. We'll talk about IHC a little bit later on. But you guys at home who are curious about what device our players are using, it's Infinix GT20 Pro. You get yourself 120 FPS while playing on its 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Not to mention, this has been basically the official smartphone here all year. So if you want to play like the pros, make sure you pick one up yourself, because Max, I think you and I don't know, Hotchicks, do you actually have one? Because we got one at PMWC.
Dude, come on, PUBG Mobile. Where's mine at? I need one of those.
You want this, Hotchicks? You want this? You want this, huh? Yeah. Huh? Grab it. Just grab it. Just
performance right within my grasp.
I get mine later. We'll just flex him. He'll be sandwiched between two of them.
Oh, yeah. That's the best way. But you guys also who are watching, make sure you check out PMGC 2024 over on TikTok. And if you post any content, make sure to use that tag as well, because we'd love to see how you guys are watching the show, who you're rooting for, or maybe you want to make fun of me, which doesn't happen often. Typically, it's over towards the way of Maxpen. And of course, check out all of our social media channels as well here over on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Max, I have to ask you, haven't really been mean to you on the show today. Has that caught you off guard?
A little bit. You know what? I was expecting it after the rehearsals, but no, you're good. You're good, Jason. So thanks.
I'm saving
What
it.
a nice guy.
I am saving it.
Oh, no. Okay.
For this right here over at the Grand Finals. If we're lucky enough to be there, you guys can actually get tickets still at the moment, happening the 6th through 8th over in the UK. I know John and Blink are extremely happy about this, because this has to be one of the shortest travels for them to an event ever. But it's going to be an exciting event. It's going to be hype. Make sure you guys check out and pick up your tickets when you can. And Hotchicks, I mean, we talked about PMWC as being uncertain, and I think it was hands down until now the most competitive event we've had in PUBG Mobile history. I'm curious, and I have a feeling that PMGC is going to be even better, considering we have more teams from more regions.
Hands down. This is gonna take it to an entirely different level here. I mean, just look at these groups. I mean, look at these groups. Look at these squads that are coming in. I mean, the level of details that these players have just really, the attention that they put in has just leveled up as time's gone on, and it's only gonna get higher here as years go by.
I mean, if I'm at home watching one of those, hopefully we see this again this year. But our teams to focus coming into our first match here. For me, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, BTR, Hot, you can see Alpha 7, Inko, Twisted Minds, and Max, Durex, Twisted Minds, Mira, and Sejon. We all have Twisted Minds. Maybe we should talk about that here, actually. Max, go ahead.
I mean, it's interesting we have Twisted Minds, but I think that when it comes to global events, right, they have so many big names from different regions. I mean, just to go through the names, and I'm sure that you've heard about all these names in some way, shape, or form. Doran, Freak,
I might have.
Coops, Lord, Robs. Sorry, I went a bit harder. He's French. Like, this is really a super team that has performed really damn well locally, right? When it comes to fragging power, you put Lord, you put Coops, you put Robs all together. These guys are just going to absolutely shred it. And I was talking to Robs actually a few days ago, Jason, because they're 5 players, they're going to do some kind of rotation. So I'm intrigued to see how that's going to work out for them, because we see rotations all be super successful for the likes of maybe 4MV and other teams that tried and kind of failed. So, I mean, with these big names, it could be fantastic or it could fall flat on its face. So I want to see how this opening day is going to go for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and Hot Jukes, I mean, you know Coops, obviously playing back in NA before. I think the most impressive thing about Twisted Minds is coming together like this before the fall season of PMSL EMEA and placing second at the end of it. I think that's a testament to like how well they're vibing together as a team.
I mean, so strong. I mean, it's so crazy. The Twisted Minds is really the only team that had 2 different squads, right, qualify here. And at the end of the day, they had to pick, you know, what team do we go with? Do we go with our Brazilian squad? Do we go with our other region? By the way, shout out to those boys out there, man. They really, really crushed it, you know? At the end of the day, they ended up picking the squad with Coops, you know? And I can't blame them, because, I mean, when it comes to global events like Maxman mentioned, these guys have been there so many times. They are seasoned. They are ready to go. And it's their time to shine. But at the end of the day, they're going to have a big hill to climb for sure.
And speaking of hills to climb, I mean, I feel like if it comes to PMGC, we always have to mention this team. Team Spirit, I have them at one of my teams to watch, and I'll kind of explain why. I feel like we just don't know what kind of team we get out of Kitsune and Co. Sometimes they do extremely well. Sometimes they're a big letdown, thinking back to PMWC. They've obviously massively leveled up since then with their victory being the champions of EMEA Fall. Yeah. But Max, like, I just really don't know what roster we're going to get. I know the highs they can have, but we also know the lows they can have. And that's the thing that makes it so hard to know how they're going to perform.
Look, we know fragging power-wise, like, you got Effect, you got Nomi, you got Matic. You're looking good. Like, you can take on this lobby to some extent, okay? I just want to see, Jason, Hotrix, are we going to see Kitsune make it past the 10-minute mark in these games? If he does, I'm telling you, we're up for success. But no, for real, I think that ever since the addition of Matic, which is weird to say, just rejoin the team now, but I think they could look really good, and I think that they took a really big L at PMWC. If there's any time they're going to wholly rethink their strat when it comes to global events, I think this is going to be the time. So no, day one can be a bit weird, but I do want to see them make it through, maybe through the survival stage. I think top 3 is going to be rough in this group, Jukes. I don't know how you feel about it, but dude, I feel like there's potential there for Team Spirit to go far.
Let's put it this way, man. When I was at PMWC, I saw Kitsune like leave the game within 5 minutes all day long, right? But at the end of the day, dude, I just would see him just with sunglasses on, soaking up some Saudi Arabian sun, you know? Like, you know, just having not a worry in the world. And that just shows confidence, because he's like, you know what? I'm going to come back at PMGC, Jason. I think that's what he was thinking the whole time, right?
I think there was definitely like a slight rebuilding period for them, obviously bringing in Matic, and obviously before then Kitsune joining the team. And then we also saw Naomi end up leaving. I think they definitely have the potential. And again, Kitsune, I think he's, I don't know, I feel like he's like definitely one of the smartest in-game leaders. Like, I feel like he has a really good understanding of what his team can and can't do. It's just about moving those pieces correctly. But one team here we're going to have to mention, as we can see on the screen, Team Vampire, man. If we're talking about, we have been mean to them quite heavily, I'd say, before PMWC, because they always do well when it comes to international events, at least when it's invitationals, but they suck regionally. They come out as the champions of PMSL SEA Fall, and they performed really well at PMWC. Max, I think we're seeing a completely different Vampire, and I want to support them because they finally start to look good now in all aspects.
Yeah, we want to see them be more than just PMWI back-to-back champions, right? I want to see them actually do well at a PMGC. And I think Tony K in particular, Jason, tried to prove you wrong. You're like, Tony K, no, not doing too great locally. And he's like, no, I'm going to be MVP. Sit down, Jason. We're going to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, Vampire, I gotta say, in particular, are playing a lot more aggressive, which is what I like. They're ready to suffocate teams out in the blue. I've watched a few of their games in SCA. They are just a jack of all trades. They are a very by-the-book team, but in a good way. They can play aggressive, they can play passive, wide rotates, quick rotates, edge, center. Their adaptability is second to none. And I feel like in a lobby like this, when you're kind of going in the unknown because you got all these clashes of metas from different regions, Vampire Esports team really could have a magnificent start here on the first day. It's Halloween too. It's Spooky Day. It's Vampire Esports. Let's get it. It's great.
I always expect you to come in with a wig today, Max, actually.
Nothing can hide this hairline.
Well, I didn't say that. But Hotchicks, obviously, in your opinion, what's the biggest ability a team should be able to have when you go from playing locally to global like this? We only have a minute left until we get into the first game, but adaptation for me is one of the big things that stands out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big thing when it comes to a tournament like this, especially off the rip, is these teams kind of coming together and having a good idea of where they're going to drop, right? That's going to be number one. So off the rip, we may see a hot drop or two. It's possible for a team that's just like, no, like we're going to take this spot no matter what happens. So if you can avoid that situation, I think you're going to be in a really, really good position.
Can we bring you over to talk to some teams in CSA? CSA, man, hot drop Picado every single time with Stalwart, which we will see obviously in a later group. But yeah, very good point. Hot drops, I think you definitely want to avoid those early on, though they might happen. But it is a 4-day event, right? So you do have the time and the ability to have some bad initial matches. But it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we are right around the corner from kicking off the first match of Group EL in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. Going to be over on Sanhok. Going to be brought to you by our two lovely casters of John Allen and Blake.
As it is, of course, Sanhok over in the jungle. My name is John. With me is Blank, and it's time to go global. Let's get in.
Let us get into this one right now, John. Straight over towards Sanhok. First game of the day here in Group Yellow. First day of the tournament as well, as we get teams out of our plane into the map. Always nice start with Sanhok here. Nice little bit of quick action to get us kicked off into the PMGC mood.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of practice games, a couple of scrims on these matches, so we'll see if teams are going to adjust around it. Over on the south side, maybe Major Pride and Inco going to clash a little bit. They're quite close, but could separate out. Alpha 7 with a little North Scout from McGrellin, but that should be folded in nice and quickly. The rest of it seems fairly diplomatic over the rest of this map.
Yeah, I think that once you get to a PMGC, I mean, to be honest with you, I think Jason is completely justified in complaining about hot drops because they ain't fun a lot of times. However, once you get towards a PMGC, this is where you really do want to take things to the next level. You want to be able to make sure you're getting positions that you have tried to claim throughout all of your regional basis, right? And a lot of teams will look into that, be like, this team has won out in Picado multiple times. Team Spirit's won out in Boot Camp multiple times. So we'll just leave that to them. And this is what it's all been building up towards realistically. So for these teams, I can't imagine there's going to be too many crazy things going on. A lot of that regional hot dropping was to secure positions for some of the biggest tournaments in the world, like PMWC at EWC, as well as PMGC here right now before we head towards those grand finals, as we said, in London, which was not the closest commute we've had all year, John, is it? It's from the bedroom to the office.
Absolutely, yeah. My own commute this morning, total of 10 seconds. Turning on the computer, getting ready, getting locked in. But either way, it's exciting to be here. We didn't even have to pack a suitcase. We are going on towards Twisted Minds over in the north side. A team that the desk touched on quite a lot, and a team that we're very familiar with, having covered the EMEA region, right? This was a team that was built on fragging potential, right? But we saw some real maturations, I think most notably from Doran over the course of EMEA, really settling into a little bit more of a supportive role. But we know that they have such a massive ceiling on their fragging potential. From the north side in Cal, though, with the circle as it sits, it's a little bit of a treacherous journey right now because it did go southwest on this circle shift.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, Doran used to be a little bit of a young whippersnapper, right? Biting at the heels of a lot of squads, but honestly, he's changed a lot since then. He was a crazy fragger back in the day, and still arguably is, but someone had to take that backline role, and I think that he started to pull that one up quite nicely, which is good to see. And it's something that Twisted Minds desperately needed, is someone to take a bit more of a defensive guardian role within the team, because they have so many strong players to put as that vanguard of the squad. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Taking Cow as well is a smart choice. I think that they've seen firsthand how successful it can be for teams like Brute Force, who start up towards Cow and work their way down. A lot of those Tap Mock wins are built off the back of a Cow drop, but we are heading down towards that southwest side where we do have Miran Sejong as well as RSG alongside with Bro Harame, who are back again for another innings here in a global tournament.
I was slightly worried about RSG guarding out Team Spirit. They did drop on the south of boot camp on that split around the area, the compounds around there, and they did grab quite a lot of loot. I was worried that they were going to guard Team Spirit, which in general has been their kryptonite on this boot camp rotation. Hang on a minute. Pause that. Inco rolling straight on into Major Pride, but two of them getting torn down, a third as well. NA's last hope? Nah, no hope, mate.
Yeah, I'm not going to like that had to be one of the, I hate to say it, one of the worst crashes I have seen at a global stage in a long time. I don't know what the game plan was. I guess that it somewhat goes quite poorly, considering quite a few players were already on the outside preparing to leave themselves. So when that crash comes through, there's 4 angles already looking towards you. Yeah, a weird one. A very, very weird one. Inco dips out in the first 4 minutes of the match, almost instantaneously. Dude. Yeah, that's
not outlasting Kitsune is very sad.
Well, this is the thing, though. I think people are hating on Kitsune right now. I think this guy does survive quite a while into a lot of our games, and he was definitely changing things up towards the end of EMEA 2. And I think Kitsune is becoming a bit more of a rock for that team, as opposed to trying to play the bird's eye view IGL they used to in the past, which is, you know, a tactical death into grabbing yourself more position in the old commander's seat.
That's a nice way of talking about questionable scouting decisions, but sure. Alpha 7 going to be the team that a lot of people are focused on right now. They have been trying to lead from the front, right? This is the team that came in, broke their curse over in Riyadh in the middle of the year for PMWC, and now they're looking to take the glory title here at the Global Championship. A team that really, really wants one of those top 3 spots, but they've got to prove it to us. The spot that they've got right now in the circle, pretty happy with it. They have got this compound under control. They're fairly clean into this circle as well. And they're pretty central, so it shouldn't be too much of a struggle for them to be getting in towards the top 7.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, they're a strong team. They're a very, very strong team overall. I mean, everyone on that team is particularly good at the game. It was nice to see that they held on to McGrellin as well, because I think there were rumors that he would have been leaving after PMWC, however, stuck with the squad, and I mean, understandably so, after getting yourself a big dub over in Riyadh.
Just escaping the spray downs there, but only by a sliver. Still, Loops will get through with 1. De Muerte still on the northeast side with Loops trying to break through. You've got DX Xavier a little bit closer to that southwest side in Painan. So a little bit of a traffic jam developing on the west side of Quarry.
So we do have our circle close soon. Miran Sejong playing a very, very passive playstyle over towards that western side, around Tambang. And no one really taking control of Ruins either is a curious one to me. I mean, even if you just want to take control of that plateau over towards the eastern side of it, not a bad position to play. It's slightly exposed, but there's plenty of hard cover around that area to keep yourself in check. It's a curious one for BTR as well as Team Spirit, because they have really had absolutely no contest on their rotates downwards. Most people are more concerned about getting towards the center. The desk was talking about what makes for a good team coming into a global tournament like this, and they said adaptation, but there is a little bit more that can be said about that, because it's a question of understanding the playstyles from multiple regions. You can get caught off quite a lot if multiple regions play the same way in terms of taking a quick central approach as opposed to playing edge. But if everyone plays center and you're one of the few teams that likes to play over towards the edge side of the circle, you can have a huge amount of control and a lot amount of space to work with. So it's kind of looking slightly deeper than just adapting as the days go on, but having that first day impression. Even just map 1 here on Sanhok have been like, right, there's a lot of central teams right now, we could probably get a lot done over towards that edge side of things. But yeah, it's a bit more split up than I would have expected to start things off, and I think people are being very cautious going into day 1 here of the PMGC group stage.
I would agree with you, almost everyone though. Harami Bro, they've tried to hold a 2-2 split on the central island, leaving 2 towards Painan. They've now lost 1 of those and sent the other 2 all the way out west. They've now regrouped slightly after losing a player to PX Xavier. So definitely the team playing with the most risk right now. And it is absolutely coming back to bite them here as Alpha 7 find their south point as well. And they've just lost half of their team in the blink of an eye. So a little bit too bold on that split for my liking for Harame Bro. DX Xavier still the arbiters in Painan, but we saw a couple of players moving in on that south side as well to try and get past that Painan roadblock.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a symptom of the circle, and something that I don't really think Harame Bro was sort of expecting, because I think that some teams do come out of their regions feeling like they're on top of the world. They can take a lot more space than potentially expected, which is fair enough. However, you come towards a tournament like this, you can't really take those 2-2 splits, especially on this circle. Like I was saying, there's a huge amount of compounds available, a lot of positions to play that are fairly safe. So for teams, it's not really a case of, oh, we're going to wait on the edge and we'll allow other teams to take 2 positions on the map. No. They're going to be sending straight towards some of these compounds to pick up positions for themselves, because it's one of the few circles that can hold this amount of teams early on in the game, which is certainly interesting to see. So I think Harame Bro just makes a slight mistake there, assuming they could take much more space than potentially they're allowed to. A lot of foliage on our screens here, John.
Yeah, so needs a little bit of a trim, that one. I'll get the gardeners on it. We'll send them on through. Vampire, we're going to try and cut their way through the dense undergrowth from the north side, out in the blue zone. Not too many players in contest for it, but they have to cross from that north island. Coming in late, maybe teams are a little bit less aware of it. I'm looking at the BTR crossing right now against Team Spirit's hold. I think that's going to be a little bit of a pop-off into stage 3, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Zeus definitely could have an impact on that, as Zeus have just landed over towards boot camp and will be breaking their way down. So potential for a third-party engagement. I feel like Team Spirit could start to break out towards the southwest, leave from this compound and allow those 2 teams to face off against each other, pick up the pieces there on the north side.
Yeah, it's a curious one for BTR, because I think that what most people do say about them, and what Max has said multiple times, is that their rotates typically are very strong, but they are not fighters, man. They're not fighters. They don't like to take a lot of these engagements too often. They much more play it by the book, a bit more calculated, pushing the glasses up the noses and looking for a more tactical approach here. But yeah, a lot of times from that position on that north side, you do need to sort of take some kind of contest with a team that plays Confluence. But we do head over towards Ruins, and I'm glad to see the Marin Sejong do make that movement from that western side. They take up the lower ground in Ruins, as well as picking up some compounds up towards that south side. They could potentially regroup here. I probably would suggest it. Though what they don't know is that there is multiple teams that have not opted for a north crossing here. A lot of teams have wrapped round towards the east to sort of get away from that, which has given Vampire and BTR arguably a ton of movement to be had in these next couple of circles. And Alpha 7 getting caught off here.
2 knocks already, and Horror is going to absolutely capitalize on that opportunity. 2 players down from one of the strongest teams in the lobby. They are absolutely racking up those assists. Symbiotic in nature, but there's a little bit of a bite back here from Alpha 7 up the hill. as McGrellan tries to get those shots down towards Ora in response. Sky now holding down Solo. Spray down, looking to try and stop this flank from coming on through. You can see that Ora is split Alpha 7 with the remaining duo a little bit more together. McGrellan moving in, Revo on that flank angle. Doesn't have too much to play with here, but steps out wide, and that's a bad time. McGrellan able to put him down in the dirt, but there's a response yet again. Tries to go for a second, but Revo has his number, and Alpha 7 stays strong.
Yeah, incredibly smart move there from Alpha 7. You love to see it. I mean, this is what makes them a championship team, right? Because in that situation, they get the high ground. They see they're all exposed out in the open. Instead of just sending off in the distance, they think to themselves, the vehicle's exploded. They're all near it. Got to be 2 at least low. So they quickly capitalize on 2 of those elims and then have the confidence to push back down the hill using that high ground advantage. Revo, even with the wide swing, trusting in his teammate McGrellan to pick up that elim over towards the left-hand side of that compound. So yeah, really, really well played to Alpha 7 there. Always making the best out of a bad situation is something you absolutely have to do, especially on Sanhok, where things can go south pretty quick.
DXavier have been very controlling over this east side. First in Painan, they transition out to the west side. You can see they have this hilltop now almost fully under control. A little bit of an incursion happening from De Muerte, but that's fairly easily handled, it seems. Still, you got Foops, man, out in the off angle there, and Tresley down the hill for De Muerte. But DXavier, they're unfazed right now, moisturized, flourishing in their lane.
Yeah, I think for DXavier, probably one of the most improved teams over multiple years. They used to be not a team that I was the massive fan of, and I'm not afraid to admit that either. Used to be a lot of circle look that got them towards the end style of these tournaments. But yeah, they have just improved so much. I mean, Levi's extremely good fragger. Paragym, one of the best naders in the world. It's really, really nice to see. And I'm so happy to see a team stay together, even throughout the bad times, and just be like, let's make this work. And with Vedette being moved into the team now, potentially he's going to bring something a little bit extra to the squad as well.
Well, is it going to be... Well, my dark horse pick for this group is Zeus. I feel like they've definitely got legs here, coming into this one as almost a full rookie roster, and looking to put on a show here at PMGC. If you can take down Paragyn with a taste of his own medicine, the nades could find some impact here, but Darkin gives their position away a little bit, and now DXavier are into another fight. Another attempt to take this hilltop away. But that nade, just goes a little bit long on Maniac. Paragyn now behind the rock, has got that backup coming in through. But it's not going to connect with the nade yet again. Hang on, don't take that back. Almost immediately going down, has to back up, has to go for some healing, but Zeus are being taken down on the off angle. Nothing really they can do about it. Those sprays looking good, but DXavier eating rounds as well as Tresley from De Muerte finds the off angle at the back.
Yeah, for Zeus, it's going to be a complete reset on this fight, though. And they know they need to get moving. Right side, that outside of the blue, so they need to get inwards. DXavier, though, it is Lamborghini to look behind over towards De Muerte. Tresley just sending those nades over the top, looking to finish off Levi's, who makes a quick crawl out towards the south here. Yeah, very, very well done. De Muerte to try and pick up some elims off the back of that one. But again, both teams here, Zeus as well as DXavier, unwilling to go down without a fight, so immediately get their reset on board. And you're right, for Zeus, they are an unbelievable rookie team coming into PMGC. Very, very strong. And I think the best thing about them is they're not afraid to take these engagements. They just really aren't nailing these shots over towards DXavier right now, because they didn't let that get to them, especially in PMSL EMEA. They were like, yes, we are a new team, but we're ready to tango with some of the best.
A thorn in the side. Tresley, De Muerte, able to do so much damage, draw so much attention from DXavier, and Zeus look to amputate half the roster. An excellent capitalization, a lack of fear, and it's panned out well for them. 2 players from Bro up the hill. DXavier now on the back foot against Tresley. And that is looking nasty for them. Hopefully, they're going to be able to push in from the east side, but all eyes on MSJ here in the middle of this map, in this hold-up compound. They have a lot of power here in the middle of this one to control the west, north, and south.
Yeah, Miramar Sejong's rotation so far been very clean and sort of what I would expect from a squad like them as well. I mean, Korean squads typically in the past have had some very, very darn good rotations. Sometimes the firepower is a little bit lacking on their side, but rotations, they at least have those down to a T. And it was a nice rotate, you know, scouting out ruins and immediately moving up towards this compound. Not always the easiest to hold either, because there is potential of crashes onto at least one side of it, as it is split up by a roadside here. Team Spirit, on the other hand, struggling a little bit as Matic will go down. They pitched up over towards ruins central wise. I think it's a gamble. It's a gamble from Team Spirit. So I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with this game not going their way. They always knew that it was going to be super difficult getting out from ruins in the first place.
Hey, never count out a Team Spirit duo, right? That's something I've learned. Well, probably the hard way, as have other teams in the lobby. But RSJ, yeah, they've got them trapped. I feel like maybe this is an exception to that. But still, you never know. Could be something special. Unlikely, though, as there's the spray down onto effect. Now it's just the one player. Kitsune, last to stay alive for Team Spirit. Nice stuff. But either way, hang on, Vampire? Where do they come from? Jumping out, maybe a little bit of respite for Kitsune, but he isn't only going to take one. Maybe GZ up into the fight here. The DBS for Kitsune. He folds back behind this cliff face, but is going to get pressured in by the blue zone. They will be able to heal up, and RSJ should just be able to take this fight in hand. Kitsune, you're done for.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to get at least one knock there, but it's a pretty tall task for him. I think for Vampire, they realized that, look, there's not much they could do over towards that western side. DRX had already done a bunch of damage towards them, so they just made the gamble on what they thought was a third party. It was actually just RSG cleaning up a weird circle. And for Major Pride, starting off the game with the 4 elims over towards Inco, they had a lot of movement to be had in terms of rotations because one of the direct competitors went out early. DRX being spotted out there by Lord. Twisted Minds, they're down.
Getting 3 players back up is imperative for DRX on this western side. Major Pride, they're on 8 elims now, obviously, as you said, with those 4 early. So they're having a great time now. I feel like RSJ may be overcommitted to guarding out Team Spirit. Obviously, it's great to remove that pressure, but now they've got a really tough transition ahead of them.
Yeah, RSG, I mean, from that north side, they did well, but I don't think that they capitalized too quickly on getting rid of Team Spirit. I think at that point, you need to wrap down towards the eastern side, try and clear out Bro Harame. I think at that moment where Vampire goes in, it sort of puts their situation in a little bit of turmoil, right? I think there's panic coming through from at that point in time. So there was a clear path of how to deal with Bro Harame. They were just not quick enough as DRX. Similarly, with some speedy maneuvers over towards this side of the map, but it really is the last ditch attempt from them. Nade goes along, so as will live, but that's just for the time being as Major Pride racks up 9 elims in this match.
Ooh, yeah, very hotly contested rotate there for DRX. They try and make a bit of a mad one, but it's not going to work out. Top 4 now as Major Pride up to 9 eliminations, looking to put up the double digits on the cards. From the south side, AZ moving forwards, I think a really important move that they've made there. They're playing 3-1, a bold forward push, but they know where these threats are on this north side. They know that MSJ are holding down this northwest edge. Yeah. They can take this risk.
I mean, for AZ, it's an important position to take. And we talked about this multiple times in the past as well, John, where you have a position like this compound down towards the southeast side. It's a little bit far from the center of the circle. So you want at least an outpost to feed information back to the team. Less about getting knocks and elims, though it's nice if he's able to pick them up, but more about passing that information back to a team that is a little bit out of the picture right now. At this point in time, they can start moving up towards those compounds down over towards the western side, but they're likely not wanting to give up too much of this high ground that sits towards the south on top of these buildings to get maybe a couple of more elims. Now, the big test is here for Miramar Sejong versus Bro Harame. It's a game where they've made good rotates, but can they take this through all the way to the end?
Nice nade onto the backlines there. Slows the roll of Harame Bro. But they've already taken a little bit of a hefty hit. 2 players, well, 1 player fully down. Hoxie as well. A little bit low. Needs to get rezzed here. Major Pride will deal with Harame Bro in the meantime. That's 5 eliminations for them, but they are out. So 2 teams remain, and one of them trapped on the hilltop here. And immediately Major Pride going to move into control. This is a really great start to this tournament for Major Pride. They're up to 12 elims. They're looking for 15 with the 3 remaining on the map. But there's a nade over towards AZ, so the forward position a little bit weakened. However, the backup is already there. They're flowing across these hillsides. Nice maneuvers coming on through from Major Pride. Elementrix, a nade over towards Jae-Suk, but he stays alive behind the rock.
Yeah, I think the difficulty right now for Miramar Sejong is just utility. The amount of elims that Major Pride's been able to pick up, their utility is looking very strong. Final looking for potentially a nade over towards Elementrix. They know his position. He's being pushed by the blue now. We'll have to sit in an awkward spot. Starts to crouch upwards. Have they spotted this? I don't think so.
Elementrix's left flank covered by his team, but the right flank not so happy. Major Pride lose a forward push player. They have managed to get their other player at the back lines back up, but they'll need to go on through and save this one from going down. Becca low. Evo Station will not be tagged by that nade though, and that is going to give them a little bit more confidence on that flank. However, they've trapped themselves. They've moved up, and all of a sudden, it's topsy-turvy. MSJ have a real chance here. Miramar Sejong need that 4-point to work, but it just doesn't go their way. Final blocked by his teammate there on the shotgun shells, and it will be the rally over the top for Major Pride. Jae-Suk cannot handle the heat, and it's Major Pride to kick us off with the first chicken dinner.
I mean, for Major Pride, very well played. I mean, a good movement up towards that northern side to challenge versus Miramar Sejong, especially the circle moved away from. You got to give them credit with the fact that they've basically not had to move too much this game in terms of just moving slightly upwards. And that compound they held for such a long time wasn't in a lot of people's sights until that circle just kept heading down towards that southeast side, John. But yeah, for Miramar Sejong, they get a few unlucky grenades. I actually think that could have completely gone in the opposite direction if Finals nade had done a little bit more damage. It was perfectly cooked, but the angle just wasn't quite right there. And I think at that moment they realized that they're running on empty. They try and send forward, and Jae-Suk tries to play this backline position, but he's basically of no help. There was so much cover on that eastern side, but very, very well played to Miramar Sejong in terms of rotations, and very well played to Major Pride just in terms of that firepower.
Yeah, I really liked some of the maneuvers that were happening in that game. I think we're in for a treat here for Group Yellow. I'm a particular fan of the DX Savior position over in Painan as well. But that is going to close down our first entry to the jungle as we're heading back on over to the desk to break it down and set us up for the next one.
Well, the unexpected start is one way I'll talk about this match. Major Pride coming out with the first chicken dinner here of Group Yellow in the first day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships League stage. Maxman, I gotta throw it straight to you. This, to me, was so damn unexpected because in CSA, Major Pride were a very big letdown when it came to the league stage. They came through 5th place in the finals, but for them to pull off this many eliminations as well here in match 1, day 1, that I think is a testament to how much they've been really focusing and improving in the offstage.
Man, Becca also got 8 eliminations here. I mean, Jason, you were talking about it during the game too. Normally, they are a very big fan of these splits late game that kind of caused their demise at the end. Man, they stuck together so well. And of course, they had a little bit of circle luck, but they were just not overstepping their position whatsoever. They were lasering down teams who were trying to get relatively close to their spot. And I talked about it with you, Hodgix, at the end there too. The way they swarmed all the individual players of MSJ one by one without taking too big a risk really is what put the nail in the coffin of this game. So, man, I'm sold. Like, Major Pride, more of this, please. Let's go.
Let's go. Take advantage of it. It's Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok, you never know what's going to happen. And if you get that opportunity, you got to take it. And they did. I mean, they land there on the south side near Camp Charlie. The zone goes in their direction, and they just hold off the fire. I mean, 8 eliminations from Becca off the rip. You couldn't ask for a better start here, Jason.
And for a team, I mean, we were watching and I was saying like, oh, Major Pride, don't tell me they're just doing the play for late game, play passive the whole time. Then I looked at their limbs and they're sitting there on like 8 limbs at the time. And I'm like,
but how?
What the hell? Like, is this a completely different team? Like, this team is completely changed from what we saw in CSA. And I'm not going to say it's necessarily fully changed, but this is not the Major Pride that we saw when it came to the league stage of CSA, and you have to give them credit. Like, we know how much they love playing on the high ground, Max, especially with Becca there. They use that time and time again when it came to the PMSL, and to see it work out for them here is a very assuring sight. But if you were to say to me, you know, when we woke up today, hey Jason, first match, you're gonna have DRX, Major Pride, Harame, and Miramar Sejong as our top 4, I would have said shut up. Like, there's no way. this is I think such an interesting start to this group. And now I know it is Sanhok, I will say, but man, I'm hyped for what Group Yellow has to offer.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that underdog teams have performed in the first game, when we call it the group of death, because you got your Alpha 7s, you got your Vampires, all those big squads, right? It is already setting up a really good...
Your Incos, who died right away.
I was just about to say, but actually, talking about Major Pride, I don't remember, which team did they take that down first? Which squad was it? I don't know.
I just saw it happen, and a tear shed so slow. Yeah. A tear just went down so slow whenever I saw Eco on the push, of course, towards Major Pride. I mean, let's be real. If they would have won that fight, maybe they win the game. You know what I'm saying?
It was in the like game-winning area, so like definitely it could have, but it didn't. What do you have to say about it? No, okay, no.
But it didn't.
Yeah, it was tough.
So let's maybe go into this, Max, as you point out while we're watching. Car usage late game on Sanhok, Mir and Sejong. You wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, it's rare. Normally you see a lot of people when you get towards the late section of the mid game saying, okay, let's just give up on the cars. We're going to do the rest by foot. But like Mira and Sejong, without cars, they don't make it up that hill. They can't contest Harame Bro in the way they did at the late game without cars. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think they even took a knocked player, put him into the car, rolled him uphill, and then rezzed him. I'm not sure if I imagined that, but if that was the case, that was a great usage of the car to speed up that entire rotation. So, man, cars can be clutch in these scenarios. So, good usage from MSJ.
Looking at the rest of the standings here, Hot Chooks, Inco going to be 16th with 0 points, BTR with 0 points. Team Spirit, I mean, we saw them holding such an awkward position where they were on the low ground compared to Reagan's Gaming, and then they really didn't have any bouncing off point from there.
Going into Ruins, I think that Jukes, going in Ruins, it's great to hold it off as like the defensive position when you have to leave into a team that's playing the high ground like RSG. It's always going to be a tough time, man.
Yeah, that's why we saw Mir Sejong leave Ruins, right? I mean, as soon as they realized the zone was going to go ahead and just, you know, southern up just a little bit more, they took off from it, and then Team Spirit took it. Yeah, I mean, Ruins is great if the zone does land there, but if it strays away from it, trying to get out of there is so difficult, like you mentioned, and that's why we saw them struggle. One thing, though, Jason, I got to look at, though, is Twisted Minds, right? They had that beautiful botate, and they got to a good position, but they weren't really able to capitalize off it, right?
Yeah, they were able to avoid a lot of the fights on that Northwest Island. Like we saw with BTR, they were holding back Vampire Esports, or we're looking to see if they wanted to gatekeep them. They avoid everything, but they didn't really get much off of that after the decent position that they were able to actually get to. So a little bit disappointing in terms of like how the rotation ended with their result, but I feel like, at least for me, Max, it's a good sign that they're being very aware about where the clear and smooth rotational paths are going to be.
Yeah, with their drop and how the circle's going, I think that it's a good option. Unfortunately, when you botate, there's always going to be one issue, which is lack of information. So that's something you really can't negate when you're doing a botation. So it was tough, didn't quite work out, but it shows that they are adapting to the lobby. Though, man, talking about Becca again, we talked about their position this game, right, Hodgix? But playing the rooftop, as long as Becca actually did, not only enabled him to set up his team for success to get stronger positions, but it enabled him to like just pop off, get 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage. Rooftops in the late game, if you don't have off angles that can threaten your spot, are so impactful. So good on Becca to use that spot as long as he actually could.
Dude, I mean, they played that perfectly. I mean, let's be real. I mean, if you're a name that's, you know, not really expected to perform, you know, like in that first place position, you know, you got to be able to pull something out special, and they did. So beautiful game from Mir and Sejong.
I also wanted to give credit to Harame Bro, because we saw them get aggressive against Reagan's Gaming after their like kind of skirmish with Team Spirit towards Ruins, and I kind of respect that as well, because Harame Bro didn't qualify from your normal PMSL SCA, right? They're not necessarily playing against the best teams of the region, yet they're playing like they have the confidence of the best team from the region, making very smart strategic plays. So I really had to give him a shout out there, Max, because you have to respect when teams go for plays like that, because it was probably the right move to make in that situation.
I don't know, Jason, if I would say confidence, more like very opportunistic. They're like, you're weakened, 3 eliminations, maybe we push. Of course, all the teams are trying to leave the Ruins area, and especially the southern hill like area of Ruins. You see teams are wounded, you see the elimination feed light up, you're going to send it to clear that entire high ground position. It was a very good play, but it's not enough for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm on the Harame Bro hype train. I need to see a little bit more, but it's a good little start. It's a good little avant-bouche, you know? It's great. Yeah.
Sorry, can you say that in English?
No.
What about BTR, the Bigatron Knights, Hot Jukes? We saw them, they were kind of gatekeeping Vampire a little bit, but they did make the smart macro play to transition towards Trifecta and kind of like gain a lot of information there, and also more importantly, more rotational paths for them to go through.
I mean, I think that was the best option they had. I mean, they land on that, you know, on that northeastern island. When it comes to Sanhok, they're just hoping the zone goes there, right? If the zone goes to that island, they're going to have a monster game. If it doesn't, they're going to just try to put up any kind of points they did. And they did. So, I mean, they got 3 more Erangels coming up next. I think they're just going to shake it off and just get back to work.
Okay, shake it off. Maybe like Alpha 7, Max, we saw them go in a head-to-head clash against Aura Esports, which I didn't expect to see any sort of fight like that happening. They did lose, I believe, 2 off the back of that one. Alpha 7, not to say that Hotchkiss started to curse some teams, but, you know, it's not looking too good so far.
It's not me. I'll take it. Nobody's blaming me yet. That's a win. McGrillen able to clutch actually with a DBS, able to keep the team alive a little bit longer, nice. But with how the rotation was going, they were trying to go for a wide wrap, which I would say Hotchkiss is a respectable play when you only have 2 players trying to just survive at that point. Unfortunately, they send it right into Major Pride, which, as we saw, had a game-winning position. So if there was no one there, maybe it goes out their way. But as we saw, a 2-man crash onto Major Pride is just not going to work out. But it's the first game. It's a Sanhok 2. We know they're really good when it comes to Miramar and Erangel. So let them cook. They'll be good. Yeah.
Young Taisho.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
what's your expectations?
All the way over there near Lamb Campine. Yeah.
Going into Erangel coming up next, as we have back-to-back Erangels, Hotchkiss. What's your kind of expectations here for these teams and how it potentially could play out?
Well, I think we're going to see something totally different here in Erangel. I mean, Sanhok is one of those maps where if you get circle, you got to capitalize on it. Erangel is that like perfect chess map, you know, where it really just proves those mistakes. One little tiny mistake just snowballs there. So, I'm looking to see.
I think we're having some
where these circles are going to go. Are we going to get some military zones?
Max,
how are these teams going to react? And we're just showing like the speed is crazy.
Oh.
Or maybe I lagged out that time.
I got him at the end now.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. You know what I want? You want me to tell you what's going to be different between Sanhok and Erangel, Jason? You want me to tell you?
Yes.
The map. No, okay. No, seriously, it's going to be a longer game, so I think we're going to be seeing potentially more wide wraps here from some squads, because of course Sanhok it's a lot quicker when it gets down to it. So here's really where I expect our big names, Jason, to really stand out the most, like your Vampires, your Alpha 7s, all of that. I think this is the time they are going to shine as much as possible. So yeah, Erangel, it's your trial and tested map. It's the true OG map, okay, that everyone knows like the back of their hand. So we're going to get back to a sense of like normality very soon, Jason. So like, trust, it's going to work out.
And I think, you know, obviously we have to have a little caveat when it comes to Sanhok, and again, seeing like these 4 teams being our top 4. Mir and Sejong, I mean, they got themselves in a good position, but let's be honest, the zone did shift to them like time and time again. Like they really didn't have to move. They had 2 compounds, the 2-2 split, and they regrouped on the compound that'd be more favorable in their zone. Obviously just 1 match done, but I want to see how they're gonna have to play from a really bad position to get back into these zones, because that's, I think, gonna be the real test of these teams. If a lot of teams are gonna start trying to play center, if you're slow in the rotate, you have to then fight your way from the outside in.
They did have a little bit of circle luck here, Jason. I definitely have to agree. But you're making your luck when you have these central 2-2 splits. You just regroup on the team that has the better position, which every time, I think they did that twice this game where they had 2-2 splits. They had 2 players in Ruins, 2 players in the compound southwest of Ruins, regroup on the southern western compound, then do another split on the next circle and regroup on the compound that we saw allow them to make it to the top 3 scenario of this Sanhok game. So if you have 2-2 splits and you end up having 1 team in the circle, you're making your own luck here. And that's why MSJ is looking so good, in my opinion, because they are able to adapt on so many different fronts. They're able to play wide rotates. They're able to play center, edge. They can play aggressive. They can play passive. Like, really, I think this is possibly going to be one of the biggest surprises of this group. Hopefully I don't curse them for the rest of this group for Group Yellow. But really, they have showed to me true potential back in their home region. So I just hope it's going to work out for the rest of this international tournament.
Hotchkiss, I know you did some prep coming into this about like agreed upon drop locations. Do you want to kind of walk us through where we expect teams to be dropping and any potential clashes that could happen?
For sure. I mean, there's so many different areas. I mean, teams are going to have their backup locations, all kinds of different stuff. But, you know, I'm going to be looking towards that crates area. You got Vampire looking to possibly drop there, and I want to see how they play it out. And we're going to find out right now.
Yeah, let's head on back to our casters with John on a Blank to take us into match 2.
we are headed into the first of many Erangels, I'm sure, still to come. What a great way to kick things off for Major Pride back on Sanhok, but now we're looking to the future once more as we head in for match number 2 here for Group Yellow.
Match number 2 coming at you. We got Erangel, and then more Erangel for you. So we got a triple billing coming very shortly, but we're going to start things off nice and calm. The circle over towards that western side. We do have teams dropping out very early down towards Sosnov because you've got 3 teams actually down towards this area. The Bro Harame, Muerte, as well as the Loops. Not a huge amount of space here, John, actually, for these teams to play in. It's a bit awkward, I would say, a lot of times. Yeah, 2 teams is okay. I mean, you get Nova Up Noya, you've got military base on C block, but then one team has to sort of play that awkward location around the Eastern Bridge, which doesn't have a massive amount of loot, and a lot of times you're worried about teams like De Muerte currently taking shots over towards you with the high ground that is offered. It depends how quickly De Muerte decide to loot up Nova Up Noya, though, as that is where the majority of the loot will be had. For Loops, though, this is more a case of taking vehicles off the hands of De Muerte and potentially getting up towards that eastern side, which has worked out really well. They control a huge amount of space now.
Yeah, it looks like De Muerte going to be a little bit further south, so no conflict there. Inco in the middle of the map. You see them dropping. Worried about their potential progression into this one, but they hop into the monster truck and no one too close. DX Xavier a little bit further south near a Pachinki, but won't be able to get sight lines early enough to stop this rotation. And it is all about the vehicle grabs on these early drops with this sort of a playing path, right? You do need to be getting on board very, very quickly, getting on the road as fast as you can, because it's going to be very condensed for a while. The circle, pretty chill right now, which means that no real pressure on that front, but you do not want to stay too close to everyone else for too long.
So on our screens right now, we've got Miranjay Song. Honestly, very, very good team. I was very, very happy with how they played out that last game. I mean, in terms of the rotations, it felt very comfortable to them. Albeit the fact of the matter is that they had a lot of space to play on that northern side. As we saw, John, a lot of teams took that eastern crossing, which leads me to believe that this is somewhat of a careful lobby, which makes sense to me. You don't really want to get yourself stuck into too many difficult scenarios. And it comes with qualifications as well, right? Only 3 spots towards that top side for the guaranteed. You don't want to be making too many mistakes. You'd rather get those consistent points on board. When we have qualification spots that drop down towards 7th place, sometimes it's a little bit more acceptable to make those gambles, which is why the Team Spirit play felt a little bit weird, though I think they realized more than anything they didn't have a lot of time to make those rotates, so they send over towards Ruins. But I'm glad they did that. I'm actually glad they did that. I think it's one of the things that Team Spirit struggles with the most a lot of times is just making clear-cut decisions, right? Or it's the case of, oh, do we go here? Do we go there? I'd rather they just went, let's go Ruins and see what happens.
Unfortunately, only panned out 1 point for them, so not exactly the gold that they were looking for, but they'll take it. They'll take the 1 point. It's better than Inco, which is,
yeah. That is a that was a crashing ship, honestly, right there. And the captain was told multiple times to turn the ship 15 degrees to the left.
That's to the port.
To the port, and he refused.
Yeah, it's like, actually,
leeward,
kind of like starboard right now.
Yeah. Oh, to the left would be yeah,
port side.
Port side.
Port side, starboard. Portside named such because, in general, ships always docked on their left side, so the port would always be on the left. No clue why it's called starboard, though. So
yeah, then it gets complicated with leeward and all this stuff as well. Where I honestly just stick to port and starboard. I mean, I guess if they really need to know the lands on the left-hand side, it makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to criticize. I'm sure the navies know what they're doing. You know, the various navies around the world.
The boat lingo does go crazy because they are just like, there's a lot of things in the real world for directions, but we're going to have our own little cool club.
To be fair, when you're at sea, there's just no reference point, so direction is very hard to describe. It's like being in space. It's exactly like that. It's the same thing.
It's the space of the land.
It's the space of land. That's right. That's what I've always said.
And we have it's unexplored. I think it's 98.7% unexplored. Is that the
Well,
actual statistic?
That's pretty spooky.
Yeah. How much sea is unexplored?
Probably
then I'll get
at
back
least
to the game.
90% of it. Yeah, we've got to figure this out.
Over 80%.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I reckon more percentage of space hasn't been explored though. So
Some people say 95. I'm pretty sure it's around
Okay.
about 98% though. I think that's the actual statistic.
I've explored it.
I bet you have. You're a dolphin.
Yeah, that's me.
You're the dolphin of the land.
I'm the dolphin of the land. And so we're going to dive back on into this match. Tails are flipping. Twisted Minds on board on the west side. Sorry, on the
just have
port
to
side.
experience the terror of the ocean really quickly. It is
Oh, yeah,
Halloween after all.
It's Lovecraftian.
Yeah. Oh, we could do so much for that, but we're not because we're at PMGC, so we got to talk about these teams. I think Major Pride's definitely the big surprise for us here. 25 points. They're a strong team though. They are a strong team. I do like all the players on that squad. Major Pride, not what it once was in terms of the players there. It has gone through a lot of iterations, and a fair few of these players were sort of unknowns for us maybe 2 years ago. But now they have certainly made a name for themselves here going into PMGC, which is very, very nice to see. And it's always sparks confidence, right? When a team tries to crash into you and you just absolutely obliterate them and go from there. Definitely gave Major Pride that little bit of extra oomph going in towards that final zone. They're super happy with it as well. You can see how passionate the players are to be here at PMGC.
As they should be. It's a bit of an honor to be able to make it all the way here, right? So that has to come with a little bit of excitement. BTR trying to get the spray downs, but just spiking a little bit, not really doing too much damage there. Alpha 7 kind of encircling them right now with Mafioso maybe a little bit vulnerable. I imagine that this is going to be a regroup. They're currently 3-1, and they need to get Mafioso extracted from the south side of Yasnai. He's in the open fields right now, so a little bit of danger coming on through there from Horror on the north side, but they're good enough. They'll know what they're doing. They'll get away.
Yeah. So for Alpha 7, I'm going to make this point, but you got to understand first, I know they are a good team. I know they did fantastically well in their own region. But
I'm worried. What are you going to say?
I'm just saying that this is the tournament where they do need to prove themselves, because I think for PMWC, it was great, and I was so happy for them. I mean, they were so emotional during that event, and it got me a little bit emotional as well, as we've all followed them for such a long time. But this is a case now where you go into PMGC, you don't want to let the foot off the gas now. You just keep things going. It must have been a real relief and a weight off the shoulders, but there still is that pressure there to come out on top here at PMGC, which has been the most prestigious event throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile's history. And we've seen multiple teams in the past over various different esports. You know, you get that win and then suddenly fall off. I mean, S2G is actually a great example of that here in PUBG Mobile, because they fell off the radar as soon as they were able to take it home for Turkey. Kind of weren't able to do anything after that, even though I think when they did win PUBG Mobile, and I hope you'd agree with me, John, here, but I think that they were definitely the best team in the world then.
Yeah, I mean, they took that title, right, and went back in towards the next year to defend their title in Turkey itself, and just
crumbled.
Really did not. Yeah, they absolutely did crumble on their home ground, which was unfortunate, but that is how it happens, right? You cannot let up, and that's playing back into your point. I suppose it makes sense because that's the point you're making, right? For Alpha 7. See if they can keep things going. Vampire, maybe with a cut across DXavier, but instead they slice on through this hold. DXavier gets through, and Vampire, not a word to say about it.
Yeah, difficult cross actually for DXavier a lot of times across this field, so you want to go as quickly as possible. Paragin takes a couple of tags, and Major Pride going completely the opposite direction to them as Evo Station sends through. Definitely getting some scouting on board. I mean, they have a fairly secure position up towards Potato Hill, so they can play around that very nicely. It is also nice because if you are one of those folks that only tunes in for PMGC every year, welcome to the greatest tournament of PUBG Mobile in the world. But also, we had a change towards our league system throughout the entirety of the year. We now go through PMSLs, so a lot of our PMPLs have been cut now. In fact, completely cut. And we only have PMSLs, which means slots are more limited. So you're only seeing right now the best players, and it has really changed the performance in every single region. Every single region has been so close, so action-packed. So this should be, if I am not mistaken, probably the most competitive PMGC of all time. Before, we used to get some teams being able to slip in towards PMGC, and although they definitely earned that spot, they were maybe not the right team to be at PMGC at that time. This time around, I think everyone who's made it to each individual group here absolutely deserves that spot. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to be up towards those top 3.
It's definitely a hotly contested spot. Group Yellow, a real tough place to try and make your mark as well. It's only the top 3 that get that direct invite to London. Sure, it's a short commute for me, but for these teams, it has been a long journey. We'll see if they can make that final step over the course of the next few days. Circle shifts central to Potato Hill. DXavier with a nice little hold there. Paragon out on a wide east flank. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him go back and rejoin with his team at this stage to try and hold the north side of Potato Hill. Vampire going to play on the east side of Pachinki Fields, which will hold down the west rotations for a lot of this map. Will be very difficult to make a maneuver on that west side. So expect the east side to be a little bit more free-flowing, but a little bit more flowing with blood as well.
No Fear picks himself up first blood in this game. Towards Mir and Sejong. Unfortunate for them to lose a player so early. They are very much out in the open, and the moment Horror has incredible sightlines over towards them. I think Mir and Sejong is in a real tough spot, actually. And it's difficult to figure out where to go. It is also interesting that so many of our teams are over towards the eastern side of the map, particularly because this was such a western-leaning plane. And I think a lot of teams, again, you take that into account. You're getting more smart teams here. All of this regional bias going into this one in terms of who's going to make it through. Do we get our best teams over towards each individual group? And all these best teams understand that if you get a western-leaning plane path, you're likely going to have a more free side of the eastern side of the map. But it's working to the disadvantage of these squads making this assumption, because everyone's made the same kind of maneuver here. So it's now extremely packed over towards the season side. Teams like Vampire, who have a ton of veteran experience in these global tournaments, they just sat pretty on the western side.
I mean, there is that element, right, of Pachinki being on the west side of the circle. The open fields that surround it, really difficult to navigate. So moving out to the east side, potentially just rotationally, a more opportune choice, right? But as soon as everybody makes that choice, no matter what it is, it's going to be the wrong choice in the end if half the lobby has also made the same decision, which sometimes just happens. Moving south from apartments, Zeus are trying to break up into the hills towards Potato Hill. DRX out to their southwest side. You see they have seemingly scouted that. They'll know those vehicles are moving. DRX regrouping, but with that pickoff that they got onto the outpost onto Soez, DRX now cut down to 3. So the north side for Zeus looking pretty chill. Could potentially be a little bit of trouble caused by MSJ, by potentially Aura as well if they rotate out this way. But the east side, as it was always to be, is going to start to heat up now with Harame Bro, Loops, also Duerte rolling up into the fight. Loops bear the brunt of the first wave of the engagement here, but there's still plenty more to go. The dinner's still on the table as Duerte look to eat.
Loops down. Unbelievable stuff, actually. I mean, Duerte staying alive for the time being, should be able to get their squad mates back up, but this is a horrendous position to be in. The nades are going to start flowing through over towards them. Nades on that bottom step will throw one out the window, clears up one of the players over on Loops, gives them a bit more time, but Horror is into this one too now as they wrap down towards the south, and if they can, they'll get a huge amount of space to play with heading up towards that northwest side. Though I think Alpha 7 takes a really good moment here to move up towards that northwest side, and they'll likely control a lot of space going in towards the end game. I am worried though for a lot of teams, because you put DXavier in a spot like this, quite central, they are going to absolutely pop off. A Pusher makes an incredibly sneaky, stealthy assassination over towards the players inside the Wizard Tower.
3 teams start on the tower. Only one remains now. Harame Bro trying to fight off against Twisted Minds, who had oversight onto this. Harame Bro losing players in that tower engagement. Now looking to try and pick the pieces up here. The Twisted Minds. A brick wall in the face of it. Fortunately, Federer's got chip in at the mortar. Rob's the one to suffer, but they will be able to pick that back up as Harame Bro do fall. And it is 3 players alive for Twisted Minds on the south side.
You know, he cleared out a bunch of players down towards the southeast. And again, this is where it all came to a head, right? Everyone assumed that, you know, there'd be more players over towards that western side. So you get this glut of teams on the east who all have to face off against one another. And it's really quite open area too. So a little bit difficult to play around with. Now it's Demuerte versus Twisted Minds. And this will be likely the fight that concludes this southeast arena. One of these teams is going to have to move out and try and find themselves a position in the circle. But with Team Spirit behind Twisted Minds and Demuerte right now, this is a huge opportunity for them to put up some big points and already finding a shot over towards Robs.
Major Pride, by the way, in the meantime, has gone for a wild crasher from the west side and doing okay. There's ups and downs. Inko going to be chiming in as well onto the elimination feed, but we're still on board with this southeast fight. Coops goes down as Pusher doesn't relent for one moment. That is really good. That is an unresable Coops right there. Twisted Minds going to be taken down to 2. Demuerte continue their advance from the southeast side. Team Spirit still in the way. Matic off on that wide angle. Looking to try and reposition around this. Kitsune, a deep backstop for the Team Spirit team. As Major Pride continue their roll-up, they are getting cut through. Vampire and DXavier were just so in control of that western side. Vampire lost a little bit more than maybe they wanted to on the west, but is going to be able to weather the storm for the time being. Major Pride, they want that res stay on us too. DXavier, again, controlling on one side of the circle. I'm expecting them to march forwards.
A quick, clean pickup there from Evo Station. Yeah, an all could crash for them, honestly. And now it's Tony K, MVP from his region, looking to play alongside with DXavier. Have had such a stronghold over towards Potato Hill. But a 1v4, not likely to go his way, and already a nade been sent out. He runs straight past it. Lamborghini spots him, has to hit some quick maneuvers here, but the rest of the team just backs up. They understand that one player can be a huge thorn in your side, and they're not letting him get anywhere near towards them. This is very well played. Lamborghini will pick up Tony K. So methodical approach there from DXavier to finish off the final player. They weren't taking any chances with him, and he's probably one of the best players not to take any chances with as well. So good heads up play from DXavier going forward. 2 loot crates there for Team Spirit. I imagine they'll take both of them, so that's a good start for them in their end game now, as we are in match 2 here of Erangel. Still plenty of games left to go today. Stick around if you want to see just how it all plays out here in Group Yellow.
So the front leaders of the pack right now go down 3 eliminations, 28 points is the mark for first place. DRX will try and chase, but that's made all the harder because Zeus are here to play yet again. Moving on in. Another knock sent back over towards Kaitse. Hyunbin very, very low as Maniac bears down upon him. Looking for the healing first. The Molotov will force them to go out wide, but there's off angles to worry about. Zeus can't go in there for free. The nades continue to go through. There's the burn down. That's what they're looking for, but there's the shots from BTR. Actually chiming in from all the way out to the northeast side. They've got Horror to worry about, but they're still taking shots out towards Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, for BTR, they've been so quiet. They're even quiet in that last game. They sort of faded away without too much contest on that north side where they actually had a decent approach inwards. Hyunbin finds himself a nice DBS shot. Doesn't immediately go down, so the threat is still in play. And with 2 players knocked right now for Zeus, they want to clean up this fight as quickly as possible. The nade will do the trick. They should be able to reset, but the blue is pushing inwards. So they'll have to get a move on. Now, Inko, although they've got quite far into this game, they have been super passive, right? And it is a bit worrying because they went from an extremely aggressive play now back to their old antics of very much just holding one position on the map. PUBG Mobile has gone through various iterations over the years, but I think we're now in the era of high elims. And I think for Inko, who played basically for that chicken dinner in the past, I don't think that playstyle is going to net you all the points that you require going into these games anymore. I think you do need to still be putting up those big points in terms of eliminations, as well as getting those consistent placement points. You can't just sit in a building anymore, and that worries me because I think Inko was trying to go for that statistic last game with that crash, but didn't work out well, and immediately have retreated back into their shell here.
BTR have flexed out from this northeast side, and I feel like maybe a little bit too late to get involved. They could have done a lot more damage to Zeus had they made this move earlier, gotten ahead. But however, they have managed to put Genthos and Zuxi both ahead of the curve. Unfortunately, Rita's got their number. We'll be able to find that first point, look for the flow down, and this is a great start to this engagement for Zeus. Look at the angles they've got with these nades. That nade should do a lot of damage to BTR. Isn't going to quite tag on what they wanted. Goes a little bit short, unfortunately. The cook too long. Aura moving in this area as well. Going to make things all the harder. But Zeus are still there, ready to fight. Genthos trying to protect his down teammate. Lapar spots one. And on the back lines, BTR trying to hold it down. The buggy swept aside. That is great stuff from Lapar, but they lose Zuxi in the process, and Zeus have managed to step their way in.
It's a fantastic play there from Lapar, honestly. A necessary spray down to the player in the buggy, where the bumper just falls short, taps him on the hips, and the circle will head back up towards that north side, encompassing RSG. Alpha 7 have played a fairly clean game thus far over towards that eastern side, kept things fairly calm. They realized that, they went down early on that last match. Now's the time to bring up those points in towards a consistent position. If they can get themselves a third or second place, I think they'd be happy with that. They can go more for a risky game on the next one, but right now it's about keeping up those averages. So they play something a little bit slower. BTR, on the other hand, again, this is very unlike them. However, I think this is a position they've been put in by other teams, right? They're forcing them to fight, and it just shows BTR is not a bad team. They are strong in these engagements, but they don't want to keep letting these engagements come to them.
Another knock, another flush going over for BTR. They're up against the crunch, but they know what they're doing here. 3 players still alive. Zeus still trying to make a nuisance of themselves. Eren goes down on the roll-up, and Satar able to hold the first wave. Eren has got backup here. Rita cooking this nade far forwards, and Satar is low. Needs to be careful. Heal comes through. Nade over. Goes a little bit long on the cook there, but Rita is allowed to get up to this tree. Maniac, in the meantime, has moved up to get this res, and Zeus are trying to play like an oiled machine. It's working well for them so far. They've got 6 eliminations on this match. A spray down to the backlines. The high ground not going to control Rita's advance as he continues to push on in and make trouble here on the northern side. Inko biding their time passively here. I wouldn't be too worried with a flex out from them. See if they can get involved. But Zeus still march.
Maniac's down though. Another great shot coming through from Lapar, and he has been on it. Up to 600 damage already. And there's a shot over towards Paragin. That's from Team Spirit as they attempted to move their way in. So they've been waiting for this moment. Zeus claps back a little bit over towards Satar, but that is all there is there. And Genthos looks to the final player of Zeus as Darkin hits the deck, and that will be a full wipe. And 7 elims right now for BTR from what was not an easy fight on this northwest side. And I think if you're a BTR fan, you should be cheering for that one.
They've been allowed to do this, to be honest, by Inko. The fact that Inko have not flexed out until just now, BTR have already stabilized. They've got all 3 of their players back up. The healing is coming through. Inko could have easily swept through this entire fight, picked up loads of points, but they didn't. They are passive here. Alpha 7 on the southeast side, they moved Revo out on towards the middle of the circle. Got cut down, taken away from them. Now they're playing as 3. They don't have a forward base of operations, and getting out into the open, going to be all the harder for it.
Yeah, I think, honestly, for Inko, they got shut down fairly early. I think they tried to flex out, but one of the players got immediately knocked on their exit. So they've just gone back their old ways, just kind of sitting in the building. But either way, it's sort of paid off in this game already. I mean, 3 elims, and they're likely going to have a high placing here with only 6 teams remaining in the lobby. Team Spirit gets spotted by Vitali, but immediately there's a nade that comes through. And then Abete will find Levi, so that's all of DXavier gone. I think they had a good chance into this game, but their rotate was cut short by Team Spirit, who's sort of just waiting for that rotate to come through. They'd set themselves up very nicely early down towards that south side. Currently, they're holding off 2 squads with Demuerte as well as Inko, but with DXavier going down, that gives them a ton more space to play around with and try and pick up these final few members here of Demuerte, because then they can start working over towards Alpha 7, who do need to push into the circle themselves.
This is a really difficult approach, though. There's so little strong cover. It's all sloping hills that are going into this next circle. Team Spirit in a late game is a very dangerous force to be reckoned with. All 4 of their players alive, but they are very, very much trapped right now because of these long sloping angles.
This is very much an evolution of Team Spirit, by the way, as well. If you I didn't get a chance to watch PMSL EMEA, Team Spirit in the past were a little bit sloppy, but I think they have leveled up massively coming into PMGC. Carrillo goes down to Muerte, takes some nice, tasty shots through, but I think that was a knock coming through over towards Muerte in the first place. That's from Nomi, who has had significant impact throughout the majority of PMSL EMEA. Now looks to send over towards Inco, who is their next target, because Muerte should be shut down rather soon.
Yeah, they're out of it already. They have gone down in the crunch. Alpha 7 going down, Muerte going down. That's a lot of east side pressure relieved, and BTR can make a move on this as well, but they're further down the hill. Team Spirit trying to take the top of the higher ground here. Inco tried to make that break, but they were a little bit slower than Team Spirit to get out and into this fight. You can see Kitsune still breaking wide, still playing on this angle, and a lot more mobility afforded by the lack of Alpha 7 and Muerte as they get swept aside. Inco take the charge down the hill over towards BTR now. They want this fight. A swing around the back. Will this crash be more successful? BTR lose 1 player first. Remember, they're playing as 3, and immediately a second knock is found. And at the back lines, there's a response, sure, towards Nenebete, but with the 1 player left standing, they can play off of this. And Genfos, he's going to have a real tough time to make it work, and it won't be the case. Team Spirit can move in, though, and this is how you capitalize on a fight. A third party from Team Spirit to look to close this match down.
Yeah, it's an odd play from Inco because this essentially sacrifices their win by doing this. I get that they want to secure themselves a second place, but that just gives it over towards Team Spirit. Probably one of the easiest endings for Team Spirit to 1. You can see they don't look too elated with that one because it was just as easy as sending Matic down on an off angle, as well as the rest of the team getting involved. So very well played to them, but it was a great early game. They didn't get too involved on that south side, but instead looked to hold, which was very, very well done. And again, they were playing a 2-2 split for a long, long time, but it was just patient. It was real patient gameplay, so very well done to Team Spirit in that game.
Absolutely, really nice stuff, and getting rid of Muerte and Alpha 7 at the right time allowed them to unleash their potential here, play off of one another beautifully, getting those assists in, making sure to make it work. You could see our players getting back over to the break rooms, going to be getting those coaching sessions on board, I'm sure. Let's head back over to the desk to break it down.
Well, Team Spirit getting the win here in our second match of Group Yellow on day 1. I know a lot of people out there are going to be extremely happy about this, but I also know another person here chatting with us on the desk who was on the verge of victory with his favorite team, Inco, getting extremely close.
Oh, so close, so close. I mean, I gotta give it to him, right? They had to take this fight with the zone shift. They had to do something. They make the push on the BTR and they win it, you know. But like you were talking, Max, right? If you are the team to fight first, usually the team that ends up to the last doesn't have to worry about a thing. All they gotta do is just time it right, clean up these last players, and win it. And I mean, big ups to Team Spirit to be able to clutch it up.
Yeah, Team Spirit just looking at their fight like, free win. Pretty much. You saw the angles they took at the end, and Nomi had the P90. They were just going to completely shred it, but also good spread when it comes to eliminations. 2 for Kitsune, 3, 3, and 2. So like the entire team put in some heavy work into this match, and just taking some good control. And especially, Jason, we saw this game, Team Spirit really only got involved in fights towards a very late game. They were playing so passive on the southern side, seeing all of these rough, hard circle shifts, and just, you know what, we don't really want to get too involved. We're just going to delay our engagement until the very end. And they just really struck at the best time in this game to really secure the win. So the timing was on point. Great job, Team Spirit.
Yeah, something they definitely have to be proud of here and happy about. Obviously, they still have a long ways to go. 24 matches in total with 22 left to go to be able to get top 3 and get through straight to the grand finals and avoid the survival stage. But obviously, a lot of credit to them. There's also a lot of other teams that we have to credit to. One for me is kind of Demuerte. I really didn't know what to expect when it comes to just raw firepower against some of these teams, because we have the best teams in the world here. It's a big step up from CSA, but as we see here, like the fight over towards the Harry Potter Tower, they're able to fight loops, defend against Sarami Bro as well.
Yeah.
They did a really good job.
It was actually a very, very funny moment there, because I think you had 4 teams involved in that Harry Potter fight you're mentioning here, Jason. And actually, you had this fight of Harame Bro versus Twisted Minds, and Demuerte seeing that, like, wait, that means we can leapfrog and actually get in circle and hold off Twisted Minds, and they do that, and by doing that move, they not only get a bunch of eliminations, they get one of the better positions in that entire southern area of the circle. So, man, Demuerte, really, really good approach. The circle later on down the line, Hodrix, as we saw, was not quite favorable to them, but they make a really good game out of really a tough situation, I would say. So, good on Demuerte.
Dude, good on them, but also good on BTR, man. This team was going crazy this match, and it makes me happy to see it, because I mean, it's so crazy that we talked about dark horses at the top of the show. When I hear the word BTR as a dark horse, I'm kind of like, what? You know, because of just how powerful this name was such a long time ago. But now, I mean, they look to be in top tier form here right at the right time here, Max.
I mean, look, you're saying BTR here, Hot Jukes. We have to say Lepar in particular was such a standout. I think,
true.
Jason, you mentioned at one point getting an insane shot on a play of Horror that was in the car. Like, just absolutely fantastic shots coming out from Lepar. And yeah, I said they were a great team when it comes to rotations. I wanted to see eliminations coming out on board. They got 9 elims. Big win also for BTR this game.
Yeah, very big indeed, considering they were on 0 points at the end of the first match here. So getting 9 elims as well is going to be very important for them. But a couple of other teams we do have to mention as well. Alpha 7. Max, you were talking about it. They were on the eastern side of the zone, and we should maybe even talk about the plane path combined with the zone shifts. Alpha 7 getting kind of lucky with their compound still being in the zone.
Yeah, able to send it, playing the eastern side for the majority of this game, I think it's fair to say. A very interesting send, at least at one point, Jukes. I'm not sure if it's because of misinformation or they just wanted to try and play a bit more aggressive towards the late game of this match. But sending Revo into Demuerte with very minimal information was a bit weird to me, I would have to say. So not sure what was happening there for Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, looks like they were trying to do some kind of 3-1 split, but unfortunately, Revo just got caught out. I mean, that's some of the decisions you have to make as an IGL. You know, sometimes you try to pull out something a little bit special and it doesn't work, you know, but it's still early in this tournament, so I think they have a little bit of room to kind of make some of those decisions. But at the end of the day, you know, when there's so much at stake, usually playing conservative is the better route here, Jason.
Well, I mean, taking a look at Alpha 7, I'd say in the past, we would see them in situations like this get super aggressive just because it's the Alpha 7 style. Like, we know they can contend and beat basically anyone in a fair, you know, 4-on-4 team fight. But to see them kind of be more reserved and realize, okay, we got to play the compound that we have. It's the best play to make in this situation because they're playing for the win. I think it's a good sign to how Alpha 7 mentally are approaching this event here. But we see your MVP Nomi. I'm actually really happy to see this, Max. Like, we're talking about EMEA, and Nomi for me is one of the first players to really bring around successfully that kind of 1-3 style to play these off angles but do it well, whereas someone else on his team didn't have too good of experience back in G Gladiators.
No, Nomi is clearly an MVP contender for this group, right? I think we can all agree on that. He just knew also in this game, Jason, he wanted to use that P90, be just like, no, I got to hold on to it. I just got to wait for the late game to try and secure the win, which ended up working great for him at the end. So look, good plays at the end of the day for Team Spirit and playing passive on the southern side until the very end of this match. Though looking at the utility players, Foops, man. The Foopsoning was happening in this game, Jason. All of the smokes that were used in a Harry Potter building fight allowed them to create an escape route to, and as we said earlier, leapfrog ahead of Twisted Minds. So, man, Foops, man, he's always there, lingering, waiting for his time to strike, and here really enabled his team to make that rotation ahead of Twisted Minds.
Now take a look at the damage here. You can see Federales with 1,100 damage being done here in this last match, which is, again, for not to like downplay them at all, but like when you're not playing like the PMSL of SCA, you're not playing against the best teams consistently, like day in, day out. To see them already have such a strong start here in Group Yellow really gives me vibes of what Coops was saying of SCA being the strongest region. Of course, he was stationed there at Major Pride with 1,000 damage as well.
Yeah, look at the smokes used. It's so crazy to watch. I mean, the intensity and just 2 games already. We've only seen 2 matches, but the speed is at another level here at PMGC, and it just goes to show that all these teams, I mean, they deserve to be here, because I think if they get the right position, they're going to take full advantage of it.
I was looking at some of the player stats also. I think we just saw Becca also have another game with over 1,000 damage. That's 2 games in a row, by the way, for Becca. So like he is being impactful, even in games when we didn't really see too much from Major Pride this game. He's still a part of the equation, and currently, as we can see, Jason, in first place, 28 points. Of course, this second game was a bit tougher for them, but it still brings some eliminations on board. So they're always there, part of the conversation, and so far, holding strong.
Yeah, give them a little of a buffer, right? It is a 4-day long event. We said at the top of the show, you still have the ability to mess up or not perform so well in some of these matches and still hold on relatively highly. I mean, they had 25 points, so they got 3 eliminations in this last game. Team Spirit to get a big step up as they get second place. But let's be honest, we're going to see teams go from very low to very high off the back of one win alone. And speaking of like lows and highs here, Hora, the push that you spotted, Max, into, was it 4 teams? Bigatron, Zeus, Inko, and Reagan's Gaming. I mean, do they feel like they could fight all 4 of those teams at once?
Look, it's just Hora took the cursor of the difficulty of this game and just like, we want it hardcore. and really just you're sending it in the position where you have minimal information and you just go to the center of 4 teams. It's not going to work out for you, Hora. I think at that point, you may be just better off pushing onto Reagan's right now on the northern eastern edge, which is the kind of situation, you know, where teams are located. But no, they send it between 4 teams, and as we saw, Jason, Lepar was ready for that push, so he just completely melted them down. So good play from them, not from Hora.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Maybe Hotchkiss can throw this to you. With only 2 matches being played so far, has there been any big surprises in your eyes from either teams or players individually?
Well, I mean, I think the big surprise, I mean, it's not really a surprise. Yeah, I was about to say, no, Eco should have won that game. No, at the end of the day, I think it just goes to show that just how beautiful this game has developed. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to watch at this level, because before, back in the day, you'd have like 4 or 5 top squads, and then everybody else would kind of just look a cut below the rest. But here it just goes to show that this entire lobby is just stacked top to bottom. I mean, whoever gets the good position, they're gonna just frag out of their minds, and I don't know, it's just so good to see.
What about you, Max? Because for me, I'm looking at the teams I expected to be weak, not being weak.
I actually want to talk about teams we expected to be strong, not being so strong. Xavier and Vampire. I want to kind of like flip it. They at the bottom of the rankings. Of course, it's 2 games. You already said it, Jason. Like, it's 2 games out of all the matches. There's still a lot of like room for them to come back, but there are 2 teams that I think you had both of them in your top 3. I have Vampire in my top 3. It's a bit of a rougher start for them, so you know, they've not been happy. I wonder how they say in Indonesian. We'll have to see, but yeah, they need a bit of a comeback here because they've been silent so far today.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not going to really judge any team too harshly just yet with 2 matches being played. I think that's kind of the story of what we're trying to get across here. But it is cool to see that the teams, like if you're talking about the teams we expect to do well, not doing well, like for me, Major Pride, I know they've only have 1 victory and of course the 3 points they got in match 2. But like that for me, I can't overstate how big of a change up that's been in my eyes from CSA. But then again, it's only been 2 matches. I want to see them continue this. Obviously, we saw Major Pride play in PMGC last year as well. But I don't really know how the rest of the day is going to play out, because I feel like every map we're going to see a different team stand up.
Yeah, I would agree.
Does Hotchukes agree? Well. He looks like he agrees. It's
yeah.
poor Hotchukes.
Yeah,
he's over
well. I mean, Major
in
Pride...
the US. 3 a.m., 4 a.m. for him. I don't know how he does it.
Hey, you know what? It is 7 a.m. now, baby. My eyes are open and ready to go. And Major Pride have been delivering some major pain today already. And it's good to see here. I mean, yeah, it has only been 2 matches. I think we're going to see some of the big names start popping off anytime soon now. But I always give like kind of like the Hot Jukes excuse card. I always punch it for 1 game, right? For at least the game number 1 of the tournament. Because you kind of got to shake off the nerves, kind of get ready and settled in.
Yeah.
But I mean, we already played 2. So that's already been punched. We're good to go. I think from here on out, it's just, you got to give it all you got.
I mean, especially when you're looking at these type of tournaments, right, Juice? And you were a professional player back in the day, so I'm sure you know that, like, day one, it's a learning day, right, when it comes down to it. So teams, maybe, if they had a bad start today, are like, you know what went wrong? Back to VOD review. And I think tomorrow, as we typically say, Jason, on all these events, day 2 is the true day 1 of these global tournaments. So, like, tomorrow, we'll see how things are really going to go down. But today is just a little bit of a taste and an opportunity for maybe teams who don't really look at too much to perform on these global tournaments to actually stand out and surprise us, just like, for example, your Major Pride. So we'll see if they're going to get punished tomorrow, if they can keep that hype train going.
Who had the mention of Hotjukes being a pro player back in the day on their bingo card? Well, I mean, we pretty much just give that as a center spot because that's going to be free for everyone out there. But I do want to maybe talk about Twisted Minds because whenever I think of like Coops in particular, I always think back to Enigma Galaxy, and I always think back to him being like the spearhead of the team and the one to kind of go off and like create opportunities for his roster. But it seems like Twisted Mind, I'm kind of really enjoying the way they're rotating and kind of their decision making so far. Obviously, not letting them too many points, but it seems like Coops doesn't have to be that kind of player at the moment to, all right, guys, let me just like make the fights happen. Let me go win these fights, 1v3, 1v4, like we saw previously. It seems like he has support.
Yeah, it's not like on Enigma Galaxy for sure. He's able to play around this team a little bit more because all of the team is just top tier fraggers from different regions like Dorian, Robs, etc.
Yeah.
I do think looking back on this game though, and I don't know if you would agree on this, Hot Troops, I think they maybe got a little bit tunnel visioned on their fight versus Harame Bro and forgot about Demuerte. They're able to leapfrog their position. So maybe just looking at the overarching situation they're in and maybe understanding this fight doesn't make too much sense at this current moment. Maybe we should try and like reposition and let that fight be for the time being. I think could be a good positive for their future games at least.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're making the right decisions for sure. I mean, I think they're ending up in bad spots, but they're finding a way to be able to make opportunities. And I'm going to go back to that Sanhok game, right? That bow tate was gorgeous, right? They were able to make it to a good solid spot in the circle. Unfortunately, they didn't capitalize off of it the way we wanted to see it, right? But we're seeing those decisions made. So if they're able to get those executions just dialed in, I mean, that's what it comes down to. And at the end of the day, sometimes you got that 50-50, right? You either go left or you go right. And sometimes both of them don't work out. I think that's kind of like what happened here in this last game. I think once they get a good spot under their belt, they're going to put up some serious points. But it's good to see them get active when they're not gifted those zones. You know what I'm saying?
You agree? You agree, Max? You happy with that?
I know what he's saying. Yeah,
I do know. I think I feel like we've had as well, albeit only 2 matches being played, some pretty like not easy zones, but some pretty like kind of normal zones. We haven't seen anything too crazy, and I kind of want to see those start to come out. Yeah. Some very heavy shifts, some very like water heavy zones as well, because I want to see these teams pushed. I don't want to see some normal laid back PUBG Mobile esports here. I want to see teams tested and tried, because if you want to be the world champ, if you want to flare up here, you got to be able to bring it down in the most difficult of times. And it's really going to test the team's true grit if they can make something happen from that.
I think it's like a once wise man said, no pressure makes diamonds here, Jason. And that is really what we're working here with in PMGC. That pressure is going to make these teams into absolutely beautiful diamonds. Though one thing I want to talk about a little bit before we head into our next Erangel is going to be Deeg Xavier. I feel like as a team here...
Who?
I mean, so far, yeah, kind of. Like Deeg Xavier are trying to play Edge. And we talked about it. Edge here, Hot Jukes, is like, it's rough when it comes to these global tournaments when you don't have those feeder teams to carve your way out in the edge of these circles. Deeg Xavier have been attempting to do that 2 games back-to-back now. And as we've seen, it's not been so successful. So are they going to keep doing that or maybe adapt? I'm not too sure.
Man, I'm gonna be real. I don't know if they're attempting it. I think that they're forced to do it, kind of like the way these past 2 matches have gone. Maybe, so I mean, hopefully they're able to.
What's my man smelling?
Hopefully they're able to make some adjustments. Yeah. You know what?
I don't know. It's getting
ready
some smelling salts or something.
You know
getting all hyped up, going for his big PR here.
tight. Yes.
We can take a look at our top 4 fighters at the moment when it comes to Noxer. DRX, who's been a little bit quiet. The big surprise at PMWC. Obviously not too much data to talk about them just yet, but it's nice to be able to see, again, go into lobbies like this, they can compete. Seeing, Harami Bro up there as well, Demorte, Bigatron. Like these are not necessarily the 4 names I expected to be here before the day started. Yeah,
as we said, currently the teams that were looking the weakest in this region, in this group, should I say, are looking to impress. So I'm happy about that. It's cool to see some different names up at the top of the tables. I do think we're going to have a bit of a flip eventually throughout this group, but yeah, DRX, I want to see them continue trying to get those eliminations. They're struggling when it comes to placement points, but they are getting elims, which is a bit of an opposite from PMWC, so hopefully they can stay on that track.
Okay, we're taking a look at the teams here as we're getting moments away from getting into our 3rd match, which of course will be on Erangel once again. We still have 2 Erangels left, followed by 2 Miramars as well. And of course, today, tomorrow, and the next 2 days thereafter will be completely group yellow until we do finish things off and find out who our 3 teams will be. After these 2 matches being played here, Hot Jukes, you want to change potentially who is in your top 3? I'm thinking about it, to be honest.
No, I'm not changing anybody. I mean, Inco Gaming, baby, second place
my
in the
God.
last game.
Stop.
Let's go. I mean, we are starting on the right train here, Max.
I'm not on that Inco train. You're not getting me on that Inco train.
Hey,
Like, it's gonna need a lot more than this.
Toot. Get on the train, bro. Get it while it's hot, because I'm going to tell you what, I'm investing early. You know, one thing, Jason, we talk about a wise man. A wise man once talked about the most important factor when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports. You know what that is, Jason?
$20 and the power of it.
It's momentum, okay? Right? Who has the most momentum going into this next game?
Well, you know what? Unfortunately, we can't check in the momentum meter here today to see how things are really playing out. But you know what? $20 can get teams to do something crazy. We got even more than $20 on the line here. We got $3 million on the line. So that can make you do, I can't do the math off the top of my head. That's a lot of 20s, Andy. Just imagine you get your prize money cashed out in 20s and you're just walking around like,
oh,
hey, can I get an upgrade at my hotel? How's this $20 treating you?
You'd be unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. I can just in my head hear Kalaris just squirming and raging hearing this $20 conversation once again.
That would be 150,000 $20, by the way.
Wow, that's a lot of 20s.
Yeah, that's a lot of 20s. That can take you far.
That's a lot of upgrades, man.
Yeah.
And you know what, dude? Hopefully we see these teams upgrade here in this next match, because it's the second Erangel of the day, bro. And you know what? It's time to get active here, Jason.
Yeah, so let's throw it back over to our commentators once again, and they know the power of $20. John Allen and Blink.
We are all about the power of the $20 bill here over on the PMGC, apparently, out of nowhere, seemingly. We're into match 3, the second of our triple bill of Erangel. We are about to cross the halfway mark on the day, and the playing path a little bit more chill than the first time around, blank from Stalber down to Ferry Pit.
Yes, we are. And I mean, honestly, this is a bit more of a kinder circle than we saw last game, which we headed from Sosnovka up towards Quarry side of things. But yeah, we're heading into the game. Third match of the day already. Feels like it's kind of going blindingly fast right now. We are teams dropping in. This is Zeus, who used to have to fight for this position almost every game on a playing path like this, but they get it all to themselves now.
No noisy neighbors to give them any trouble. Landlords will be happy. MSJ breaking out to the west towards Georgia Pole, most likely there. And De Muerte alone on the Severny south split. They have got a nice wide spread. They can grab those vehicles, fold them back into their position on the north side. There's teams down towards the south. Again, it looks like we're not going to get too many hot drops, but there are teams quite close by to one another. So not firm hot drops, but those vehicle scraps that you sometimes see. This might prompt some action, though. A hard west circle.
A pretty disgusting circle, to say the least. A lot of water in this one as well. So heading over towards that western side can be a little bit more difficult. This looks like a rehost to me. I would... be inclined to believe.
Oh, after such a naughty circle as well.
I know.
I wonder what went wrong.
I think they were just like, this circle's not for me, lads. Let's go elsewhere. Let's do something different. Someone
was like, here's a 20. Let's get a different circle. That's definitely exactly what happened. No, of course not. Our teams are just making sure that everything is nice and fair. Everyone's connected properly. Everyone has got a level playing field. Just the cause of these restarts, more often than not, making sure everyone's got the audio sorted out, everything like that. DRX, gonna have to go for round 2 of the smelling salts, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. I mean, he was having a good time with it, honestly. I was happy for him. You know, he's waking himself up. Honestly, the time differences might be pretty brutal going into PMGC for some of these teams. Yeah, we're just getting our players back into match now. Overall, John, I think it's been quite a good start to our tournament. I think it's been fairly competitive so far. It's also nice to see some of our teams that we expected to do well up towards that top side be back into it. I mean, Team Spirit is definitely one that I'm most pleased about because they're a team that just flops at internationals. Now, did it take for them to win a finals to actually be in a spot where they can think to themselves, you know what, guys, we could probably do this?
Here's the thing about Team Spirit, though, right? Is it's happened before where it's like 2-3 days into a set, they're at the top, they're feeling happy, and then they come into that last day and all of a sudden the bottom drops out of them, and they just can't find the points. They get overtaken. I think they got bubbled multiple times in previous PMGCs and didn't even make it to the finals, despite going into the final day of their group stages on the top spot. So definitely something that will be weighing on their minds. Even if they have strong performances here, they need such a big gap between them and the teams behind them. That's not how you put on a headset. Come on, figure it out. That's definitely wrong. Something's going wrong. Someone check. Someone check on DXavier, because that is not right.
Is that Cyclops right now?
Dude, I
You
can't
want
believe
the
that.
laser beam?
No. It's that's the wrong Marvel. It's definitely Venom. He's just symbiotic on the forehead right now. He's trying to. Maybe Max should start wearing his headsets like that.
Possibly.
Cover up that forehead.
Whoa. What?
Hit him with a hairline bandana.
That's so horrible.
Hell
That's
yeah.
so horrible.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, man, you can't be cruel to the guys on the desk. They're chilling. They're chilling right now. They're having a good time. You know, they're pumping out the analysis over on that side of things, getting themselves all ready to go into this one. To Muerte's like, we have either they were saying hello or we have, okay, it's definitely hello. I was like, this is either an urgent issue that needs fixing, that they also need their smelling salts on side, and then they weren't given any.
Max fans just sent a picture in our group chat. He's got it. He's locked in with the headphone bandana. A la DXavier. Goodness me. That's nice. Hey, look at that. Ooh, I love that little map there with the movable hot drop spots. I like that. That's looking clean for BTR.
Well, you know, it's a team that's been around for a while. They know how to do their drop spots, dude. They know how to do their drop spots. I mean, most of these teams understand now. I think my favorite moment out of most of the PMSLs was the last game of Erangel. And I think it was Virtus Pro, but Icy ripped up the Erangel drop spots. He was like, we're done with it. I'm getting out. And he ripped up the map. And I was like, that's kind of a cool way to finish off one of the maps from your games. You know, you put it behind you, you move on to the next event. Twisted Mind's on our screens though, and this is one we've talked about a lot, John. Actually, I think that there are very, very strong teams. I mean, Coops and Law just have this undeniable teamwork together, right? I think that they're very much working hand in hand a lot of times as that front line. And Rob's, I think, although Rob's is a great player, he's such a good player, I think he's the only one on the team that kind of feels like a bit of a mismatch with them. Needs to figure out his position within it, because this is not me saying that Rob's is a bad player. I just don't know where he fits in the team at the moment, because a lot of times he is that frontliner, but I think you've already got such a strong pair with both Coops and Lord. Is that where does Rob's really fit into that dynamic?
It's difficult, of course, like especially when you've come through a pretty struggling season, and you've done really well back in EMEA, right? Coming and having to readapt with this new style roster. They found something that worked for them, obviously, back in EMEA, but here maybe could be a little bit more troublesome. So I hope our teams are getting ready to lock in on the match, because, oh no, I'm not seeing headsets on heads. This is bad news, Blank.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get us back into this. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We're good to wait. We can chill here for a little bit, John, whilst we get ourselves situated and sorted. We've also turned the lights off in the studio because we're all going home now, actually. Yeah, yes. We're ending the day right here. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Stay.
Whoa.
Don't leave. Don't leave us.
That was just a Halloween trick.
It's a BTR prank. BTR
Whoa,
prank.
Real bandana. Not headphone bandana. I like it.
He's got it. He knows what's going on.
That's right.
I don't think the hair really works with it though. That's not being mean. I think if maybe pulled the bandana back a bit, it could be a little bit better.
That's fair.
There's Aaron.
You just want everyone to go for the Nomi hairband.
I do, yeah. There's Aaron on your left, possibly the greatest player on Zeus right now. Very, very young player as well, but he has definitely shown off his skills so far. Which I've been really pleased to see. I mean, yeah, Nomi used to be that guy where he was so young yet so proficient at the game. I just have to see new talent break into the scene.
Maxman's already on board, as we were calling him Eren Jaeger back in the EMEA. And he's already read into it. He loves a bit of anime, does our Max man. Maybe we'll have to get a couple of players named after some One Piece characters, and then he'll be even happier.
Yeah, I think you will. Everyone's kind of like having this meditation a little bit, other than these guys.
They are chilling.
Yeah, well, he's been passing around the smelling salt, so of course they are.
Yeah. Oh, they're pointing. Is this one of those, like, who's the most likely to, I don't know, die first in a match? All pointing.
Whoa. That's mean. What do you mean
Well,
about that? Maybe he's like,
I don't know.
point the
anything.
coolest guy on our squad.
Who's the most likely to win the most points? Yeah, could be that. Both equally likely.
But we are just waiting. Whilst we get some of these technical issues fixed on board, here's Alpha 7. Still fairly happy with themselves. I mean, they should be as well, because they are a strong team with one of the coolest jerseys around with the holographic on side.
That's right. Secret rare Alpha 7.
Yeah.
Very cool. You'd love to see it. Looking a bit like cut opal there. I mean, I really like the holographic style on that.
Yeah, I know. Do you know what really is always so curious to me? Because Revo is such a calm guy a lot of times. You know, he's super locked in whenever he's in game. But he was...
What's Keeps doing?
Keeps just chilling.
He's like frozen in time. What's going on?
I
Put that
actually
elbow
don't
down.
know what he is doing. He's
Is that a knee up? I've no idea what's going on there. But he's getting locked in for sure.
But yeah, for Revo, it was cool for me because he's such a calm guy, and a lot of times he's quite locked in, pretty serious. But I think he was the most emotional out of all of them at PMWC when they got that win. And I was very pleased to see that. And I mean, you know, you've got to let out some of that emotion sometimes. You can't always be locked in, and it felt like he'd been holding all that in for that big moment. So yeah, again, for Revo, back to his old antics of super serious, the DBS maestro in the game. This looks like game time.
Maps. It kind of might be. You know, it could be. We don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, there's a countdown. Blank. That usually means there's a game about to start. The question is, prank, trick, or treat?
Probably prank.
You think prank? You think not real game? You think fake game?
I don't know. Maybe prank? Possibly prank? Who knows?
Could be. I mean, it's one of the options. 10 seconds. We'll find out.
There's a few options to be had here.
Lights are blue this time. Currently.
What does that mean? Blue
I don't know.
Let's go.
Blue for map. This one. Erangel will be back on up, and we are jamming out in the plane once more as we head over. And again, the plane path fairly chill on that south side, going up towards Severny, a little bit to the west, but overall is going to be really quite nice. Breaking out to the east, not going to be too hard. Of course, with the straightness of this plane path, it means there's a lot of those vehicle spawns available on the east side of this one, and it won't be super hotly contested. Let's get in for match number 3.
Exactly, John. Let's jump right into it. We have this plane path that you already mentioned before. Very fair. No one's really unhappy with this one. Teams getting out down towards the south side. Bro Harame already dropping towards military base. BTR, I think it was sort of interesting, right, when we watched them play, because once they were put in that deadly scenario, it felt like they really switched on, were able to get some good elims going, and mostly helped out by the fact that Lepar was on point during those couple of engagements, but they were holding on. I mean, three teams versus one essentially at one point. So for BTI, it was definitely interesting to see that, you know, they have it in them. They're not a slouch of a team, and that's exactly why they belong here at the PMGC. But it was just a little bit odd to me that they don't take that same kind of firepower to other squads and try and create openings, because that is becoming more and more of the norm here in a lot of our PUBG mobile games. Is you have to expose that space for yourself by cutting a way through. the lobby, which often means taking fights with other teams because they're not likely to give up strong positions in the map. And again, we get to that point now where a lot of teams are quite comfortable at finding a central position. And if you are on the side of the map like DRX is right now, where they have complete control over towards Gatka, they're likely going to have a strong position towards the beginning of the game. But if you're a team like Loops, you're going to have to spearhead that approach towards them. If you want to get that strong position, you have to take it off them. So you can't just rely on circles all the time.
Definitely not something that you can look to be a mainstay of your performance. Over on the north side, you see BTR around that Sanhok area. Zeus moving a little bit further north, and they're going to find a little bit of a scrappy loot, I think, all things considered. Not going to be super happy with this. The circle, it's not as dramatic as the first time around we went into match 3, but this time it is still on that southwest side, going to be centering up to the east of Quarry, around those Gak fields, west side of the Chinky. And so Zeus, nearer to Stalber, going to have quite a long way to go if they want to get into, well, they're going to want to get into this next circle, right? Major Pride with Inko close by, but that's just a vehicle pilfering going on, a scouting mission for Inko. They'll fold back.
Yeah, I think if you Alpha 7 looking at this one right now up towards North George, easy rotates past Mirror and Sejong, down towards the south side of the map on the western rotate on the coastal side. And I think that that does open up options for Zeus as well in Stalber, if you think about it, in the sense that for the Muerte, they're likely going to make a push over towards Box Compound, play from there. So Zeus has this pretty confirmed approach over towards the northwest side of the map and just passing along that coastal side to get into the circle. So I don't think they mind too much heading over towards Stalber and getting very looted up. Not only that they have quite a few sight lines to look down and maybe get a lay of the land before they start pushing out. It's really Vampire that I've got most of my eyes on here. Most of them. I only have 2, so that would be 1, I guess. 1.5, potentially, if I squint one of my eyes. But yeah, for Vampire down towards that southwest side, this is a team that we know is strong, but they have a lot of difficulty getting started, right? Getting the engine started into their tournaments. Now, this is one of the positions where you start towards Primorsk. You have 2 angles already set up around Quarry. I typically would expect a good game from Vampire from this position.
You would hope. And this is their time to prove themselves somewhat. DRX, though, pretty difficult team to deal with. Currently in 5th place. Sat sort of ahead of them in Gatka, but I imagine that they're not going to be the team that they come up right against, with teams going to start to move down to the southwest fairly shortly. You'd expect by 5 minutes, teams are going to be looking for these rotates down, especially on the earlier sides of the plane path. So on this south edge, you could see teams like Harame Bro moving in, coming into contact with RSJ on the western bridge. Major Pride, they're already fairly central, so they've made their move. I'm looking at Twisted Minds and Loops as well over towards Milter, and on that shelter split, respectively. On the east side could come into contact as well. So some early rotates coming through from our lower down teams on the map, from the teams towards the south. Potential for trouble.
Yeah, again, if you are lower down on the tables, you have to switch your play up a little bit, right, and start playing for these placement points, which means a more central position in the early game. DRX, though, this is really bad news for them, considering they started with a lot of control over towards Gatka. Major Pride is doing exactly what I talked about earlier and just slicing through that opposition, opening up a spot in the map for themselves, which is nice to see. Yeah, really aggressive rotate. And again, I think for DRX it's a mistake of a rotate as well, because you know that most teams do like to make this crossing on the south side. You're getting down early, but not early enough. A lot of teams would want to play center on this circle. They know there's not a bunch of compounds around this area in the first place, so get yourself a nice little bit of landmass to play around with, or one of the few compounds in this area. So DRX just takes way too long, and I think for Gatka it's a fine starting point. Everyone knows it's not the most amazing of loot in that area. A lot of times you have to do some trash looting, but I think for them they could have just switched things up straight away, headed down towards Quarry at the start of the game and just looted there instead, considering they're so close to the circle. So yeah, for DRX, not a fan of that.
Fortunate to lose the player, but they will have 3 to carry on, or try to at the very least. Team Spirit, they're just to the south of DRX, and Kitsune right now closest to them, the forever scout in the IGL role. Kitsune just gathering that intel. Playing this compound, I think, is going to keep them very safe for a while. The difficulty, of course, will always be transitioning, which is what Kitsune is trying to get for them. If they allow teams up into the hills above them, there is basically no way they ever leave that compound. If the circle moves away, they are in big, big trouble. So having that outpost there, very valuable for them.
Yeah, Cat Hill does have like a lot of sightlines to look down towards that compound, and it's a huge compound as well. It's not possible to hold all of it. A lot of times you'll want to take the 3-story, try and get some scouting done off the back of that, and also eliminate a lot of the nade threat as people rotate over towards that position. But for Team Spirit, the difficulty mainly with this position alongside with Vampire and rotated in from that northeast and the north. You're caged right now, and if a nasty hard shift on the circle goes up towards the north side, you make your way through a lot of teams to get into a good position. Luckily for Vampire as well as Team Spirit, potentially DRX as well if you want to look at them, because this circle was so far down towards the south, it's assumed that the next circle isn't going to head too far away from Quarry, so it is more of a thought out decision as opposed to one out of necessity of needing a spot in the circle. I don't mind it too much for those squads.
Major Pride marauding around close to the Vampires. Open terrain, so staying on the move. A nice little
That's a
bit
double
of
spray
protection
down
for them. Oh, hang on a minute. Where did that come from? Across the way, they found Muerte trying to get a little bit froggy with it. That is not great news for Muerte.
Some great shots from Evo Station. Popped both the players out the vehicle. I don't know if they were rotating in together or it was a case of just a double spray down. Either way, impressive from Evo Station on that side of things. But here's our next circle. It heads far off towards that western side. This is probably one of the circles that a lot of players did not want to see, particularly all these squads on that eastern side who have to move in because they've got to go further now, and that means rotating further through a lot of these squads. Now, you might think that for some of these teams it's going to be really bad, which it is, but for some of the squads who are already rotating in as vehicles, they can just continue the approach. They already have that momentum. They can send it either far up towards that northern side, wrap around towards some of the high grounds that sit towards the western side of the map.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
Okay, Twisted Minds do not stop off. There's a knock over towards Inco. Another player goes very, very low. That slows them down. But the two teams that ran alongside Inco actually just going to leave them to get these reses, allow them to be behind and play for the center. RSJ, DRX, also Twisted Minds can third party from the top of the hill. This could be great news for Twisted Minds, but there's shots from the top of the quarry mound as well as RSJ hold down the warehouse, looking for the res over onto Bay. But Twisted Minds, you can see, they've got that high ground oversight. Also got Team Spirit on the south edge, all looking at this warehouse side.
Whew. I mean, yeah. He's super exposed here. I mean, for Nomi, this is a nice position to take control over towards the warehouses on the south side. But I think that T-Spirit needs to realize at this point in time that there is a huge amount of squads that just entered in from that eastern area. Okay, trying to line up the shot. I genuinely think that for Nomi, he's kind of far behind. I think it'd be difficult for the rest of the team to actually pick him up. They're going to send a vehicle up that way, but they'll need smokes galore, and the cover's not amazing for the revive either.
See if they can get that one back into the fold, because Nomi, one of the MVP candidates here in Group Yellow. Very powerful force on Team Spirit as well, so not someone you want to lose too lightly. Effect trying to make that dash across, but you can see close by is Pusher, the rest of Muerte as well. That's not good news for Aura, losing a player to a self-burn. And a second as well. Have Aura just gone down? I think they might have, well, lost most of their players anyway. Effect dashing across. There's that smoke cover you were talking about. A lot of pressure from some bullets, but he's going to try and make it.
It's a really difficult decision, honestly, for them. Maniac goes down. Nice couple of shots there coming through on the DBS. But a good bit of clap back, and that will be the final player finished up there for Aura. Really just holds his angle. Respect to him. But yeah, for Team Spirit, I think that a lot of times in the past, they would have maybe just given up on Nomi there. But I think they've realized that they're not in the most horrible position, especially on a rotate on the south side. They could win this game, so getting Nomi up is pretty essential. It's going to be getting yourself out of there. So it starts on the res. I've got a little bit of time to do this as more and more squads start to come on through. Kitsune has to be very much on the money here. Doesn't want to peek too much and get knocked, but would like to have some influence of extracting his teammates on that plateau.
BTR moving in the hill south of Gatka, with Major Pride occupying the compound that sits in the saddle between those two hills, sits in that dip. It's a very difficult position to move away from now. So BTR kind of trapped here on the high ground. They'll be safe for quite a while, though. Not too many teams looking to contest it. Loops may look for a wide rotate up towards the north side and contest this position, but that is probably about at least a minute away, and we'll see if that does come on through, and they could always just go straight on in. So Loop's the major threat right now to BTR. Major Pride got to stop them from moving too much forwards. Team Spirit on the southwest side with this circle shift means that that quarry lining is pretty difficult for them to navigate now. Not out of the question for them to drop out of the circle, move all the way around the west side, and move in to Mirin Sejong's position on the northwest.
And they could have done this a lot earlier. Again, I think this comes down to a little bit of greed coming through from Nomi, which he has been known for in the past. I mean, that was a dangerous spot to be playing, and he gets punished for it, which is fair enough. Some of these players in the lobby have incredible accuracy, and it was coming against Tony K. So, yeah, very tough. But I think if that rotate came through earlier, they would have had a much easier time rotating on the south road of Quarry, and then getting yourself, like you say, up towards maybe position on that north side. Now, Twisted Minds do have a lovely little spot to play around with, which does encompass a lot of the teams coming out from Quarry, but there are only four players. This will be versus a whole herd of teams stamping their way out from Quarry if this does move up towards that northern side. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It almost acts as an urban area environment with the amount of compounds and positions to hide in around Quarry. So I think if you are playing this area, you're a little bit worried, and you sort of just in this position now where you're waiting for the next circle to pop. DX Xavier is quite happy with their position though, as they always have this easy escape route down the hillside on their north.
Alpha 7.
Come on,
Team
Nomi.
furthest on the southwest, right at the back of Quarry. Nomi gets knocked again for Team Spirit. Are they going to be able to invest the same amount of smokes, the same amount of resource to go and get him back up? Because they spent a lot there. And their options are starting to be whittled away with the blue zone pushing in. The rotations out to the west, no longer really an option.
Yeah, again, I don't see the reason for Nomi trying to take any of these shots in the first place, because pumping these shots out towards maybe a Vampire as well as an Alpha 7, understandable, try and get a break point, but Nomi didn't necessarily need to go down there again. I mean, at least he's getting some kind of information, but now teams will be coming in from that south side. You got some Muerte as well as Loops. Inco also need to make that move. It's tough. And again, yeah, this is the position they were stuck in. It's a question of whether they didn't even have the smokes to escape from this area. I think Kitsune likely will have to smoke their exit at this rate.
He's got 4 in the pocket, so we'll have a little bit of cover. BTR, they're moving in from the northeast side. Twisted Minds sat right in the middle of this one, Blank. In the compound, just to the north of Quarry. A lot of open fields to the north side of it as well. They've got some decent oversight on the positions down to the south, which means that the run-up from Quarry is very, very difficult. And in general, Twisted Minds in command of this circle. The ridgeline out to the east of them, towards where DX Xavier hold, also a very valid spot to play this next circle in, but teams are going to have to start to push through now, and Loops going to be the first team to try and make that break over towards Inco. You maybe think that that's the best way to go for it, as Wancho looks to hop on out through the window and will be able to land the DBS, confirms the point as well. Looks for the corner, suppresses it back. A nice spray down as Loops coming a cropper against Inco here. And it's a real tough time, but there is answers. There is a conversation being had in this firefight, but it just leaves Nenebete with one player to worry about down below. And potentially more across the way, because in comes BTR.
And BTR's had a hand in this fight for quite a while, just makes some of these angles awkward. Obviously, they didn't get too many picks off the back of this one, but they certainly can come in and clean up as Nenebete tries to finish off the final play here from Loops. Nino on the outside, nice nade, does a bit of damage, and with the S12K, this should be an easy cleanup. Only the UMP as well as the M4 for Vitin. In comes his teammate.
Ooh, nice shot, but is immediately crossfired there with the off angle. Nino able to keep Loops alive here. Inco fall. Bigatron in the meantime up the top of the hill are going to have complete control over this run out though. It's going to be impossible for Loops to get out of here if BTR look to try and hold it.
A smart choice from Zuxi as well. Taking out the wheels on the vehicle. I mean, at this point in time, I think they just want to confirm the finish. Even if they don't confirm the finishes here, as long as they kind of rip away any kind of mobility from Loops, that thorn in their side shouldn't get too far. Nino with a back wheel missing here as well. I think it's going to be slow. Smoke train already in play. A slight gap in it. And Lepar's going to try and take advantage of that.
Well spot, but rolled across so slow and sluggish. The park can't quite find the angle through the trees. Finally, a little bit of a clearing in the forest, but the slowest approach you've ever seen as Loops draw short and get to cover. Will they be able to stay alive for too much longer? Because BTR still have the ankles. A nice hop across the open ground, but straight into the waiting arms of Harami Bro. They need a knock. They need something more. And Harami Bro not stopping Vitinho, going over on in. There it is. That's the nade. That's the shutdown, and Loops fall.
Yeah, Loops lived for about a minute longer than they absolutely should have. And I mean, Lepar, I mean, look, he was waiting for him to pass through the gap in the smoke, and he set themselves up for that way. But if he wasn't going to take shots then, why not set yourself up on the hillside in front there so you have a better angle instead of desperately dashing over in that direction? So yeah, for BTR, waiting so long to set up for 2 eliminations, it all goes awry there at the end. So a lot of time invested for basically nothing. I was a little bit unimpressed by that one. At least they might be able to find some elims here, John.
Twisted Minds still holding their central position, clocking the scout from Alpha 7. Carrillo not able to make his way through. BTR, I mean, they absolutely have prior position over this compound and just didn't need to commit to it, but losing the point, not a deal. Have to shift up to the northwest. It's Twisted Minds and DXavier for me in this next circle. That should have been a bit more of connected spray, but finally did not come through. Has to be helped out by Demuerte.
It's hard to finish off. I don't know if that was stolen. Actually, it was from Tresley onto Muerte. BTR's not having a good time right now. All the plans that they laid down are getting torn to shreds. A lot of teams down towards our southeast side, and the circle did move far up towards that northwest, so quite a few squads do need to get a move on now. RSG just holding their own in their compound on that north side. It's a smart position to play, and Tatar's desperately tried for so long, and a double spray down from Federal. We'll find more on this when Team Spirit comes in. Federal has been unbelievable on these shots.
And there's an answer finally from Team Spirit, but BTR may have just been given the eliminations that they kind of earned earlier on, all things safe to say. They're up to 3 elims, but unfortunately they've only got 2 players left. Kitsune, last to stand, hops out, looks for the challenge. Zuxi, ready with it, but so was Kitsune. Unfortunately, the vehicle goes up in smoke, and that leaves Team Spirit destitute. 4 elims found this match, but nothing more.
I can understand the play. I mean, they were locked in for so long, but the blame is on Nomi there. Because the amount of times he got knocked really restricted them, because they were already making a move for that south road. By the time he got knocked, it slowed them down so much. They could have had a much better game off the back of that one. BTR, on the other hand, yes, they get those elims in hand, but realistically, they should be up to around about 10 elims in this situation. Team Spirit sort of gifts them with their presence over on that south side, and finally they can make a move upwards, but yeah, not how they wanted that to go down.
BTR now with a scrap against RSG. 4 players alive for RSG. BTR now shredded down to 2 after their various and numerous engagements. GZ needs smokes, pressure as they move on forwards. Getting rid of BTR down in this valley will be a great opener for them to transition, but they've got a long road ahead of them, and they'll have to make it a little bit further. I don't think BTR make it out of this one. Satar is spotted and will be felled. But DXavier, they have angles over towards this way, and this next move for RSG, really, really tough.
Yeah, a lot of our teams that are actually far down the leaderboard right now are getting themselves into a nice late game here. Virtus Vampire, come on, first bros. It's VP. Vampires over towards our south side. It's a team that I expected to do quite well in this match, especially for a lot of the ground that they were given early on, the control they could hold from it. But this is a bold move over towards RSGs. They go to loot the crates potentially from BTR, give up this high ground, basically put themselves in the exact same position as BTR earlier. And Stone doesn't want any of it right now. Does pass that information back across the rest of the team, though.
Oh, Tony K gets clocked from across the way. That's Twisted Minds in that compound that they've been in for so long. In general, I mean, for RSG, you move away. You know that Vampire don't need to commit, or don't really want to commit, if anything, to that hillside on the east where RSG were able to take those shots off towards BTR. Because it's not in this next circle, the next move going to be much more forefront in the minds there as Vampire on the long side.
It's high ground to work with. I think right now they're sort of protected by these other teams. God sends through with a nice roll down over towards DX Xavier, who are very much out in the open, and Vampires see their opportunity.
Ooh. Straight on in, and 2 players go down. DX Xavier looking to hold their shack. They've been here for a while again, but it's just the 1 player now standing. On the inside, cuts a 3rd away, and the Vampires are straight through the heart of their push. Finally able to find something, but Vampire only on Newsy left now, needs these reses, needs this healing. Twisted Mind's just about covered off by terrain.
I mean, respect to Vampire. They saw an opportunity. They went to take it. It's the only really thing you can do in this scenario. Adete lived for way longer than I think anyone expected. But it's Major Pride who has been making some major waves in this game. Up to 10 elims already. A fantastic match for them playing on the northern side of the map. They weren't even really at all engaged with this southern bout in Quarry, yet still been able to put up a fair amount of elims, kind of trying to control over towards this northern side of the map. Owl 7 move up towards Twisted Minds. It's a good nade from Doran, but it just goes slightly short.
Oh, that bounces good, and it finds the knock. Revo with the re-knock as well, and that second nade already on the cook. Mafioso lays it down beneath him, calls his shot. Revo puts him down, and into the dirt he goes. Alpha 7 have been working these angles for a long time now, Blank. They approached, the knock went over towards Carrillo, but they were able to regroup, get that res, and Twisted Minds, as soon as their attention is drawn to Vampire, Alpha 7 read it. They move up, and they're on the ridgelines now.
Yeah, again, this is where Team Spirit would have been if not for those early knocks. But again, for Doran, that was such a good nade, and it's on the typical position where you would crash anyway. It just doesn't go quite far enough, and these nades just going wide as Alpha 7 step round the McGrellin with some funky maneuvers for himself. Nade goes far, does find a little bit of damage over towards Mafioso, but now a test for Twisted Minds.
It's all up to the Frenchman here. Rob's on the front line. Looking to hold off 2 players from Alpha 7. Revo and McGrellin up to the window now, playing pair fire maneuver. Hopping up onto the sofa, trying to hold those cheeky angles here. Rob's looking for an opening. Has got back up now as he looks for the shot on the doorframe, but it's just not going to work. Gets winged there, and Alpha 7 moving through. Surgical on their approach here, and immediately the player outside the door is handled. Only one on the back lines now. It's up to Lord. He's already taken low. Will find a little bit of spray, and in comes Vampire. A third party on the engagement. A really timely approach, and what a way to play for Newsy. A nade littering onto the open ground between the buildings. Lord given a little bit of a breather.
I love that from Goose as well, just shutting the door on McGrellin, trying to open up a place where potentially Lord's able to find that elim and confirm that knock and at least get them one more point in this game. One more point, sometimes that's all it is about. Carrillo moves off from his off angle, which was extremely influential during that fight. But yeah, very well played to Alpha 7. I mean, they knew how to handle this, and it's not often you see Robs get taken down in 1v1 for shotgun, but Revo has time and time again proved himself to be the best DBSer in the entirety of the world, despite just how good Robs is on the shotgun.
Nades from Major Pride. They are down to 2 players now. Their fight with Miramar Jong on the north side has whittled them away. Becca, the next to fall, but Elementrix still has more to say. A knock over towards Stoned leaves Vampire a little bit the worse for wear, but Miramar Sejong finally put the final nail into the coffin and allow the Vampires to rise again.
Lord now in a tough scenario. The pump shotty, all he's got left versus Alpha 7. 2 already down. Ravo on the outside. Damn, I mean, Lord really wasn't given a lot of chances to pop off when he was playing on Enigma Galaxy, but Twisted Minds has given him a whole new lease of life. But Mafioso on the off angle will put the final nail in the coffin there for Twisted Minds. However, he is the final player left alive here as Maroon J Song take advantage. We'll find Schweppes too from Vampires. Oh, potentially 8 eliminations here, John.
Foxy behind the hay bales in a pivotal position. I feel like this can really only go one way. The cover that they've got, Alpha 7 with their last player on the outside, Vampire split down the hill, down the ridgeline with an impossible push ahead of them. I just don't think this goes any other way than MSJ.
I mean, again, for the Korean squad, they have always been very good at rotates in particular. And again, just finding those openings, getting towards the end game. It really is just at the moment, at this stage of the game in match 3, we haven't seen too much test in terms of gun skill, but right now they are proving very good as Hoxie instantly finds his mark.
Jae-suk as well on the back up there. Mirin Sejong looking pretty good. For the chicken dinner here, Vampire looking to try and change that tune.
Wow.
And Nuzi connects. A nade immediately finds the flush from Schweppes. And Vampire still have a little bit more gas in the tank. They've just put themselves into the numbers advantage against the split MSJ. They have an opportunity here. A regroup comes in from Final. He's trying to move further down south, and Vampire don't have the angles to stop it.
Oh, the Vampire's gone full ordnance. 16 nades, no smokes here either. Just fully committing to the nades in a field finish like this, which makes a lot of sense. And they took a huge amount of space to begin with, but a good shot from Final will find Schweppes, immediately followed up by Jae-suk, but not able to knock Nuzi.
Ooh.
That's bad news. Now into a 1v1.
Stoned versus Jae-suk here for the final circle. As they move on in, both teams looking to try and maybe regroup Final. No, Stone just wants to go it alone. He knows that this is his only opportunity to move forwards. Final moving in for this revive. A nade up to the stack, but not going to be close to Stoned here. Is it going to tag damage? A nade in response as well. That's disastrous. Jae-suk low now. Stoned has another one to cook. Launching it forwards. This looks on the money. Right next to Jae-suk and blasted away. It's Vampires staying alive right into the last moment. They find what they're looking for. I don't think I expected it, but they make it work. Stoned with the final blow.
I mean, Stone's always been such a strong player, right? And I think that is the difference between the two regions, right? It's just the aggressive nature of it. I think he pinpointed exactly what was going to happen there. The way that Mirin J Song was playing throughout the majority of that game, quite defensive, right? Just setting up as a fortress with the shield in hand. And what does a protector do at the end of the day? He goes to res his teammate. Instead, Stoned opts to not even go near his teammate. They already have it pinged out where his squad member went down. You can't crawl too far, so he's the exact position on the nades, and honestly just fell straight into the trap of Stone. I think in that scenario he understands exactly what to do, and it's not to res his teammate, it's to get aggressive.
Some timely pushes, some timely rotates as well, working out beautifully for Vampires. They have made their start here now in match number 3 of the day. A really great way to close down that game for them. They had a little bit of a ropey situation going for them, but in the end, Stoned rises again, and on Halloween night, the Vampires bite back.
Bite back indeed, man. It's getting spooky here as the teams we expected to be dominating the group are kind of towards the bottom. Vampire, they get themselves a victory here, but for me, the real story, it's about Mirin Sejong. It's about Major Pride. Two teams that I honestly didn't know what to expect coming into this event so far have been towards the top of the table. A fantastic performance out of those teams in particular, but of course, we got to give the credit to Vampire, holding on, getting themselves a couple of eliminations here, but closing out the game more importantly.
Yeah, Vampire, they absolutely hated here, Hot Troops, that rotation away from Quarry. That was really tough for them. But that third party they had onto D Xavier versus RSG was so key for them to get even access to the late game in the first place, Hot Troops. The timing of Vampire was second to none and allows them to get in a possible game-winning scenario, which went down to nade. So Vampire, they're back on track, baby. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Not to mention winning a nice 1v1. Stone clutching it up with that nade. It was just absolutely gorgeous. I know Sir Tanny's smiling from ear to ear right now. So let's get it going. We have to mention him at least one time, right? Vampire showing up right here, right now is a good start. But Jason, you're right, man. These teams, right? We're watching Major Pride show up right at the off the bat here. It's a big surprise, but I mean, I don't think we at all expected these teams to be so consistent.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different talking points, especially towards the later stage of this game, where you have Mir and Sejong towards the west, you have Major Pride towards the east, you have Twisted Mind sitting inside a compound with Alpha 7 somehow staying alive and closing that distance. I don't know what you want to hit on first, Max, but this game had so many different individual moments for these teams.
Yeah, and actually, because I want to take in kind of order of how things happen in this game, Jason, I think that we can all agree that BTR, macro-wise, are looking really good. The scouting is on point. I think you pointed out one player, Jason, at some moment in this game. Yeah, there was like scouting really efficiently. The southern eastern teams, where even Team Spirit got involved at some point versus Loops and Inko, like they were hyper aware of what was happening southern eastern edge, and it's good to see that compared to SEA, when BTR would maybe be a little bit too passive at times, not willing to take fights, here from the get-go, Hot Jukes, they're clearing space. They're making room for the late game play. And it was great until the point where they encountered RSG, where that kind of became a bit tough for them.
Yeah.
But the early setup is there. So, man, BTR, I'm happy with that change of, mindset to play more aggressive. And it's been, so far, pretty decent.
I mean, I love the fact that I think that we're seeing that these players really understand the gravity of their situation. I mean, reminder for folks out there, it is top 3, right, from each group that move on over to the grand finals. None of these teams want to be stuck in the survival stage. So, like, if you are Major Pride, you're BTR, you're these teams that are performing, like, pretty solid here off the rip, you want to go into these last 3 matches and take full advantage of it, Jason. Like you cannot let off the gas, because there's no telling what's going to happen in these future days.
And no telling at all. And considering we went into this group, and I think the top 3 we currently have in our leaderboard, I think maybe Vampire's the only one we had on our list of being top 3 out of the end of the group here. I'm not sure if they've actually have broken through the top 3 just yet, but we'll find out soon. But it's been
there he is.
Really, in my opinion, like
Sir
the
Tanny.
oh, there he is, Sir Tanny, man. The group of underdogs, like teams that we did not expect to have this kind of performance, are sitting at the top of the table, albeit it is just day 1, but some massive changes definitely working out indeed. And not to mention, as you did point out, BTR and the change of the aggressivity and scouting.
It's a word.
I know, yeah, that's why I said it. Major Pride with AZ, Max. I know you're talking about him and how he's kind of keeping himself in check.
I feel like when we were in CSA, Jason, we would see some splits and they were like, we don't really care. Is their team? We're still going to split and we'll see how it goes. Here, AZ, he got, I think, in a 50, 75 meter radius of one of the players of BTR. He instantly pedaled back to his team and went, okay, Cat Hill, this position over to the east is taken. Let's play up to the northeast, play that ridge on the road, and just third party from a distance, which as we saw versus the likes of Vampire, DX, RSG, was kind of impactful. So yeah, respect. They learned what respect is here, Jason, going into PMGC, which is the best time to do it. So yeah, good start from Major Pride, and I hope they can maintain this for the rest of this group.
What about Alpha 7, Hot Jukes? We did see them playing like slightly southwest of Corey. They did rotate in, but they lost Carrillo relatively early, trying to close that distance and allow them to progress back into the zone.
I don't think Alpha 7's in a bad spot, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, I think that we see them and how they're playing. They're making some good, solid decisions. It's just not working out for them yet. But one thing when it comes to Alpha 7 is that they start downloading the update. That's what I call it, right? I mean, they just really get used to these teams. They start warming up to them. And then once they really, get going and kind of get a good understanding of how this circle works, man, they're going to start, coming out strong. So I'm not worried about them. I just think they're just waiting for a good opportunity.
Yeah, man, Schweppes on point, though. It's always when you're looking at some players, you're looking typically at Tony K, but I feel like we sometimes forget that the other players of Empire are just that damn good also. Like Schweppes in particular is such a standout player, so really good heads up there. And the timing of their fight, I think that this is one of the big pivotal moments this game, Jason, that we really have to hammer down like how important it was for Vampire. That third party of RSG crashing onto Deep Xavier, that was a great opening for Vampire to send it onto that spot to actually make an entry point into the circle and then play the remaining portion of that match to try and go for the win. So that third party was key and the timing was absolutely perfect. So Vampire, the IGLing, 10 out of 10. Love it.
I think we're seeing a lot of these teams kind of realize the importance of these third parties and like the proactiveness to be willing to go for these pushes. I think we saw it a lot in like CSA in the fall season. I think we're seeing a lot here as well.
Yep.
We're like realizing we got to make these plays happen. We can't hesitate. And I think we're seeing Major Pride with 29 eliminations here. Like just
crazy.
I mean, they have more points eliminations than teams in second place and below have total points. Like that's how dominating this team has been, which is such. I cannot overstate how insane this is out of a team who I didn't even expect to make it here.
That's almost 10 eliminations a game. Almost 10. That's crazy. I mean, especially off the start in a tournament like this with this lobby. I mean, I don't think any of us saw this coming, Max.
Yeah, it's a very big upset. The group of underdogs, as Jason called it right now, which would you expect that to happen in Group Yellow out of any group? No,
Dude, right?
For sure. This is a very, very big upset. They're a little bit low on the rankings. We are seeing teams like DX. I'm still waiting, Jason, for that resurgence. It's not been there yet. It's 3 games in. There's still time. And DRX too. Like, Twisted Minds. There's so many good teams at the bottom of the rankings. So, ding, ding, ding. It's time to wake up because it's already the halfway point of day 1. So you got to be quick.
I don't know how I feel about Zeke Xavier. I mean, I know they placed so well last year, which was such a surprise at PMGC. Then we actually got to cast them again. Was it like IESF when we were back in Saudi Arabia? And they were not the same team whatsoever. They did obviously a roster swap, like Chua no longer playing with the team, or at least playing in their starting roster. I don't know if this team's going to be able to do what they've done in previous years or even in SCA,
Yeah.
but again, I don't want to be too harsh. I don't want to jump to conclusions. It's still just the first day as we're, halfway through the first day. But the fact is, like, the pace is being set in this group, and it's not by the teams that we expected.
And it's a fast pace. That's the problem, and the thing is, top 3 move on to the finals. And if you get into that top 11, yeah, you're in that survival stage. But the problem is like, even if a team like Major Pride, if they've started off so strong here, if they're able to finish off this day, I mean, they could easily lock themselves a good top 3 spot. Yeah, we have 3 more days left to go, right? But still, to be able to put such a big lead ahead of you, I mean, you got to be cruising after that.
I want to take it back actually to Dig Xavier for a second here. I feel like on a base-to-base, on a tournament-to-tournament basis, they're very different on how they perform. So, no, it's kind of like a D20 in Dungeons and Dragons. You never know what you're going to get out of Dig Xavier in these tournaments, and it's a bit of a slow start, Jason, but there's definitely room for them to make a comeback.
Well, it will get more matches after a short break as we'll be back with our final 3 of the day. And we're back here at PMGC in day one of Group Yellows. We have passed the first halfway point here of the day. Well, there's only really one halfway point of a day because that's what half means. But we are going to be back with, of course, Hot Jukes and Maxman. And honestly, if you guys are just joining us, what we've seen in our leaderboards is not what you expected. Just to get you caught up, Major Pride leading the charge here in first place, having more points to the limbs at 29 than even our second place team has total. A massive standout out of Major Pride, and honestly, massively unexpected.
Yeah, a massive step up since CSA. Like, just as a whole, a big change of mentality when it comes down to this team. Like, being so much more respectful of teams around them, not willing to overstay when it comes to their splits. They're willing to regroup into positions to avoid fights and take fights that really matter, Jason, which I think is the big important factor for this team. They take fights that now make so much more sense to what we saw back in CSA. So, like, top 3 is still rough to hold that position until Sunday, but I feel like they could go the distance in this league stage. So, like, I'm definitely very happy with Major Pride here.
Well, Hot Jukes, if we talk about Major Pride doing well from CSA, since that's where Max and I cover, let's talk about your Americas teams in Inco.
Eco Gaming, baby. Top 3. We're this close, dude. We are this
The absolute
close,
copium.
right?
Oh my god.
Dude.
Hey, one thing NA is known for when it comes to PUBG Mobile is copium, okay?
That is correct. That is correct. You know what? I mean, it's tough to watch. I mean, we saw them right off the rip in this tournament just do a big full send into Major Pride and got shut down immediately. And it's so crazy to watch because, I mean, these teams that, we didn't expect are performing like crazy. And when that happens, it just makes it so much more difficult for those middle of the pack teams, because the teams that are like so veteran are going to only get better as time goes on here, right? And now you got the underdog teams performing off the rip. It's going to take a big bounce back game, I think, right here and right now to just feel good. Because remember, it's only 4 days for this group.
We're talking veteran teams, man. What about Alpha 7? Even them have had an underperformance so far.
It's been tough. I mean, they've been putting themselves in some decent spots here. They're getting some good eliminations here and there. They just haven't had that big pop-off game. And I mean, like, what can you do? It's not like they're having bad games, Max. But, I mean, compared to 10 eliminations a game, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, like, what can you do?
You're like comparing them against the first place team right now, Jukes. It's
Right.
not quite nice of you to do that to them, but they are definitely getting like some spots that are somewhat playable. But I think Alpha 7 is this team that we know, Jukes, at this point. There's going to be that one game where they get really strong positions and they're just going to get like 10, 15 eliminations, get off the back of that second place or chicken dinner. Like, that will happen eventually, but as of right now, it's not happening. And the longer it takes for that to happen, the bigger lead is going to be created by the top squad, which Major Pride already got a decent lead. I think you said, Jason, they got more eliminations alone than second place in total points. So, like, that lead is being made. And over the course of a 4-day, like, league stage tournament, kind of, it is quite impactful. So they can't let those teams get away with too big a lead, or otherwise that one big game they might get might not even cut it for them to get back in the top 3. So they got to be careful. You don't want to take too long to get up there.
I mean, I think I can't even really criticize Alpha 7 in particular. Like, thinking back to Sanhok, they put themselves in a good compound and they just waited it out because they knew, well, they didn't know, but obviously the zone did continue to favor them, so they can continue to play that position. As we just saw in this last Erangel as well, sending Carrillo up ahead around Corey to kind of scout things out. Yes, he does get knocked, but they still do close the gap and get into a good position off the information that is able to get for the team, and then eventually finishing off Twisted Minds in that compound. So there's, I feel like they're playing well. They just haven't had like the good game just yet, or they haven't had everything kind of go their way. As Gunslingers, Becca, 1900 damage. I mean, we have 2 players from Major Pride expected when they have 29 eliminations, the most in the lobby so far. But even Harami Bro with Federales, I think that's kind of one of the big surprises to me, Max.
Yeah, it's not just one Federal, it's multiple Federales. So all packed into one player. This is the absolute deadly player. But no. These are some fraggers that I think we didn't expect, especially when you got players like Revo Mafioso. We might get to that point, but yeah, Major Pride, the fact they got 2 players is very impressive. And also you got Hoxie from MSJ. 51 smokes used over from Team Spirit. They're just trying to snake their way in, Jukes. They're just trying to survive, but not been so successful right now. It's been tough.
I mean, 51 smokes used is crazy. I mean, in 3 matches alone, I mean, it just goes to show. Yeah, these teams are throwing out everything they got in their books at this point, and you have to, especially like I gotta say it again, right? To see such a crazy performance from Major Pride here, it's gonna put everybody on their toes.
you know, if I get any more of my toes, I'm probably gonna be completely off camera. And if Seven got on his toes, he would probably be closer to a normal average height in the world. But as we do move into our last Erangel, I kind of want to maybe talk about our teams to focus, because we have switched them up a little bit, and I'm curious about why we switched up to who we switched up. Let's start off with you, Hotjuke. So you have Major Pride, you have Bigatron, you have Alpha 7 in there. Explain to me why.
I got a good feeling about Major Pride now. I'm just gonna say that. I don't know why, but just there's something in my stomach that's saying that this team is gonna do good here on day one. BTR as well. I mean, BTR, we saw them, I mean, make some really good plays in tough situations. That's what I like, right? It's not like BTR were just like hand-gifted zones like crazy and just shooting at everything. No, they were making some really good spots here. And Alpha 7, they're toughing it out. You know, they're toughing it out. They're putting some points on the board here. I expected them in that last game to possibly even win it, but it just goes to show this lobby is at another level here, Max.
I think you signed a contract to always have at least one America's team in your teams to watch here, Juke. So there's always going to be at least one in every single group. But no, I do have to agree with some of your picks. We all picked Major Pride, which of course with how they're playing, I think we have to like at least respect what's been happening for Major Pride. They definitely stepped up their game from CSA into PMGC. I went with the side of MSJ, Jason, and we were heavily talking about their plays on God Compound north of this previous game in the circle. And their 2-2 split, God Compound 2 plays to the western high ground of the field, getting so much information, taking so many shots to really slow down rotations of teams like Alpha 7, Twisted Minds, even Major Pride to some extent, and then going over to the ridge of that road north when God Compound was pushed out of circle. Like so many good little macro plays that sets them up for success. They don't win the game, Jason, but if they were, this was definitely the right approach to make it happen. So again, MSJ, a big surprise, never played as this squad globally before, always only in their home region. And this is a really good start, I would have to say, for a team that really we've never seen in a PMGC.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Sorry, even I lagged out that time. Kind of interesting for the sense of like, where did we start to get these Korean teams coming from? Obviously, we used to have like your Archer back then, your D plus Kia. Now we have DRX surprise us. Now we have Mir and Sejong as well. It seems like Korea's really come out to play here. Japan, a little bit sad to not see a reject make it, especially giving Regiosio the chance to go back-to-back MVP of the finals of the event. But you know what? Unfortunately for them, they didn't get here. And I think it's kind of funny because some of the teams we put to watch or to focus on were for like Major Pride. It's like, well, we're kind of surprised to see them up here. We're kind of curious, can they continue to do so? And then you had, for instance, Max Man like Vampire, who, I mean, yeah, with the victory in the last game, they're starting to get up there. They're starting to look a little bit better. I think, you know, a couple of teams in particular I put in there as well. It's kind of like we expected more. So it's like teams of focus of teams overperforming and teams underperforming was how I went about mine. But for you guys who want to overperform, you got to pick yourselves up one of these Infinix GT20 Pro that was 120 FPS, not to mention the 144 hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can play like the pros. Max, did you go get yours from the other room?
I forgot.
It's
right there. It's right there.
It's right there. It's in arm's reach.
I'd never let it go. That's all I want to know, PUBG Mobile. If I had it, I would never let it go.
I could see you. Well, actually, I have all of it next to me with your Infinix GT20 Pro like I got here. And then, of course, I don't know if I can show these. The Hot Jukes claw socks. I'm not going to show them because I don't know if I'm allowed to show them, you know?
The Juke sleeves. The Juke sleeves.
If you guys didn't know, at PMWC, he reached into this giant bag and he's like, here, have these, and just dropped about like 30 of these in my lap.
20.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with them. I put them under some of my tables that are like a bit wonky also. I'm like, I don't know what to do with it.
Well, what I do is when I go play, obviously you only need it for your thumb. I put it on every finger and every toe just to make sure I'm covered. If I ever have to switch things up in the middle of the game, make sure I got it all set.
Scissor hands, but claw hands, yeah.
It's guaranteed that your snipes will be 20% more accurate with each sleeve.
Well, how does that work if I have 0% accuracy with snipers?
It multiplies by 0, so you're screwed.
Yep. That's why I leave 7 to do the sniping for me with this card
Just
ID.
get at least 1%. You know what I'm saying? 1% accuracy and you'll be fine.
You're asking a lot, man. That's like asking me to win PMSL. Ain't happening anytime soon.
I believe it. If you were on Inco roster, it could probably happen. Who knows?
Oh my God, this man.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. You could be in 13th place at PMSL. And you're still making it here, baby. I love it. You know what? This is just so crazy. It's so crazy to watch the speed of these games here. We got 3 more, or actually no, just a couple more left to go. And man, that's 1 day in the books. It's going to be crazy to see which teams are going to end up top 3 in Group Yellow.
Talk to me, Max, about Reagan's Gaming. I feel like we've seen I'm switching topics completely here. We've seen the initial outburst of what PEL teams could bring with Nova winning back-to-back PMGCs. And then I feel like since then, these teams have kind of fallen off. Obviously, we saw, Tiamba and TJB, PMWC have a really good performance. I'm still waiting for that next like super team to come out of China to really show us like China is still number one, because at the moment, I don't feel like they are number one anymore. I don't feel like they're the strongest region out there.
I still believe that like PL playing in China is still one of the toughest regions, right? When it comes to standing out as an individual team. But I've always had this theory for a while now, which is before, when you go back like 3-4 years ago, it would always be the same teams from PL that would qualify, right? You'd always have your Novas being up there, making it to global events, Tiamba to some extent. But because it's always feels like we're getting new teams from that region, I think the global experience is kind of getting diluted between all the players. That experience is being lost. So when these teams now from PL make it to a PMGC, make it to a PMWC or a PMGO, that experience is just gone. And like, well, how do we perform in this lobby? That's just so different from our region. The game is also completely different between the two versions, right? So that leap from PL to PMGC is
big
tough.
thing that stands out to me is the confidence.
But it's a really tough transition for them. So it takes time to adapt. But unfortunately, Jason, they don't have that time. It's 4 days for you to stand out. And if you don't have a good start, and if you're in the bottom 5, well, your adventure in PMGC is already pretty much done and dusted. So yeah, I think that PMGC global experience is just diluted between too many players, and they're just struggling from the get-go. So yeah, RSG, not the start they were hoping for, but there's still some time to adapt. But yeah, it's a tough transition.
Maybe some other teams, Hot Jukes, like coming in from China. Obviously, Thunder Talk, one of the big names we're going to be looking at, TJB and Tiamba. Like, who are you kind of favoring from the PL region to be the top dogs here at PMGC?
I mean, I'm going to automatically just think Tiamba. I think Tiamba has a ton of potential as a roster in general. One thing I love about these teams is, I was just kind of mentioning it a little earlier, is the confidence we're seeing from them, right? They're going into this tournament here. They're not afraid to execute. They're not afraid to pull that aggression trigger when it matters. They're playing their game. That's my favorite thing, because, you can see a lot of teams when they get to this big stage, the hands start shaking a little bit, and that gyro is a little less accurate. But it just goes to show, like Major Pride came in this, and if they find an opportunity, they're not just gonna walk through that door. They're gonna just kick it down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry, I was watching everyone. I love to see players' reactions when they notice the cameras on them. What is that? Pusher that we saw during CSA, who was an actor, a master class of acting.
Oh my god, he's going to be in the next Avengers movie, I'm telling you. He's just that good. We're talking about PL teams. I want to take that conversation back up here, this topic, Jason. Talking about Tiamba, talking about all these teams that are great. Thunder Talk Gaming, I think, are possibly going to be the best hope for the PL region.
Bro.
Because we got one player, Jason, that's back. It's King. Man, I am so excited to see King playing again. Don't forget, this guy has been crowned twice PMGC champion back when he was on Nova. Like, this guy has got an insane background. So when his group is going to be on board, I forgot which group it was, but whenever Thunder Talk are playing, I'm going to be super hyped to see how they're going to perform, because King alone is such an incredible player, and I think they can really stand out in this lobby.
Becca's like, go away, go look at someone else. Thunder Talk will be playing in Group Green, so that's going to be on week 3 here of the PMGC League stage. I will say this, though, for me, King, he might have 2 PMGC titles to his name, but he never really was one of the standout players when it came to it. Like, it was always Paraboy, and then it became Order. It was never really King's time in my eyes, at least during that time. But yeah, like, obviously you can't knock the pedigree and the history of this player as well. But again, like, this is different. It's not like PEL. You're playing against teams from different regions who bring different styles. And I kind of feel like, I don't want to say the meta fell behind in PEL, but we're just not seeing the level of dominance, and we're not really seeing, I guess, that these PEL teams play the way they would necessarily comfortably, or what worked for them in their own region working out globally anymore.
That's true. I think you can have a big conversation. Is PL still the strongest region and stuff? I think that it has fallen on the wayside, Jason. I do agree. But I think we had a lot of conversation on our CSA watch party, Jason, as to which region is the best. I have a question for Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, this is good. We get to actually extend this conversation.
Give it to me. Do you think is the strongest? And I'd love to have a little bit of a background also as to why you think that's the case.
You got to quantify it, right? No, Max, you need to quantify it, right? Are we talking like the top teams, or are we talking about an average of the region?
Average, like the region as a whole. I think when you say whole region, is like average. So yeah, Jukes, tell us.
Whole region is.
You have 3 hours.
Let me think. All of the regions.
You got like
Okay,
5
let me
minutes
go one by
before
one.
match, so you're good.
Yeah. I'm really trying to think about this one. Okay, so let me consider North America. Okay, thinking about it. No.
Well, we're
Okay.
talking Americas. We're talking
Okay,
Americas at least.
conversation done. Let's change
Oh,
topic.
No,
It's
honestly,
over.
around everything. Around everything. I'm gonna go with Brazil. I really am. I mean, because you have to
Well-
go with who the champs are, right? So
I
like,
feel like-
if you have a team, yeah. But
It's got to be Americas because we're going like PMSL regions, right, Max? Or are we going like specific like Brazil
PMSL, you would
yeah?
go,
So
yeah.
PMSL regions we're discussing. So like you have to include North America in there, which obviously dilutes
That's
the
true.
quality of teams.
It
No
may
shade.
it may dilute the quality, dude, but Brazil is so strong right now. I mean, you got Team Liquid in there who pops off, you know, and of course, I mean, the Twisted Minds Brazil team would have been here, but you know, they didn't unfortunately make it.
Wait,
The
did you hear
region
that,
as a
Hot
whole
Jukes?
is yeah. Ratto boy. What's that? Ratto boy. Yeah, I think himself, he stands above the rest, and I mean that literally. Right? That's a big man right there. And I'll tell you what, like the region has progressed so much, and then the fact that Alpha 7 won PMWC, that gave Americas another slot to come here, you know? And with that, you get more teams to get more experience at this kind of level, and that just levels up the entire region as a whole. So I mean, I think as far as teams that are on top, especially ones that have the most momentum, it's gonna be Americas. But obviously, I mean, there's contenders from every single region.
Are you happy with the answer, Max? Are you satisfied with that answer?
I prove it. I think that even though Brazil is diluted in Americas, they're just that strong that they still stand out. So yeah, I like it. I approve this reply. Good.
Could change though. I mean, it could easily change in just a few weeks. There's no doubt. I mean, because at the end of the day, you got to be able to show up on the big show. But right now, I mean, Alpha 7, they're the world champs. They're the ones that are gonna have to try to defend their title here at the big show. But at the same time, oh man, I mean, it's so crazy to watch some of these teams perform. I mean, Major Pride's performance in just a few matches has just been insane.
So let me take the question Max asked you, and I'm going to slightly change it, right? Because when Max and I have this discussion during the watch parties of CSA, we looked at it from two different ways. We looked at it, who has best top teams, like what region has the strongest top teams, and we also looked at, on average, what region is the strongest, and it gives us wildly different answers. If you're looking at like Americas, right, like you're looking at just the best of the best, your Team Liquid, your Alpha 7, maybe one more we can add in there. You compare it to the likes of like CSA, where you have For America Vibes, you have Falcons. Obviously we can argue whether Falcons are the second best team in the region for quite a long time, and then obviously you have to look at like SCA and such, and if you were to then change that question to what region has the best top teams, would you still say Americas, or would you potentially change things up?
Ooh.
This is the hot juice.
I mean,
segment.
let's be real, right? It has been SEA for so long. You know what I'm saying? For so long, that has always been the answer, and I think it for a good amount of time it will be. You know what I'm saying? But just to see how much Brazil has improved overall, it really makes me question, right, what is possible here. Because I mean, yeah, we are seeing what the performance in just a couple of matches here, but I mean, we got 4 days total for just this group alone. So I mean, yeah, and I think if I were to ask 7 right now, the Americas is pretty much Brazil. It's Brazil, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's just crazy to see just how well they're performing.
I think one thing I'm kind of surprised about, Max, if you think about this in terms of the infrastructure of these regions, PEL by far has the best infrastructure when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
I feel like SCA follows up second to that. And then from there, it gets, I actually wouldn't know which way I'd want to go with like CSA, Americas, and EMEA. But for like Brazil as a region, which I think it has a decent infrastructure, I don't think it's anywhere remotely as strong as SCA or PEL. The caliber of teams that Brazil puts out as a region is pretty damn nutty.
Yeah, the conversion ratio from like your ecosystem into top players that can compete on the global stage is definitely for Brazil. Like Brazil wins that hands down. So the fact you got teams like Alpha 7, Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, BR also, you got so many contenders that are looking so good. So yeah, I would say like in terms of total teams from Brazil, in terms of how many can compete, Brazil is definitely up there. And yeah, when we're looking at the teams that have the best top teams, I would have to say Brazil is definitely up there, Duke. So I would have to go the Americas route here. Yeah, I think they're looking pretty good, even though it's been a rough start for some of them this PMGC, but it'll all work out.
It will.
As Duke said before, right? Like, yeah, you might be able to do well on one day, but it's about what you do between in the time off. What do you come back to improve on day 2? What's the infrastructure of your team, the support group of having an analyst, a coach, etc. And the teams who are at the top right now, like we saw, think of Alliance, man, at PMWC. Group stage, damn, they destroyed everyone. Go into the main event, they got wrecked. They weren't able to improve. We don't talk about it. I mean, we're going to have to talk about it at some point because they are playing in this event, just in a different group.
Yeah, unfortunately, league stage and grand finals, you need to adapt. That's the main issue. We talked about adaptability being so important on these global tournaments. Alliance, it's a prime example, Jason. I'm really happy you bring it up because they were given so much space for free in the league stage, and going into the finals, those feeder teams, gone. Space in circle, gone. You have to be so quick to pivot if you wanted to get decent spots in the circle, and they did not make the adaptation. So I hope we see teams that maybe do well in the league stage here, not just rest on their laurels and bring those changes to the table for finals or survival stage, because one playstyle is not going to cut it for all of this tournament. You need to adapt.
Okay, well, speaking of adapting, we got to get some technical issues sorted here on the stage so we can bring you the high caliber, high quality PUBG Mobile esports action you come to expect here at PMGC. So we'll be back shortly after a break. And we're back. I told you it was going to be a short break. Well, maybe I didn't say it was going to be a short break, but you guys knew at home it would be indeed, as it looks like the players will be ready to go here as we hop into our final Erangel momentarily. Now, Hot Jukes, do you have a question for Max and I? We're always asking you questions, but you never ask us questions.
Okay. What place is Inko getting at the end of these 4 days?
Oh my god, he maintains the agenda all day. the Inko agenda must go on.
Are you getting paid per amount of times mentioning Inko? Is that in your contract?
You gotta do it, bro. I gotta believe in the
you gotta do it. You don't have to do anything.
He gets 20 bucks
North
per
American
mention.
team, dude. You gotta be able to. I gotta hang on to it until they're out of here.
Wait, 20 bucks for Inko?
It doesn't work for you, Max.
Oh, no,
Well, we do have 20 seconds left really quickly, since we aren't really doing predictions anymore. It looks like it here at PMGC, at least here in the league stage. Give me a quick prediction of who's going to win this next match, Hot Jukes.
DRX.
DRX? Okay, Max, who do you got?
Yep.
MSJ.
MSJ. You know what? MSJ has been playing well. I kind of want to see Major Pride get a win under their belt here and continue to dominate this lobby. Again, I love to see when teams you don't expect are able to rise up and really show what they've got, and more importantly, mix things up and continue along that storyline of the uncertainty factor of what's currently going on in the PUBG Mobile scene. What's up, Jukes?
Man, dude, I'm looking right now at the map feed, and I'm just waiting for this map to get started because, man, it's going to be a good one. For a second, I thought that player was rocking the DRX glove, but nope, this man is ready to go here. Dude, it's so crazy to watch every single game go by. We're going into another Erangel. Do you think these teams are going to be ready for Miramar coming around the corner, though, Max?
I think they're going to be ready, but I think they need to focus on Erangel, Juice, right? You'll think about Miramar when Miramar's here. One thing that's going to be interesting to see here, Jukes, and I think we kind of talked about it during the last 2 Erangels. Man, these circles on the 2 first Erangels of the day, like ping-ponging all over the place. They've been going left, to the right, to the left, to the right, and it's really making it hard for teams that were attempting to play edge. Center teams are having a field day. They were loving it. Twisted Minds, oh yeah, fantastic. More of that, please. Inko, same in the first Erangel. But it just makes it so tough if you're playing at edge to make those adaptations. So many teams have been struggling, have been forced into taking these fights. So what I'm hoping for, Jukes, this time around is just give me like normal circles, please. Like just not all over the place, just like center circles and reward teams that do good rotates. An Inko circle, no, maybe not. No, don't do that.
Well,
give it to them. Let's give it to them. They need it.
Let's talk about one team, right? Because Jukes, you were covering the Americas region for PMS. So talk to us about Loops, man, because Loops, if you guys don't know, they dropped their roster. They came out of the PUBG Mobile scene. They decided they were going to leave. That team became Team Liquid. And then they came back into the scene with a new team who's never played in PMGC so far, and obviously not having the greatest performance yet. But I think just even getting here with the fact that you've never really played this kind of level before is a really testament to how good they are. So talk to me about like Loops and like how they did during the PMSL season.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, man. This is their first time here, so you know that they're super nervous. But I mean, when it comes to the PMSL season, I mean, they kind of snuck on in. They didn't end up in the top 5. They were kind of grandfathered in due to some of the teams in the top already qualifying to the stage. So they're in here by that kind of grace. At the same time, though, like I hope they put in that work in the off time, because with the nerves that are on the stage and just seeing how they perform so far, they need a big game, I think, to really kind of get that confidence going.
Well, speaking of confidence, I'm getting pretty confident that we're about to hop into that final Erangel. Finally, the teams are ready. The casters, I hope, sure as hell are going to be ready, as John Allen and Blink have been waiting for their moment to shine, to flare up here and talk about who's going to take this match.
That is right. You guys over on the desk are stepping down. I'm moving up. Time to put on a show here at the PMGC. We're going into our last Erangel of the day.
Match 4 here before we head over towards our Miramars. We're heading from the western side to the east over on Milta Power. So this is the first playing path we've had on Erangel so far that's going across the map. So both north and south side very accessible. We can have a nice even split of players, so not have to worry about which side of the map is more open as opposed to the other, considering a lot of our teams here should be all over the place, dotted around, comfortable drop spots to begin with.
Nice even distribution across this one. This is what we are looking to expect from this game, MSJ. The prediction coming through from Max, obviously completely reasonable to predict the team to win before you've even seen the drop spots, but they're isolated. They got South George. They're chilling. They're chilling right now. Nobody conflict on the horizon, but Alpha 7 potentially could give them trouble. What is this clump of teams over to the east of Rozhov? What's going on there? Someone sort that out.
I think it's because a fair few squads want to get up towards Severny, Yesnaya, Stalber, right? And I mean, Zeus is the one team that didn't want to drop towards Stalber, so they head over towards western side of Gatka. On our screens at the start, though, it is Inko coming against BTR in the early game. That is the fight that you looked at earlier on. By earlier on, I mean 30 seconds ago. Vitaly already takes a hit.
Technically correct. Inko yet to take a knock, so have BTR. Ooh, a big south shift on the circle blank. It's gone all the way down. We're getting a military circle. What a way to find a nade as well for Nenebete. BTR, they had their ascendancy in the last one. Will they be able to get late into that game again? 21 points on the cards, and if Inko can take them down here, it would be a great start to make Hot Dupes one happy bunny. Genfos behind the wall can't quite connect the shot. Inko still in with more. They've got a nade again from Nenebete. As Genfos behind the wall repositions, but the nade doesn't quite find it.
Yeah, Vitaly's already got a really strong spot here, and honestly been able to get up towards this position early on with 90 bullets in the magazine as well total on the AUG. That is very useful to have. Nenebete's in. Great shot with the DBS, and no recompense found, but he's lost in the sauce as he moves into the kitchen.
Oh no, they're throwing him into the pot and they're bubbling. It's boiling alive. The cauldron swirling around as BTR mixing up the perfect potion to take down Inko. Unfortunately, can't quite catch the heal there. And the last player from BTR still running away. Finally, Inko get the win on the fight, but Nenebete, the casualty there, didn't need to go down.
Yeah, I think he had that moment of, I'm in, what do I do next? There seems to be a problem I'm having right
I'm winning
now.
the fight! Whoa! What do I do? What's going on?
Got the brain lag on board. But yeah, I think that this is more than likely going to be a Sosnovka finish. So most teams are already getting their way through. Twisted Minds trying to make that crossing nice and early. They did lose a member for their troubles, but they're out and early over towards the position. Good response from Muerte, though. I think that as soon as they saw this circle, they sent some players out to try and guard this position versus Twisted Minds. I mean, they usually stop off over towards this building anyway and then loot up around Noya, but very, very quick maneuvers, I'd say, from Muerte here to prevent any teams sneaking in behind them early on. And I think you've got to expect a really early rotate from some of these teams at the higher level who just...
No way.
Ah, dear. They got a remake currently coming through.
This hurts.
Not entirely sure exactly why we have a remake coming through. I think it is just some technical difficulties on our end. But we'll wait and get that sorted. Headphones are already off though, so it looks like this might be a little while before we move into our next game. But yeah, unfortunate start. It was going to be a very cool game as well. Over down towards Sosnovka. Twisted Minds and BTR probably extremely happy with that scenario though.
I mean, Inko, yeah, definitely got a lot of points in that early game. So we'll see if that is going to bolster their confidence moving forwards into what we hope is going to be match 4. Either way, we are, I believe, going to be heading to another break whilst we get this figured out, making sure that everyone is nice and chill with it. Twisted Minds, they're like, yeah, cool, just get rid of that game. Let's be done with it. But let's be done with this until we get match 4 underway. We'll head to a short break. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
PUBG Mobile Venom. The last dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
clock firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Literal, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
It's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field. We need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Literal, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field. We need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Literal, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo Amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
DRSले एकचोटि अल्फा 7लाई हराइ पनि सकेको र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको तर योचोटि नेपालको लागि पोरा स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी.
Kali ini, aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena...
I had questions.
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai sair campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the grand finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पऱ्यौँ भनेर। तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो। हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो, जुन चाहिँ डिआरएस र अल्फा 7लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो।
Aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7. Pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck, have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan, dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
London is red! The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. May the best win! I come, I see and I conquer. Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field. We need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. There, even at the lowest, step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my world shadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
डिआरएसले एकचोटि अल्फा 7लाई हराइ पनि सकेको हो र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको, तर योचोटि नेपालको लागि स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी।
kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
I had questions.
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo, porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai sair campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the grand finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पऱ्यौँ भनेर। तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो। हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो, जुन चाहिँ डिआरएस र अल्फा 7लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो।
aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7. Pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck, have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan, dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. May the best win. I come, I see, and I conquer. Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field. We need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low.
And we are back. I have been reliably informed that there may or may not be a game of PUBG Mobile to play, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will. But right now, we're having a good time. We're chilling. We're waiting for the match to start. Hopefully, it will start this time. I can't make you any promises, though, sadly, guys. But in 40 seconds, and maybe a couple minutes after that, we will know the truth. But yeah. At the moment, it's been a cool one so far in terms of the games we have seen. A lot of teams stepping up, no real standouts at all. It's just been a case of most teams having their little moments here and there. It's been quite close. I think Miramar Match is probably the only one that maybe has that a little bit of a standout that I could say. Purely because their rotations so far have been very strong. Though in terms of firepower, it's not quite visible just yet.
Hopefully they can put some heat under them, get themselves going, get that flare up engaged, because we're going on to Erangel for a fourth map today, our last of the Erangel lot. Maybe this is the playing path for map 4. Let's wait and see, though. It's pretty far to the west flank. It's kind of the opposite of what we saw from our first Erangel today.
Yeah, I think for quite a few of our games, we had been seeing quite a few unfortunate playing paths. And again, I would probably put this one in that category as well, John. Over towards this western side doesn't really open up a lot of the east side of the map. So this is a complete flip on what I was talking about before, with the nice horizontal playing path giving a lot of options to teams. This time is going to shunt a lot of our squads over towards the west side of the map, opening up more space towards the east for those late game rotations. But that all depends on this next circle, because it might just lock everyone in a fairly close spot if we get a western circle on this one.
MSJ again, South George, could be more hotly contested than the last time around, but it looks like no one's really going to give them too much trouble out on the western side. Twisted Minds do have that coastal split drop. Zeus kind of in and amongst it. BTR breaking out. They're going to be pretty happy that this game got restarted in the end of it. Of course, going down early to a hot drop with Inko. Inko losing one of their players. But with the playing path as it sits, it's kind of unlikely that you are going to see them crash into one another. That was born from the fact that they were just going for that super hard hot drop. Here's another interesting circle. We had military last time around on the attempted start of the match, but this time we're going back down to the southwest peninsula.
Yeah, so it doesn't change too drastically. I mean, we are still heading down towards the south side of the map, but not quite into the realm of Sosnovka. This time around, though, we will have Vampires down towards the south, coming off the back of their previous win. Another position where they can play pretty damn well from, honestly. Team Spirit got themselves locked into a nasty scenario with Nomi going down a fair few times, kind of staggering their approach into this game. Hopefully not the same again. Probably had a little bit of a stern talking to from Captain Kitsune.
Just getting his troops in line. Get everything lockstep so that they can move forwards into the future, defend that second place spot. Maybe chew into the gap that Major Pride have as well up into first place, because they have obviously so far been the standout performers with the elimination counts that they've been able to get. It has been pretty impressive stuff. Team Spirit, they're grabbing those vehicles, breaking out along that coastal side over towards their farm split area. They're making sure that they've got enough loot on, because you can see right now Nomi prioritizing that vehicle, as is the accepted method of starting the matches here in PUBG Mobile. Just going to be heading on in, grabbing a bunch of loot, getting back into the west side on the circle.
Major Pride, we just talked about them, but we'll talk about a little bit more here. And I think that they have been kind of fortunate on a lot of their circles so far. Sanhok, where they got themselves the win, they were sort of out the action for quite a while. They didn't have the greatest position in terms of a central spot in the circle. However, the circle did keep moving down towards them and give the benefit of that high ground. And with AZ sending forward as well, give them a nice position to move up towards. Here's an interview.
Have one of the best performances in PMSL CSA. You ended up in 5th place. How are you guys feeling in coming into PMGC?
We're feeling great. Amazing be here. We.
It's okay.
I don't know how to say a lot. Just very cool. Every day we smile and walking here. I don't know.
That's good. That's the attitude that you want to have, right? Especially coming into PMGC. Now we have played 3 matches. You guys were able to perform really well in Sanhok. How are you guys feeling now after those 3 matches and being one of the top teams in the leaderboard?
Before the games, we have a lot of problems because we don't have playing on our spots. So we changed it 2 times because a new team from China take our new spots. So we should play on new spots for us, but zones and our team play help us, and we playing good now. So we will try do the same next and more.
All right. Well, hey, it's working. I appreciate your time. It was Station from Major Pride. Back to you guys.
Hey, thank you very much, Seven. A little bit of insight there between the matches into Major Pride's position. Obviously having to adjust and doing so very well, Blank. Right now they are around that ruins area on the split, moving further southwest towards Gatka.
Yeah. I actually want to touch on them. Seven interrupted us with an actual interview with the players, but yeah.
It pops out like a little interview goblin.
But yeah, I think for Major Pride, they certainly have had positions on the map where they haven't really had to fight too much and kind of can capitalize off the back of some of these straggler teams coming outwards. And so that has assisted them towards this 42-point margin. I'm still curious to see how they'll play out the rest of Group Yellow. Although they do have a nice buffer to start with, I'm not entirely convinced yet. I do know a lot of the players on that team, and although they are good, I wouldn't currently put them at the caliber that they're currently playing, and maybe they've just been practicing real hard. You know, like they were saying in the interview, they've just been really ready for this tournament. But yeah, I'll need potentially a couple of days play to realistically lock down what I truly think of Major Pride.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because we heard what he said about having to adjust the drop spots, adjust a couple of rotational paths, and that is very interesting to me because it means that other teams won't have the research on what they're planning to do, right? It means that they won't have been able to download the strats that they were playing, and so what they're doing is maybe unexpected, which is potentially what has allowed them to gather up so many of these elimination points, because they've been just completely throwing caution to the wind and changing up what they're doing. So perhaps that plays in. So you're right. Definitely once teams look and analyze what Major Pride have been doing so far today, they will turn around and immediately clap them back. We'll have to wait and see if that is to be the case.
A few teams sort of taking a different approach this time. And you know what I really like? I do like the adjustment from the RX. Because from that last game, we saw them instantaneously take a heavy rotate down towards that south side with little to no care, as they'd waited quite a while into the game. It was around about this similar moment in the match, about 5-6 minutes. And they lost a player because of it. This time they're a lot more cautious. They're realizing that this is more of a central type lobby as opposed to one that likes to play out towards the edge. So being more careful with this approach as they make their way down is the smart choice. They are slightly split up though, which is the worrying factor. But right now, at least they have some innings towards this game.
That's what it's all about. Just got to stay in it to win it. You can't win without staying alive, and that's what these teams are looking to do. Better than everyone else, you'd hope. 16 teams still, and nobody going down just yet, but teams are starting to condense around this quarry area. We've seen some conflict in this spot already so far today. See if it goes a little bit better for... I think Team Spirit, right, is the team that it definitely needs to go better for, and right now they're playing very differently to how they were positioned on that first side of quarry. They are still just on the south point of Pachinki, rotating in late from the eastern side of the circle, so definitely looking to go more towards this edge style of play for them, and they'll be joined by loops in that pursuit.
I think this is the smart choice. I think, again, it's an adaptation for a lot of our squads where, for our last game, Team Spirit got themselves locked into an awkward scenario on the south side of the map. Now they know that it is incredibly contested, so they are just comfortable to play out on that eastern side. And they were close enough with their drop spot as well in farm that they could take the time to get very much looted up. They didn't have to make a hasty approach towards the circle, and that can start to play maybe further on the outside. They know just how painful it can be to get trapped up in quarry. Well, BTR is on the cards for them. They're over towards that north side. They are rotating in past RSG at the moment.
Circle shrinks and again keeps quarry in the most of it. Team Spirit trying to go over towards the beach, and it's just not going well for them. Their forward position goes down. They're already losing players. Harame Bro is there. RSG also just taking these shots, and yeah, Team Spirit having a really rubbish time on the south coast.
Yeah, this is their typical spot that they'll play, though, which is curious to see RSG picking this one up alongside with Bro Harame. So there was absolutely no space to play that. Again, it's a weird decision from Team Spirit. They knew they were late into the circle. I think at this point in time, you just play a slow game over towards that northern side. It's likely a lot of these spots are already been taken. The ditch down towards the beach side, as well as the encampment that sits with the auto turret on the top of the beach. So yeah, an interesting choice from Team Spirit. It's weird because they make that decision to not go in towards quarry because they know it's hotly contested, only to go into what a lot of people would describe as not the greatest positions in the world, but another that likely will have teams in it. So down to 2 players now for Team Spirit. I didn't like that play so much.
I don't think they did either, having lost 2 of their players, but they do manage to get a pretty decent spot, all things considered, on the compounds just on the road from Primorsk on the southwest side, ahead of Vampire as well, pushing Tony K out of that area. Elementrix in a little bit of a crossfire situation against DX Xavier, but luckily the burn is good over towards Paragin, finds that knock, and he's doing a lot of work. Sat in the saddle right now, and terrain will be his cover. Avu Station able to get that flush as well. DX Xavier lose another.
Yeah, with this circle, it looks to confirm much further towards quarry as well, so it becomes a bit more of a focal point now, as there is still quite a lot of water on that south side, so it's likely going to center up a little bit further towards the north. Yeah, curious. Definitely curious that DX Xavier just allowed Elementrix to get into the midst like this. Paragin getting cut off there means that one of their off angles is at least gone, and more damage pouring on over towards DX Xavier, where they had such a comfortable hold over towards this area of the map last game.
Nade up for Elementrix. Doesn't quite get the knock that he was looking for, but does tag a little bit of damage, and that again just bows down DX Xavier somewhat, but Twisted Minds finally finding an angle with Robs on the west side of quarry. Next circle just about to hit as well. So we'll see if we are going to get another coastal side shift, or it's going to put us up in the hills. We go northeast on the circle. It keeps that ridge to the south, that forested ridge line that teams like Loops are probably going to be looking to try and sequester themselves in. That farmland compound as well. It'll be really nice and powerful for them on the southeast side. A lot of quarry still in.
It's kind of an awkward circle for a lot of our squads. I think at the moment it should be Loops with one of the strongest positions, taking up that compound area underneath Cat Hill. It's a big compound to hold, though. You can't hold all of it the entirety of the game. You'll likely have visitors that you'll just have to give up some space towards, but you can certainly do a lot of damage as they come in. So for Loops, I'm pretty happy with that position for them. Again, it might look like it's decent to be playing over towards Quarry right now and playing that hillside, but there are so many teams here. It's really difficult to pick a location to stay as there's so many sightlines looking around. Alpha 7, though, on the western side of the map, they're gifted the opportunity to leave from this location without too much difficulty. Here's Inco versus BTR, having that fight happen again in front of them.
It's rematch time. Satar trying to hold the door frame, has backup across the way, and Zuxi able to give his teammate the moments he needs to stabilize and get back into the fight. Vitali down, and look at this. One player now left, inactive for Inco. Satar with a nade out the side, catches him on the heel, but doesn't quite get the full knock. Another one to come on through. A knock over towards Zuxi, leaves it into a 1 versus 1. Where's that nade going? You know he's over there. There's spray downs. It's Loops picking up these points with a third-party angle. This is massive payday coming through. BTR are denied these valuable points they need to stay towards the top of the tables. Still in a 1v1 though. Satar tries to catch the player on the cross, takes a little bit of damage, but in the end, it's all Loops all day to take these shots.
That is unfortunate. I mean, finally, the last player from Inco goes down. And this is something that Seven was talking to us before about on this match, was that BTR sort of expected that hot drop over towards Garden in the first place. But Inco is known to be quite a stubborn team, and that they are. They go for it once again. It doesn't work out. Here's Bro Harame up against Alpha 7. Good initial pick off, but more damage around the corner, and that's him going down pretty easily. Circle is pushing in though. I think they should be able to get this res off in time. It's stage 3, but they got to do it right now.
2 players for Bro over behind the tree now, but they got to reposition away. All they need to do is outlast Alpha 7 on the south side. Because this rotation needs to happen first from Alpha 7, we are still in stage 3, but look at Carrillo. He goes straight up the hillside here. Federal wants to try and catch him off, but he's already behind the headland, so a really nice run out there. Alpha 7 with their forward position.
So we lock it down over towards Xavier's spot. And obviously, Xavier's lost a couple of players already. But it is DRX who I've got my eyes on. They were able to complete that regroup after being a little bit split up for some time. But it's a nice position to be in for them. And again, happy with DRX's approach to this game. I mean, they've quickly readjusted off the back of what happened last game. You saw a little bit of adjustment coming through from Team Spirit, but I think some of the decisions afterwards need to be reconsidered, maybe going into the next couple of days. It's not often you get to play around the same place twice in a row. Alpha 7, though, comes up against Vampires, and one player will be immediately shut down. If you get a knock, it's not likely players inside this lobby are going to let Sleeping Dogs lie. They'll immediately try and flush a player out to make their life easier in the long run.
The nades down towards McGrellan, doesn't quite connect, forces him out, but maybe that's a bit more than you want. Unfortunately for McGrellan, he will be felled here, up and into the fight. A little bit of a challenge, but Alpha 7, yet again, taken down here. Only the one limb to show for it. Vampire ready to pick up the points when they present themselves. This is Primorsk. You can't get anywhere without Vampire having their say.
I mean, some really accurate nades there coming through. Mafioso gets himself a vehicle elimination as he sent through, and 5 elims found for Bro Harame before they did dip out of this lobby. Good nade over towards Darkin. That should be one going down here. It's Mir and Sejong, who have been on a 2-2 split for quite a while, actually, and they've been very good at this over the last 3 matches as well, just in terms of being able to hold multiple positions and then control the map in that way. It's one of the reasons why we actually didn't see Alpha 7 make that western approach, because Mir and Sejong was holding so much area that they didn't think it was all that good of a play for them to make.
Darkin down to the flush nade from Hoxie. Final. Crawling back should be Resible. Rita trying to stop this. Up close has good chance with this auto shotty. biding his time with the DBS around the rock side, and Seiwu as well, able to just land those shots. Fortunately for Zeus, Maniac was in position, ready to take up that mantle. Losing Dark in early, not great news, but they do respond. Now the spray down the sidelines, no, sticks to the auto shotty. The Mini 14, the secondary here, and may need to reposition. Wants to try and get the drop shot with that DBS if he can handle it, but the pump action no good on the hold, and Eren's down next. This is great news for MSJ. They're able to take down Zeus, but at the cost of Seiwu.
Yeah, good cleanup. Seiwu had a tough time. The fact that he had to hold that angle whilst the res came through. Jaesuk's likely going to go down if he's not saved by the bell off in the distance. I think that's major pride coming against Aura. Hoxie could potentially get Jaesuk up, but I think he... Oh, that's unfortunate. Doesn't realize that there's third party going off in the distance. Instead, just opts to go for the one teammate res here. Fair enough. You want to get further into the game. You've already got 4 eliminations. You know, top 6 could be decent for them into the future.
And this is what you were talking about, right? This position around Quarry has been devastating for everybody. No one really getting successful showings here. Aura able to control from the north. You can see DXAvia holding the buildings out to the east, and it's just so difficult to leave there. DRX right now sitting very pretty, especially after that shift. Goodness me. They hold a really pivotal position now, Blank. The question is, can they hold on to it?
Yeah, it's a good spot. The only unfortunate thing about it is it doesn't have a lot of control over the rest of the map right now. They are sort of locked into this position. It likely will provide them with at least a top 5, but in terms of influence over the circle, they don't have a huge amount of it, with the hillside off towards their west and east at the moment, cutting off a lot of those sight lines. And it's likely a lot of teams are going to be looking to bank over towards the northern side of this circle to play from. Team Spirit will have to move. Unfortunately, this circle does push their shack out a little bit, and because of that, the Xavier is able to get sight line over towards them as they make their rotate.
Muerte not having great success here, pushing up to RSG. The nade, doesn't quite tag on. Muerte really suffering now. Going down to just one player. Eugene trying to stay alive, trying to find an opening, but I think his days are numbered. Very, very uncommon. Almost never see a 1v4, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see the L pasted on for Muerte here. The question is, how many can he take with him?
I think right now RSG has got his number. They're not entirely sure where he's playing from. He's not sent any utility out either, so it's kind of hard to pin down his location. But for them, they've got bigger fish to fry in terms of the rotate they're going to have to make into future. It's a smart move from Team Spirit as well, by the way. I think that they understand that there's most likely a team and they want to hold over towards the eastern side of the compound there. Good shots from Vampire, so they'll just use them as sort of guard dogs for themselves going forward. In terms of macro, Team Spirit makes the right move, and it was a risky play, but I think you have to take risks when you're down to 2 players. Muerte's out with 0 eliminations, and Vampires continue to streak out from that south side.
Nice nade, but goes a little bit wide on the angle. RSG moving in, do manage to get that back up into position. Now Vampire need to be a little bit more cohesive in their approach. Can't just go for those pickoffs onto this position now. They spot that roll up and they'll know what to do to handle it. Tony K moving through up to the roadside. Danger potentially from BTR down the road, but still in control of this fight. Vampire have got this high ground oversight onto the position. They've got cover out to their northern edge, and they can continue to just move on forwards. Dangerous position, though, on the forefront for Newsy, and he does go down to it. God, able to win out the spray trade, but does get answered towards by Schweppes.
I mean, reasonable maneuver from RSG, honestly. I think that they had to place themselves in a position where they can fight out this engagement between them and Vampires. Unfortunately, the man advantage is just there. Schweppes up to a total of 5 eliminations so far in this match, which is awesome to see, by the way. Again, he kind of fell off a little bit over the years, but was always this incredible off angle. Now taking a bit more of the reins for the team here. Tatar just lets the Elim go. No point providing his location too early on here. The circle will move off towards that western side, which bodes bad news for Team Spirit, because likely DRX now wants to move towards the west and will start clearing. Question is, can they 2v4?
And remember, there is oversight from teams like Loops out on the east edge with the high ground oversight on that approach. It's going to make it harder for DRX to move. So potentially a little bit of a slowdown. Loops as well could just crash into DRX, not to mention Aura on the north side. Could be moving up into the hills. MSJ, though, fighting to leave Quarry. Fighting to keep control here against Twisted Minds. The weapon swap to the AUG. And the hop out wide. Lord can't quite connect. A little bit messy there for both players, but it will end up going MSJ's way.
Yeah, that was a troublesome fight for Hoxie. Able to get it done though, and in flies Vampires underneath them. Hoxie gets the reload on absolutely everything. No, he'll need every single bullet to count here. Just him remaining for MSJ. And more nades just fly on through. He's forced to head on down and will just fall to his death.
I think he denied the point there, so Vampire may be a little bit unhappy about that one, and a knock sent over towards their low ground position. Newsy, that's the second time he's been knocked here, so the bleed out is going to start to get faster. The shots came through from DXavier, who hold a really important roadside position, so there needs to be suppression from the high ground on Vampire to stop this flush, to allow this res. As the roll down comes through, Loops trying to move on up, and it's Oro who will be the brunt of the ire.
And Luke's been playing over towards that eastern side for a while, and only come out from the cave. Look to bear some damage down on the rest of the teams. 7 elims though found, and they've been able to pick off quite a few points just from that angle over towards the eastern side. That's been nice to see. Again, a lot of teams who have that advantage of 4 players are looking to play over towards that north side. DRX, do they even know Team Spirit's here? Surely they do. I mean,
no way.
Wandered in. So that's a 2v3 now. This is possible for Team Spirit.
I'm surprised Matic didn't try and pick up the helmet. In comes Loops. This is now another third party. Matic, I think, read into this. They knew this approach was coming. They immediately blast effect out of there. DRX know that there's another player to go for Team Spirit, potentially, but out he goes. Matic still in for the fight. Loops trying to get across the open courtyard. Will take one down with him, but falls finally. Potential third party. Team Spirit only get 1 elim, but Loops have been torn to shreds. DRX have lost a player, and now Vampire on the western side, the only team with 4.
I mean, for DRX, it sort of worked out perfectly. Although Team Spirit took down one of the players, they played a nasty foot.
Uh-oh. Nino with 2 for the DBS goes pull. They shot around the side, but will get shut down in turn. Soaz keeps it together. DRX back to 3.
Man, I think he just held out the shotgun. He's been so clean with cover. Didn't take a lick of damage either. And you just hold your ground there. Pull the utility. You know why he did it. Tried to confirm 2 points for himself. I think you just got to go for the 1v3. Trust in yourself in that situation. Vampires, though, great game from them. Schweppes up to 5 eliminations. He's been fantastic this match so far. Or DXavier. DXavier have not had an easy time of it, by the way. They really have not. It has been one fight into another for them. And they've opted to play quite a dangerous position on the map, let's say.
I mean, they do hold a pretty solid angle on this run out. Sure, like Levi's is in a bit of danger here. He's exposed. But how do you get to him right now if you're Vampires? Because of that backline for DRX, because of Aura, it's basically impossible actually to move up to this wizard tower. There is no safe angle to do so. So you need to deal with one of these threats on the sidelines.
I mean, right now for DXavier, it's a strong spot that can hold 2 angles and support one another from it. I mean, at the moment, Levi's is that linchpin, though. If he goes down, the whole plan goes kaput, essentially. So more than anyone, he's got to play well. Good pick-off from Satar as DRX tries to obtain an off angle.
Denied. Satar gets the vehicle as well, but immediately shut down. Wow. Vampire ready to pick that up. Long range with the Mini 14.
I mean, that's an unbelievable shot from Newsy, actually, on the Mini 14. We love to see it.
Beautiful. Let's see more. What's he got left? Does tag some damage, but not really going to slow down the rest of DRX. However, the shots are being given to him. The spray from the M4 not quite as on target, unfortunately. Back to the Mini 14 he goes.
I mean, with the bullet drop off, it is potential to hit that shot, but it's very difficult to set up. Good nade down towards Hoda. We'll find a bit of damage. Just question how much more utility Vampires has to work with, because they have been through the ringer so far. They are expending a lot. That Molotov is cruel to Vampires. That should be at least getting 1 knock there.
Ora encased in stone right now, stopping himself getting burnt alive by the Molotovs downhill. Vampire again in a good position with the Molotov, forcing Ora to play up and on that ridgeline. It's not favorable, but they don't really have the nades to deal with them. The approach from the north is going to be pretty difficult, but Nuzi gets an opener, looks for a second, is Schweppes to back him up, and the angles are looking clean now. They have managed to sweep the majority of Ora, but Vampire is still trapped atop the hill as Ora will go down to the blue zone. 4 players alive. For Vampire, they're looking for their second chicken dinner today, Blaine.
Yeah, the back-to-back, and no one does it better than Vampires. I think it's frustrating that they go down that late, though, because there's no opportunity to go down there and pick up from the loot crates. And they desperately need their util. You can see a lot of the players on side just really having any smokes, no nades, no Molotovs left remaining. So it's all going to have to come down to that gun skill. But this is a good situation for Vampires. Although it cuts them out of the circle, it means Levi's has to leave from that wizard tower eventually. And Vampires are going to take this opportunity to move up into the forest. It's likely the last place that they can play here.
I mean, it's interesting, right? They know that DRX have rotated out to this angle. They were taking shots out that way earlier. They know that DXavier will not have sight lines without exposing themselves towards this side. So this is the right call from Vampire, definitely, to descend to this ridgeline. Levi's, sure, he can take shots, but they have such a big numbers advantage. They've got tree cover to that angle. So again, I can only praise this rotate from Vampires. We'll see if they can capitalize, convert this into a chicken dinner for a back-to-back.
Yeah, they know this is as far as these vehicles go, so they just set them up as cover off in the distance. Very well done. I mean, to be honest, you're getting, I think it was 3, maybe 4 vehicles to this stage of the game is impressive, to say the least, and now it's paying off dividends, moving from mobile utility to just that hard cover that's so desperately needed towards the end of these games. You can see, yeah, the utility on side. 1 nade, 1 Molotov. Absolutely horrendous for Vampires. Luckily, they do have the 4 players, which means 4 angles. And they were waiting for Levi's to leave. A good knock. Should get flushed by the blue.
Stones staying out a little bit late, taking a tick or 2, but making sure that that flush goes their way, ensuring that point. 10 eliminations, unstoppable Vampires on the western side. DXavier trapped on the inside. DRX as well with 2 players alive, 3 are limbs, but looking to try and do a little bit of damage to DRX, add up a couple more. Nade into the back actually does a lot of damage to Lamborghini, but will not quite find the knock. Smoke's there for DRX, move them closer to the center.
Yeah, we're on final zone now, stage 9, so this is going to keep going until everyone is cut out, and DXavier's location is outside of the blue, or close to it, so they'll be cut out fairly shortly. I think Vampires played an absolute blinder of a match, to be honest with you. It's been very, very good. A lot of fights going their way, and they were able to kind of crack this game open for themselves. Good shots from Lamborghini. Hungbin holding what I would call an incredibly dangerous angle.
He makes it work, gets that first aid out, and immediately his teammates knock. Schweppes is on the hunt, and the Vampires can completely control this hillside now. There is no safety from them. The darkness consumes all as the Vampires put up the back-to-back performance. Chicken dinner number 2 to kick off Group Yellow.
And I'll shoot them nice and far up the tables as well. So really, really well done to Vampires on the final angle of the day, being able to pick themselves up another win there. Wonderful stuff. I think they'll be really pleased with this one. I mean, Schweppes played fantastically that entire game. And it was just good rotates after good rotates and strong fights been taken, locating a lot of the weaker teams inside the lobby to push them out. But for DXavier, I think they did a good job, all things regardless. I don't think they should be too unhappy with that game. I don't think they had the greatest position in the world. I don't think they had the greatest start to that game either. Yet they set themselves up with a good cross angle, really good control of the terrain, and they'll get themselves second place off the back of it. So I think they should be pleased with themselves.
I definitely agree with that one. They definitely should learn and take some lessons from that. But Vampire, even more chuffed with their performance in the last Erangel of the day. Let's head back to the desk.
Yeah, a little bit of normality coming back into the mix here at PMGC League stage for Group Yellow. As John said, Vampire with the back-to-back. And Max, you were even commenting about Vampire being very methodical and very smart in their movements.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just the movements they're doing, Jason, that are good. It's the timing at which they pull off the moves. They're doing it while teams are maybe busy fighting each other or in the midst of a rotation. So they do it when teams are the least capable of negating their rotation in the first place. And here you can see the position they went on the western side of these late game circles, Hot Juice. The timing, like DX could not respond to it. Even sending Levi's over to Quarry, DRX could not respond to it because the timing was so on point. And boy, oh boy, Schweppes was so good in the process. So, hey, Jukes, we're back there. Vampire, they're here to play.
Oh, they are back indeed. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Like you mentioned, Schweppes just went crazy in that one. 7 eliminations all by himself. These guys are on fire off the rip here. So I mean, when it comes to Vampire, you named it, Max. I mean, with the way that they push squads, their fight decisions are so on point. And then once they are all, they all together, all 4 up, blue zone to their back, they're unstoppable. And then Schweppes leading the charge like this, and with Miramar left to go, these guys are looking good here, Jason.
And Max, you were talking about while the game was breaking down, that Vampire, they could push into Twisted Minds on the west side of Corey and look for that to be their avenue to actually push into. Instead, they go for Reagan's Gaming on the south and then wait for the zone to shift another time before they do make their actual movement. I was curious if you were content, pretty happy with that decision being made out of them.
Yes. So one thing that they were doing a lot in SCA is suffocating teams outside of the circle. They're very good at outliving teams that are in bad spots and they just want to clear their backs. They did it against RSG, as you mentioned, Jason. That was a very good play. But even earlier, even before that, Jason, I'm not sure how many people have caught this. They went north of Primorsk and cut off the rotations of Alpha 7 and Harame Bro. They got rid of 3 teams on the southern side of the map to make sure their back was cleared and they can play the high ground however the hell they really wanted this game. So Vampire, they knew we have potential to go really far this game. And it starts on phase 1 to start clearing teams we know can potentially become a threat later on down the line to just have the easiest time to wrap up the game and get the win. Like from minute 1, they're already thinking if we want to win, we need to kill this team or this team. And they do it so quickly that the threat is just not there at the end and they just have an easy time getting the win. So yeah, the setup is there from minute 1 until minute 25.
Well, Jukes, if we're talking about threats, thinking back to this match, Bigatron getting redemption up against Inko here in the wasn't necessarily a hot drop this time, but in the confrontation they had. Got to be happy about that one, considering we had the remake before where Bigatron did lose out on this one. And Inko having a tough time, man. They went out 16th place yet again here. I believe it was no eliminations on top of that. Are they still your hope? Are they still America's hope?
They will always be the hope, because guess what? They're our only hope at this point for when it comes to North America. But I mean, they got to be frustrated. They get a nice little hot drop win against BTR. And the word on the street is these guys, this was 100% intentional. BTR knew that the hot drop was coming. They lost it. But, got a good remake that worked out for them. And then they end up winning that fight in return. So, I mean, BTR showing that consistency that got him here in the first place.
Jason, you can see Sotani. Right. Okay, how many Rolexes can I get from this PMGC again? He's ready. He's got space.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Rolexes. I don't have any. I would like to have them eventually. Also, one team I wanted to mention was Hora Esports. I feel like we're seeing them just be extra passive here in the first day of matches. I mean, they're very low in eliminations. They got 2 in this one. They got placement points, but it seems to be like the Hora we kind of slightly saw, I feel like, in a CSA, where they don't really have the confidence to be able to take on fights.
Yeah, they're hyper passive. Good rotations though, Jason. I think the way they moved around Cat Hill and stuff was on point. I really enjoy it. But they have a similarity to what I saw from BTR back in SEA. Very, very big similarities, which is in good positions, but not pulling the trigger at the right time to maybe make that rotation have an impact. That they just let things happen, let teams maybe leapfrog even their position. And by doing so, Jukes, I mean, you just lose track of how this game is going to go down, and you just lose an opportunity to maybe reach the late game, maybe even get a win. But Hora are just hyper passive, and we need a big change if we want to see them do something in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's nerves for Hora, because we saw them in a couple of Erangel matches ago, just in the late game, just kind of send it towards the center, and they just got destroyed, So when that happens, and if you're nervous, sometimes it'll make you force to play passive, So I hope they kind of just shake that off and make it happen here. But man, look at that Schweppes. Goodness gracious. This guy went off this last game. 700 damage, 7 to limbs. That conversion rate, Jason?
If he knocks you, he flushes you.
Yeah.
It's pretty decent, you know. I'm still waiting to see those big individual games where you have someone get a good amount of limbs, but they also have like 1500 damage. That would be kind of nice to see. But yeah, I mean, if you're talking about nerves for Hora, like you have to obviously, I feel like you have to have nerves to some point, but you can't let them obviously make the decisions for you. And Hora definitely need to step up. We know like Hora can be an extremely strong team, like Sky in particular, but they are definitely having a tough time as we take a look here at our top 4 when it comes to utility. And Miran Sejong, I know Max, you were spotting out again. They were going for like 2-2 splits. The fight on the west hand side of Corey as well. I think it was Hoxie who I think you caught out the single player of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, caught a single player of Twisted Mind. I don't even know who was the second player of Twisted Minds. Trying to get style points, jumping off that rock to try and get the 1v1. Just take the shot. you don't have to try and jump off the same rock twice to look extra cool. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, and Hoxie was able to stand down in that position to call it home. Until Vampire went for the third party, Jason, which again is showing that Vampire are willing to be very opportunistic at times. And also 71 smokes used in 4 matches. That is an insane ratio of smokes, man. Wow. Okay.
They know how to use them, especially that last game. I mean, they busted out the smokes and they made their own cover. We saw them kind of hold those vehicles towards the end. They made that card wall and then just slowly inch their way up little by little. And you can see the leaderboards here. Finally, we got a little challenger here at the top, Jason.
We do. I'm a little bit worried that Vampire, they have 2 or 0 placement points outside of their wins. Then again, Major Pride only have 4 placement points outside of their wins. But considering Vampire won half the matches played so far, I think that's going to be acceptable. Any surprises though for you, Max? I think for me, Major Pride obviously in first place, Miran Sejong in third, and then of course Bigatron in fourth place is, I think, the standout in my eyes.
Major Pride is the biggest surprise, right? But we already mentioned it, so I'll give you another one, Jason. MSG, I kind of expected them to do well because of how they played in their region. I like their playstyle. I have to go BTR this time around. Like the fact that they are willing to take eliminations here, they got a decent ratio, 1-to-2 ratio in terms of placement point into eliminations. That is the right kind of mindset we needed from BTR, going from SCA to PMGC if they wanted to be successful. So BTR, it's not like a surprise. It's more like I'm glad they did the required change to take on this group yellow lobby. And for me, that's like I'm happy about it. I'm also surprised. So yeah, thumbs up BTR. Keep it up.
I think it's kind of crazy, Hot Jukes, that they have 20 limbs. Like they're one of the highest limb teams so far in Group Yellow, which I don't really necessarily associate with Bigatron these days.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's just the fact that Luxie's back home, dude. You know, Luxie is back home watching, and I think that's putting the pressure on the Zuxie himself, dude. You know, and that makes this team just perform at a level above the rest, you know? I don't know. I think that we're seeing those changes. We've seen them put in some good games, but, you know, I like the fact that we didn't just see them just get blessed every single time, you know? They're putting up points regardless of the situation. And Miramar's up next, though. I think that's going to be the big kind of like talking point here because anything can happen. Anything can happen. You know, Alpha 7 dominates when it comes to Miramar. So I wonder if they're going to get warmed up here sooner rather than later, Max.
Wait. I want to say this because I was asking you before this segment here, Jukes, about, do you think Alpha 7 are going to do well going into Miramar because that's like their main map, their quintessential map they do so well on? You said, no, not on day one. Like, what's that about? Why?
Yeah, you know, when it comes to day one, I'm just seeing how their play style is. I mean, once they finish a day, their coach comes up to them, they put in that homework, and they come back even stronger. So I think right now, you even see the look on their faces. They're just big chilling, right? They're just trying to put in some good points, you know, get on the board, and then hopefully make that run for top 3 here towards the end.
I mean, if we're going to put Hot Jukes on blast, let me continue here, Maxman. They qualified from NA points in 13th place, and they're currently sitting in 13th place in Group Yellow. Inco.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Alpha 7 for a second. I was like, what? No, yeah, Inco. They're my heroes, dude. They're my heroes. I still believe in them. I haven't lost faith. You know what I'm saying? 13th place. Yeah, it's not 11th. Yeah, it's not survival stage. But you know what is in the number 13? 3. You know? And third place, I think, is what they're going to get at the end of the day. Inco in third place, skimming on over to the finals.
Okay.
Watch it happen.
So if you're so confident in that, would you wax your beard at PMGC Grand Finals if they don't make top 3 in Group Yellow? You said you believe.
Waxing it.
It's not my eyebrow, so I'm all about it.
And you know what? We'll even
You
throw
mean
in
like
20
putting
bucks.
beard wax in? I'm in.
No,
I'm in,
we're
dude.
waxing
I'll
the
make
hair
it
off.
nice and shiny and luscious.
Yeah, so here, ladies and gentlemen, he does not believe in Inko. He's not willing to put the beard on the line. Even Max is willing to put his eyebrows on the line when it's required. But as you did mention, 13, it's not 11, it's not survival stage. We have DMR, Inko, Zeus, Twisted Minds, and Horror at the moment, all susceptible to being pushed out of the entire event. No chance to play in survival stage. And Twisted Mind, Max, I mean, that's kind of surprising, kind of not. What's your view?
I have the impression, especially this last game, Jason, that we're seeing them pull off a OG Major Pride, which is maybe getting a little bit overconfident in their positions and being split. And you saw Hoxie here from MSJ just rocking up behind them and picking off the players of Twisted Minds off one by one by one. And then the entire team just gets completely destroyed. I want to see them play a little bit more packed together, Jason, right now. I don't feel that synergy, if I have to be completely honest, heading into Group Yellow. So again, there's that potential. We know they can frag out big time, like really big time, but they're not really giving themselves the tools to make that happen. So I want to see them fighting together a bit more.
Really quickly, Zeus, number 3 when it comes to top 4 gunslingers. So it's the amount of damage they've done throughout these 4 matches. 3rd place, but they're currently sitting 14th. That's kind of crazy. I mean, they have 13 eliminations, 1 placement point. But kind of surprised to see them up there. Hopefully they can kind of turn their performance around a bit, maybe work on those placements. But yeah, Twisted Minds, man, I didn't really know what to expect for them. Did you have them in your top 3?
No. As teams to watch, yeah, because like of the big names you have on the team, but we've seen it many times, Jason, right, where you have these big names getting together. It just doesn't quite work out execution-wise, but I do think they have, the willingness to iterate if day one doesn't quite go their way. I feel like they can do that. I don't think they have like this massive ego that, oh no, we're going to keep playing this when it's going to work out. We will see changes from this team, I do expect, but it's not been the big head start they maybe expected. That's for sure.
Well, so Hotchix, Max talked about them being willing to do a 5-man rotation, right? Do you think we're going to see rotation on a day-to-day basis? Do you think we should see a rotation happen even now with how the performance has gone? What's your thoughts?
I mean, I don't know, man. I wouldn't do it personally. I don't think we've ever seen a team win that has done that. I mean, can you recall one in the past? I don't think so.
Well, when it comes to global events, no. 4MV, at least in the CSA region, very, very avid in swapping out players, though that was normally in the spring season, to be perfectly fair. Yep. Didn't really see too much of it in the fall season. But on that note, right, I don't think you would swap midday. You got to let the team play things out, get a good feel.
I would say teams that want to rotate their players because they are not being successful, that is the wrong approach. I feel like for MV, no matter who they were fielding, Jason, was successful. Changing players under pressure is maybe just going to make it a bit tougher. Maybe create also tension inside the team. Like, oh, but I wanted to play, but I'm going to be benched. I don't know how it is for the players, right, Jukes? But you getting benched maybe on the first day because things are not working out. You're getting, like, quote-unquote blamed for your bad results. That must be a bit tough, like, and create tensions, I think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it definitely is. I mean, it's so difficult. I mean, because you got people hoping to keep their job, people trying to make their dreams come true. And then sometimes you'll have teams like, and I'll say something even toxic. Want to hear something toxic, dude? Yeah. Sometimes you'll have you'll have other players who don't like a certain player just sandbag. So that way they can make sure that guy is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
if you're doing that at PMGC, get the hell out of PMGC. Come on, man.
I agree 100%, but during the spring season, and some other stages, if you're already in first place, you never know what could happen, but when it comes to this is the best of the best going at it, right? And $3 million on the line, there's going to be all hands on deck. But you know what? We're going to go into Miramar now. My eyes are going to be on Picalo, dude, because you know what? Harami, bro, and Inko might just meet up there. What do you think about that, Jason?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
If any of you guys out there watch the CSA watch parties, Max and I just don't like it. Yeah, no, I don't want to see hot drops early on. Like, I want to see teams willing to give it up because with what you're playing for, man.
I'm gonna say, if you don't hot drop, literally Inko or Harame, bro, I don't care which team it is, send one team to the west to do the trash loot. It is such a good option. You get good cars, good loot. You just have to split a little bit, and you got also the same rotation path. Don't hot drop. If it happens, I'm mad.
Well, we don't want to make Max Man mad. We don't like when he gets angry. As we're gonna head back to our commentators to kick off our last 2 matches of the day, John Allen and Blake.
Oh, that is for sure. You do not want to make Maxman angry. He is a terror when he gets going. So don't go to Picardo if you know what's good for you. That's right. We're getting over to Miramar now. The desert awaits for match number 5.
Where was this horizontal plane path in Erangel? That's the real question. As we head over from El Pozo to Truck Stop. Nice easy plane path for everyone to work with. Especially important on a map like this as well, where it is a lot harder to get towards the points of the map that you like to be in, with it being so much larger than any of our others. But it is now the last couple of matches here in the first day of PMGC group stage. It's been a bit of a long day, but we're here now. All right, we're here now.
That is true. We have entered the final furlong as we head over to the desert for the day. I don't like what I'm seeing, Blank. It's racking my nerves. I think it's safe to say we've got a Picardo hot drop.
Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, on our hands. Inco, known to be a team that is rather hell-bent on going to the spots that they like to take. Heading over towards Picardo here to start things off. Again, I think at PMGC, this is where the hot drops need to start ending. I think maybe you can go from the start here, but I wouldn't even bother with it. I mean, already Inco starting things off here, looking to win out this fight versus Bro Harame. Good shots to start off though from one show.
For a second as well. I mean, this is the most volatile part of this fight. Once the two teams separate into opposing apartment block buildings, that is when things can get spicy. Juancho doesn't quite catch the windowsill there to hop in on the next floor up, but goes down and underneath instead. Thinks they're too high up and immediately gets sprayed down. The Micro Uzi not even going to be able to find that flush either. As the reses come through, the backup comes in as well. Inco moving their forces in. This is where teams will start to extricate themselves from one another. This is where it will slow down, and we'll be here for the next 12 minutes.
Juancho heads back outside, and then Abete supporting the AKM at distance, preventing Rick from actually getting out this doorway here. It's a good off angle for them to have. Should enable the Reds to go through onto Juancho. Back up on his feet with Tommy gun. Gear not looking too hot here for Bro Harame, honestly. Nice shot.
Nice little double pump there with the double barrel inactive. Finds another knock over towards Harame Bro, but another sent back in response. Juancho goes down, so both teams losing a player. And this is what you can expect from Picardo hot drops. Nobody really coming out clean. It is just a terrible time all round. I think it's safe to say that's what they're looking for. The vault on in. Federal able to make his way down a floor, not using the staircase. Hopping on in. Grabbing some loot. Knows there's still players marauding around upstairs, but not really too much you can do about it right now.
Yeah, again, it's the sort of engagement that, like you said, no one really wins in. Unless it is one team where the skill gap is so much higher than the others, where they can quickly and comfortably take down an enemy squad. Inco is just ruining their chances, honestly, doing this. Remember, Miramar is 2 maps out of your day. It's quite hefty in terms of the points total, and it's one of the few maps where, because so much movement is allowed in that early game, and some of the positions towards the end game are so definite in terms of who wins, you can get these really chunky games off the back of it with high elimination count. So giving that up for maybe 1 or 2 elims early on in the match, I don't think it's too worth it for Inco. Looking for them, they are going up against Bro Harame, who I would say sort of equal skill range to them.
The numbers bear that out as well, with 1 elimination going either way. Dual wielding right now. Yappy for Bro, completely in the wrong building. That's a bad time. Vitali, staying on the top floor. And this is where you just see, like I said before, the 12-minute mark come and go. Especially with this fact that this position is in the first circle. We're going to be waiting here for a long time between these two teams. I mean, the standoff... I don't even... Like, what could you do here? You're getting that spray, you're waiting for them to waste ammo so you can push up, but they're just going to fall back, get that reload, and hold the staircase further away. There's finally a little bit of an opening, and Federales may have overexposed there with the jump out, but no one's there to punish. They're looking for flushes.
Yeah, Federales gets knocked as well. That's from Nenevete. He's been playing a great angle off on the side. Looks like Inco likely will win this fight after all.
And they know where he is. They'd spotted Yappy's rotation earlier on. That's not how you get up there. From Vitali. Gonna flub the jump a little bit, but now they move around. Potential to res here for Federales, I think. Might not be available, actually. The dual wield, though. Is he going to have enough ammo to be able to hold this triple run out? The hop over? Nah, not even going to be able to get a shot off.
That will be Inco taking themselves the first win here over Picardo with 4 elims on side. I still don't think it's advisable. We'll see if it changes in the future. Maybe Bro Harama gives up the spot. It was a good shot from BTR early on over towards Carrillo. And there will have to be an immediate response here because getting up this mountainside is a little bit tough at times. It'll take a tiny bit of time to make the rotate in the vehicle. Here's that replay. At the start of the game here from Elementary, getting that first blood before anything even began in Picardo, actually.
He was the progenitor of the conflict in this match, Aaron.
He's lucky.
There's someone already up there. That is very lucky, actually. Goodness me. The fact that he's not down just there is pretty insane right now for Zeus.
Yeah, it's a miracle, honestly, for Zeus. He went down to around about 2 HP, realistically. It was instantly just sent wide. Get off the top side. Carrillo did get rezzed by McGrillen. And had a med kit as well, apparently, in the back pocket. Don't want to use up any of those stims early on. I think medkit early here is probably the right choice, especially if you're considering staying up here for quite some time, down towards the southwest side, east of El Pozzo, the mountain range here, full in play. You kind of want to use those stims instead, just to keep yourself nice and topped.
Team Spirit making their way in from the south side out to the west edge of Picardo. Oh, Ora, want to go on up there? Get in a scrap with Rita. Repositioning Sky forwards. There's a lot of players moving in for her. This is a big commit to the high ground here. Outside of the fields, and it's going to work out. I mean, Sky connects that spray. Darkin's just done, and okay, Zeus lose that outward point. Ooh, big nade.
Yeah, Saka's not too great. Nades out his own vehicle. Borrow. Send a nade across, but yeah, Rita getting sprayed down that distance is it's a good shot. There's not much you can say else about it, realistically. I think Rita, if he'd held the initial nade, might have got quite a lot of value off the back of it, and potentially Rita doesn't go down there. I think he had to hold the angle, but was just a little bit unconfident. I think it's because he only had one nade in pocket. Was hoping to back down and nade off the back of his teammates, hopefully get another one off it.
Ooh, nasty shift.
Yeah,
look
cool.
at that. All the way up northwest to Crater Fields. Keeps all of that area to the east of Trailer Park in as well. So expect a lot of teams moving north, moving on that south side as well up to the west edge. Before we get into this one thick.
Yeah, it's a grim push for a lot of teams over towards that northwest side. I mean, most teams have already sent it up over towards Hacienda. So they've got a long way to go now. We'll have to start sending on fruit. Muerte, though, with a lot of space to control over the north side, they can pass through La Cobreria nice and easily, potentially head towards the north side of Crater Fields off the back of that. Yeah, not a position on the map that a lot of teams really want to play in. They'll pop it down towards the south side as well. There's a lot of moving parts this circle here.
A rough time of stuff on the watchful eyes of Ora. Taking shots over towards rotations coming through over towards Crater Fields. Real rough time of stuff for everybody moving in now. Muerte have made it through on this northern side. They've swung through and grabbed a bit of this hillside ahead, but Ora still have such great high ground angles. The issue that they have now is that they are right on the edge. They are committing to this high ground play.
Yeah, best thing for Ora to do right now is just kind of to look out towards the east side, pick up as many points as they can from that, because there's a huge amount of teams moving through fairly open ground as well. No fear, though, up against Loops. fits in underneath, takes some shots, does win out on the trade. Good dodges, good ducks as well to bait out some of the shots over the top end.
That's a great pickup for No Fear. Aura still racking up those points a little bit. Nice and steady. What a pace for them. Over to Twisted Minds, they're moving in from the south side, going up towards Alpha 7's position. You can see they are over these hills, but Zeus and Major Pride not so lucky, embroiled with one another. Major Pride doing okay, but they've lost a player now. 4 eliminations found and keeping up those tallies. Trying to fend off Vampire with everything they got, but Vampire not quite stuck into this circle just yet.
They've had a long journey to make, and I think a lot of teams had the similar idea of setting up towards that north side and trying to break in on the south. You got Freakin for Robs here, Twisted Minds. So sort of back to the old Nigma Galaxy roster, honestly. Freak, Lord, and Coops. With Doran being the standout here on the team. But a lot of residual history in terms of teamwork between all these players means that this isn't too terrible of a switch out. And for Robs, he's not on his game today, let's put it that way. So I think it's fair enough for him to move out there.
I wonder if it's a map-specific choice, right? Going into Miramar, if this is something that we're going to see repeatedly from Twisted Minds, bring Robs back in for the first 4, last 2 going over towards Freak. And as you said, there is that synergy that exists from Nigma Galaxy rosters of old. So potentially, it's a map-specific one. Obviously, the little additions can make a lot of difference, right? You're changing a quarter of your team when you change out a player. So if for some reason it's more performance, I'm wondering if that's the reason.
It would make sense as well. I mean, Rose for the longest time kind of has specialized in hand-to-hand combat, close quarters engagements that he's so well known for. And I mean, Miramar just isn't that. This is the map where you see the most amount of Mini 14s in play, the most amount of DMRs been brought out, and a lot of times you want to see Rose with a shotgun in his hand, and he doesn't really come online until you get to like stage 6, stage 7.
I think the biggest question about it for me is who does Maxman support now? Because the Frenchman isn't on the battlefields anymore, right? So what's going on? What's going on there? We'll have to check in with him over on the analyst desk after this one to see just who he's backing. Team Spirit sat in the middle of these crater fields. I mean, this is always a little bit of a risk to go to these compounds. I mean, we saw them do it over towards Ruins on Sanhok at the start of the day. They did have to leave it eventually. Not gone very well for them there. RSG, I think it was, to be able to take them down from the south side of Ruins. But here they are again in a very isolated central position. Safe for now, but once the circle leaves, a lot more tricky.
Again, for Team Spirit, I think they've got one more gamble match in them. 28 points right now. This is the time where they're somewhat safe in 5th place, so they can gamble on a match like this, gamble towards Crater Fields, and if the circle keeps going over towards that way of things, they'll have a fantastic match moving forward. But if it does move away, then a lot of teams will already know that they're in here. You saw that some of the vehicles are already blown up, so escape from that location is slightly less available. But we'll wait and see what happens in stage 4. For the time being, Paragin don't quite have the grip on the side of the mountain. To be honest with you, Buggy shouldn't be able to do that in the first place, so Paragin trying to mess with the laws of physics.
It is a silly thing to be able to climb up beyond vertical surfaces. But that's just sometimes how it is, you know? That's just how it be.
Yeah, next circle close very shortly. 20 seconds now before stage 4. Vampires, though, have had a hell of a day. I've been really happy with the Vampires. And I think that they're a team that a lot of people have taken their eyes off over recent years, just in terms of their performance. I mean, they were unbelievable. They've made all the money in the world, to be honest, here over at PMWI and PMWC. So I think they're fairly pleased with how things have gone already. But they're still a consistent factor in a lot of our international tournaments. They're by no means a slouch team. Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more of them here in PMGC.
Like you said, one of the highest earning rosters, I think, in the world for PUBG Mobile, which is saying something. Come on, Paragin. Look, it's not working.
Yeah,
it's not me. It's definitely you.
It really wasn't meant to be. So I think it's time to give it up.
Stop being silly. It looks like a little beetle on his back, trying to right himself.
I think for Inco as well, down towards his south side, these are the knock-on effects of having that hot drop in Picardo, because it takes up so much time. You saw that the boys weren't really all that looted at all. So you need to not only win that engagement in Picardo, but then you need to spend time to loot, and then you have to make your rotate. So you waste a good 6 minutes of time where you could potentially have been rotating. Muerte here, looking outwards as teams move towards them off in the distance. I think that is DRX.
Muerte trying to leave some lead, at least into the side panels, if not connecting to the bodies of DRX. Pusher pushed off a little bit on the angle as well. Can't fully go for the spray peek. Shots coming in make that a little bit too tough, but DRX still maneuvering, getting their way into the north side. Team Spirit still sit ahead of them.
Yeah, teams having to pass through credit fields is a little bit worrisome for them. I think Team Spirit will have a pretty good chokehold over towards that area, and it's RSG, Muerte, DRX all have to make that decision to move down from that north side. And there you go, Team Spirit already finding 2 players from Muerte right off the back there. With Tresley falling down and knocking himself. I think there's just one more player left alive on Muerte then. That should be them now out.
DRX taking shots, everybody laying down the Lord, and Muerte out, but everybody in this northwest side still needs to make their move. RSG need to try and shunt in, DRX as well. In the meantime, Vampire going to try and slam into this eastern point of it. Vampire taking a knock, but that's not going to slow them down. Stone continues to move forwards, continues this pressure.
Yeah, pushing over towards DRX. I mean, they've waited a little bit, and they saw the push and pull coming through from DRX as well as Muerte finally find their moment to move on in. Here's DRX on our screens, currently safe, tucked away inside a building, but Vampires, Team Spirit all close by.
Leading out the charge towards the 2 players from DRX inside the shack. The burn is there, tags both of them, forces them out. The smoke's got the cover on the vision, but the burn is still super strong. The nades continue to fly on in as well. Hyunbin, Kaikse, both having a real tough time of it. But the flex out from Bay right now, from RSG, could be a massive game changer here. Vampire, they've taken 2 knocks. Both of them can get res. They're not both on the back lines, but they're under fire, under threat from Bay. He finds Stoned, and that is both players on the back lines for Vampires knocked.
I mean, he's out in the blue, but he's doing a tremendous job to put the hurt in over towards Vampires. And at stage 5, it's getting a little bit difficult. He pops the first aid kit, but the element of surprise is now gone. More shots sent over towards him. He's just ducking, dodging. Get himself out the way. He's poking his little head over the top side.
Oh, no. That's so nasty. He does go down, but Vampire cut in half there. So unfortunate. We've still got Tony K and Schweppes. 2 very powerful players in their own right. This northwest side still continues to punish everybody.
I mean, for RSG, they were sort of done for there. And the fact that Bay's able to pick himself up 2 points off the back of it, pretty sure they'd be fairly pleased with that result, honestly. It's a dangerous maneuver. I don't think Vampires were expecting it. And I wouldn't have expected it either, you know. A north side push is essentially a suicidal play, but it gets them a couple of points off the back. And for Vampires, you just don't expect desperation like that.
Team Spirit having a little bit of a scrap going on right now. Trying to fend off their position, but on the south side in the meantime, BTR clashing with Inco. Seems like these 2 teams just will not leave each other alone. BTR looking to try and win this one out again. Satar down on the high ground, but it's all up to Nenebetse for Inco. Looks for more. We'll be able to find another spray down. A big challenge now in La Par with the pump action. Mini 14 in hand as well, but the nade should seal the deal. As it doesn't quite hit all of the damage. Genforce up the hill. The nade again just about tags enough damage in, and BTR stay alive. Will Twisted Mind's third party this effectively?
Yeah, lovely bit of revenge coming through for BTR, but Twisted Mind's already sending down the hill, and there's a time limit on this one. Both players are rezzing simultaneously, but instantly Twisted Minds is already in position. There's shots though from DX Xavier on high, which saves the life, and Satar actually gets back up off his knees and is back into the engagement here.
Oh my goodness, the timing just a little bit too slow for Twisted Minds. Sure, they'll be able to get this res coming on through, but now the element of that drop shot, that third party is not going to be there. Another leathering from Levi is there. as he takes Lord down, and this time the flush looks pretty good. 2 players out, and Twisted Minds flex out. May just be their downfall.
Yeah, I mean, DXAV has been holding a gorgeous amount of positions over towards this western side for such a long time. They've got this 4-man split going on. Smoke goes down, so they're very much aware of these shots coming through from DXAV, and Lepar barely makes it out of there. As Adeti, who has performed fairly phenomenally over the last 4 matches of the day, continues to make a name for himself here on DXavier.
DXavier trying to play this edge controlling style. It's working okay for them so far today, but they do want a little bit more. Loops finding Major Pride. There's a bit of a crossfire onto Major Pride's position right now with Twisted Team Spirit and with Loops, with angles over towards them. Twisted Minds, they are in a real tough spot now. With BTR, all 4 players alive, are right over this lip. A single nade would take both of them. Although they are splitting themselves, one in front and one behind of the bus. Of course, just trying to hedge their bets here. Go either side, but it's likely you lose one to this nade. Let's see who goes down. Freak breaks out, takes damage, but doesn't fall.
Yeah, it trickles down. And I think now for Twisted Minds, it's a difficult scenario because they know their position. They walk straight back into it, and Freak catches a nade to the face. Honestly, it was a good third party from Twisted Minds. It was right timing. It was just a misunderstanding of where DXavier was currently playing, and that back slash that came through onto them. Team Spirit need to move in, as does Miramar Match, but Alpha 7 kind of just chilling down towards the south side of the map. It was a good rotate from them, and they've had to calm things down a lot. I don't think Alpha 7's been as quite as impactful as they'd like, though. Miramar typically is their best map of all.
9 teams remain, but a lot of stragglers here. BTR staying up as 4.
It's a good
Not a
pick.
super healthy vehicle there. But they will make their way up north now and into a little bit of treacherous ground up towards closer to Crater Fields. You don't really have too much to play with here. It's kind of nasty. Alpha 7 with the compound going to make things really tough on the south side.
It's a great pickup from Team Spirit over towards Final from Miramar Match because he was trying to provide an anchor point for the rest of the team to move over towards. And Team Spirit realized that they are limited on time. They need to move out from these warehouses eventually. But Major Pride is in their way, as are Miramar Match, but they cut them down just a little bit. So it's 2-2 there for Major Pride as well as Miramar Match. But Team Spirit's in the worst position of them all. No. Great shots from Hoxie alongside with DXavier.
This is the difficulty, right? That central position inside the crater is so exposed as soon as you have to leave it. And Team Spirit, they've been locked down there for a long time, but they lose 2 almost immediately as they try and step out. BTR trying to deal with the remnants of Twisted Minds, do so successfully. Will look for the res, but they've got an element of DXavier sent out their way as well. Paragin right on top of them. You can see he's up on that high ground, has some angles there. Doesn't need to expose right now, doesn't need to try and go for a push, but it's going to be a tough time. Team Spirit lose other, and again, just cut down out in the open.
Yeah, it's a good play from Major Pride. I mean, they set themselves up perfectly to deny both Team Spirit as well as Miramar Match, and they picked up 10 eliminations off the back of it. And I thought Team Spirit was doing well with the 7 eliminations they've been able to accrue. So just effect now remaining for the squad outside of the Zone 2. I like to go down soon. For effect, the best scenario would be to get towards the top 5 and play off the back of that. Yeah, if I'm looking at this map, though, I would probably call a DXavier win. I think they love circles like this on Miramar where they control a bunch of space, a bunch of angles. The communication is very effective on that squad of where they need to realign their sightlines to.
I think it also somewhat depends on the conclusion of Alpha 7 versus Loops. I think if Alpha 7 can get to the Crater Ridge line, then there is a chance that they can take this one away. But that, I think, is fairly unlikely, given that DXavier should have angles on this approach as well. Given that Loops will be able to spot these players coming a mile off, they'll be ready for it. You can see they already sending in shots from Neil Zada.
So goes extremely center. Actually benefits quite a lot over towards BTR, who I don't believe I've lost a player just yet. They're still quite happily as a 4-man. They'll have to deal with DXavier as they push on through. And although DXAV's been taking a lot of shots to a lot of different teams, been able to get 3 eliminations, they haven't been able to pick up too many of the points or too much of the loot off those bodies. I'll have to work with what they've got here. Good shot from Effect, actually, over towards Luz. Picks up Rafina. And we'll get the elimination off the back of it, send them towards 8 now. He's very much out the zone. He is going to struggle to get in.
He's got the buggy, but it's missing a tire. It'll be a little bit slow off the mark. Needs a lot of smoke to give him that cover, and even then, where does he go? Gonna have a real tough time. Alpha 7 do manage to get up towards this bridge line, and actually this gives Effect an opportunity. He could try and step in, third party this. Alpha 7 able to take them down. Can the reses come through in time? Because Evo Station wants to take down the last player from Team Spirit. They will do so successfully. Major Pride up to 11 eliminations now. Alpha 7 have managed to get this crossing, have managed to get closer to the ridge line, and they will be able to res up to 4.
Yeah, it was a great push from Alpha 7. Really good fight between them and Loops. And they were just distracted, honestly. I think that's what gives Alpha 7 the movement to head on that way. And I think as soon as you see that compound down towards the south move out from the circle, you better expect a push coming through on that south side. Finally, Elementrix is taken down there from Major Pride. That's from DXavier. You can still control this ridge side, but Alpha 7 is getting further and further into this match, and it's getting a little bit terrifying.
This is them up to that ridge line. This is what I was talking about. That transition is now accomplished, and it gives them a really big advantage here. With BTR keeping DXavier at bay, and they themselves are trapped in. As soon as Evo Station goes down here with the blue zone pushing in, that'll be a fairly short order. They just need to pick off a couple of players from this engagement out to their west side, and this is Alpha 7's game.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen to Alpha 7 right now is just a couple of pickoffs so towards that back line. But it's not likely going to be something that pulls through, because right now BTR is way too occupied with DXavier. If anything, Alpha 7 could just slowly march up towards that western edge and break out into this fight between them and BTR. I think they're just slightly worried about potentially DXavier's angles on this fight.
DXavier, I mean, reading that Evo Station's going down and leveraging that northern side now, the slopes downhill, is really important for them. This position, this movement, is the only thing that's going for them right now. They've disengaged from BTR. This is going to allow BTR to take shots over towards Alpha 7. It re-engages the triangle-style conflict that BTR were kind of hoping for. But DXavier are no longer at the back of the queue, so it gives them both a little bit more of a chance against Alpha 7.
Grelin spotting over top side. DXavier currently actually do have a fairly nice setup, but it is isolated. Good shots over towards BTR. Takes down Satara in the front line. And Alpha 7 look to put the pressure on now. On that western edge. The only difficulty for DXavier is that they are essentially going to be playing from the low ground into this endgame. If Alpha 7 are able to pick up the pieces over towards BTR. Good nade over towards Lepar, and another one over towards that front line. Goodness me, Zuxi though, what a shot.
Excellent shot over towards Mafioso, holding out that flank. Lepar gets that heal off for BTR as well. Playing as 3, their backs to the rock. They're fighting out of the corner, and Zuxi looks for more. Mafioso gets flushed. And now Magrelin, the forward point for Alpha 7. DXavier re-engaging, but Alpha 7 have the central track here. And with Revo on the backline, they can't commit to the push to BTR. They would allow DXavier too much wiggle room.
It's a hard fought fight from BTR. Again, they're sort of like a team that if you back them into a corner, they can be truly vicious, but so not a lot of times you see them backed into that corner. It's a difficult scenario from here. The vehicles posting up. Now they need to readjust where their focus is. Good initial nade and good shots from Lepar again. But it is Gemfos to go down.
Paragin with the nade cooking. And in comes the Alpha 7 barrage as well. Look at the nades pouring on over the top, but Lapar not going to let it phase him, popping this first aid. Alpha 7 putting more and more pressure on. Levi's going to hold it, but Paragin lands the flush on towards Genfos. Now, 2 players for BTR still in action. Alpha 7 on 3, DX Xavier on 3 as well, but they're going to have to push towards each other. Alpha 7 lose their backline as Lapar frags out of his mind here. Carrillo looking to try and step up towards him, and finally, McGrellin is able to land the final blow to it. DX Xavier takes down the last player, and it is BTR to go down first in the 3-way engagement. Carrillo now in a 1 versus 2 to hold the ridgeline before the res can come on through. The backline needs to get back in action for Alpha 7 because Carrillo is down, Revo is down, McGrellin falls next, and up from the bottom they go. It's DX Xavier.
It's a fantastic game for DX Xavier. I mean, I called it quite early as well in terms of they'll have a very good time from that position. But the fact they're able to set themselves up so nicely on that northern side, playing the low ground, kind of shunting PTR forward, encouraging them to fight versus Alpha 7, might have worked a little bit differently if it wasn't for the fact that Zuxi was so clean on that western edge. He was doing such a good amount of work versus Alpha 7, made it very difficult to move up. But yeah, for DX Xavier, they'll be plenty pleased with that fight there, and a good finish to it as well.
Absolutely, what a clean ending for DX Xavier. I mean, it was really tussly, very difficult to navigate against those rocks, but DX Xavier were able to claim the victory. A nice timely downhill rotate, able to give them the ground, the control that they needed, and take home the first chicken dinner of 2 Miramars.
Well, I know we really want to discuss DX Xavier, Alpha 7, BTR in that 3-way battle, but we have to start from our roots here. Start from how the game initially kicked off. Inko, and Harami, bro.
Don't even get me started, man. It
happened.
It happened, but you have so many options. You have the trash loot to the west. There are compounds nearby that I saw were free. Like, you have options if you really want to. If you're Inko or Harame Bro, I think Harame Bro is going to understand. We don't want to fight Inko anymore because they're so damn stubborn when it comes down to the hot drops, right, Jukes? That is just what they do. So even talking to Seven earlier, they are the stubborn teams that never gives up on a hot drop location. So it's odd. And Blank mentioned a very interesting point, Jukes, that I think we can all agree upon, right? They also lose so much time when it comes to looting. They were under-looted, taking their own fight in the circle. Like, you lose so much taking those hot drops. So it needs to stop now. It's not working out.
In a tournament where top 3 is the goal, you have zero, and I mean zero, business doing any hot drops, especially on a map like Miramar or Erangel, where we're playing it so often. I mean, it just completely dips into your entire tournament. It really does. I mean, because even if you do win the fight, like we just saw Inko did, Jason, right? They are so far behind, like we mentioned, and it just puts them on the back foot for the rest of this game. So like the odds of getting like a decent or even a big game, they go down so significantly.
Yeah, the only winning you get from that is just the couple of points that you get from the elimination. Otherwise, It's going to be all negatives. But speaking of the opposite of negatives, pauses. Paragin, 1,266 damage. Now, I know the man's not here, but at least he can be here in essence.
Oh, yeah.
Sees the 1,300 damage almost, gets himself in there, Scalars. But yeah, this is, again, I was talking about before, right? I want to see higher damage numbers. We did have like the nice 7 elims compared to the 700 damage. But man, 2 elims to 1,200 damage, Hot Jukes? Goddamn.
That's a terrible conversion. That's terrible. He was doing tons of damage, just wasn't able to get those finishes. But still, I mean, hey, clutched up that chicken dinner, and that's something that a team I think like DX Xavier definitely needed to win sooner rather than later, Max.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, DX Xavier, we knew they were going to get it eventually, and they showed it here. Get rid of that replay. Thank you. Okay, let's skip the hot dog. I do not want to see it. It is. Oh no! Don't take me back to the hot dog. I'm just getting trolled by production right now.
Is this PMWI as they keep putting it to your camera, the solo shot?
No, don't zoom in on my face, please. I've had enough of that. But yeah, so you have the hot drop again. We said it earlier. There are options. Actually, before we focus on like the meat and potatoes of this game, right, Jason, and we talk about the DX, the BTR, the Alpha 7 fight. You brought it up at some point in that game. This is another big fragging game for Major Pride, right? Like, what was it? 10 eliminations? They got some
11
crater fields? What?
11 eliminations. Like a team who in PMSL could barely keep one player alive, or would typically only keep one player alive when we get to the latest stage of the game, and they come into PMGC and easily more difficult tournament on so many different fronts, and they're able to pull off multiple games with 10 plus eliminations. I don't know what Major Pride did from then till now, but man, whatever it is working.
Good spot south of Crater Fields, just all the teams trying to leave and go right into their spot. Though, we did see BTR go for like a big swipe on the southern side, right, Hotchix? And we had like a little bit of a back and forth. I thought they were going to crash Alpha 7. You thought they were going to go to the western side of the circle, which you were right at the end. They did end up going there. But that sweep on the south initially, like, was just such an initial good setup for them to pull off that play, right?
Dude, it really, really was. I mean, these guys had to move so calculated, and they moved perfectly. Like, they made the right decision. You're right. They could have gone left. They could have gone right. They chose to go left towards that mountainside, utilize that cover, and just creep in little by little. This last fight was crazy because, let's be real, I thought Alpha 7 was going to win it, because usually when you see Alpha 7 all 4 up back against the blue in the last final circle, it's very, very rare you see them lose that one. But, I mean, yeah, you can just see, like, the nerves on all these people's faces are definitely starting to ring out. But, man, that one was so close. It could have gone either way. But Xavier, they timed that fight so perfectly, and were able to clutch it up at the end. Very nice, very, very nicely done.
I think Bigatron deserve a lot more props, too, because they were the meat in that sandwich, having to deal with Xavier and Alpha 7, and they made the correct, moves, correct positions to take these fights. Obviously, they did go down. But for them to survive that kind of long with the barrage of nades coming away from Alpha 7, we saw Xavier at one point have like 18 nades that they could throw out towards the max.
Yeah, it was like, use the bloody nades. Why are you not using them? But at some point, Barajin just had a really fantastic nade. I think he got a flush and a knock, so it was just creating so much extra space for Xavier in that position. But BTR, I think realistically here, Hardjukes, and tell me if you agree, I think looking at the terrain, you're pinched between Alpha 7 that are just trying to stay away from the fight to the east and not really getting too involved, and DX trying to peek over that ridge and chuck in nades. I think BTR had the toughest location to play in that finish. I'm not surprised they didn't win it, but it was a tough one.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. BTR definitely had the hardest route, but they still came out with 11 points. And that's what this is about, right? That's how you win championships, right? Whenever you have a bad circle, you put at least 6 points. That's the goal, right? If you get the zone, you want double-digit eliminations, crazy chicken dinner, right? But it goes to show that they'll still put up double digits even when the going gets tough. So that's a great sign for BTR fans out there.
You know, Max, I feel like that curse that we always talk about for you has been rubbed off onto Hotjukes, because Hotjukes is like, Inko, gonna be amazing, gonna be top 3 at the end of Group Yellow. They're not doing so hot. And then he's like, yeah, Alpha 7, they're gonna be good on Miramar, just not today, not on day 1. And then they do good on Miramar. Hotjukes, I don't know what's going on, man.
Well, let's put it this way: good on Miramar for Alpha 7 is a chicken dinner, okay? And that didn't happen. So, like, I think I was half right.
That's true. I did want to give a shout out as well to one team out there, Team Spirit. We were talking about while we're watching the match, playing over towards Crater Fields, and they dealt with Demorte. They got a ton of eliminations. Even Reagan's Gaming had an awkward push. You were talking about Max sending, I believe it was 2 players to the low ground.
I think it's the Muerte that got pushed in their direction. Then you had by Regans actually, and then Regans also sent it downhill. It was a weird push. But this is the thing we like about Team Spirit. They're very opportunistic in the sense that they see teams come their way, they can take shots, they're just going to take them. They're going to clear that space northwest, and they're going to facilitate their later rotation by doing so, while also getting eliminations in the process. So it was a good one from Team Spirit. I really liked how they played it, but then they moved into Major Pride, and as we saw, well, Major Pride got a ton of eliminations, so you might just know how they got the elims. It was on Team Spirit.
Look at this. Like, typically, we'll see, you know, like that 1, maybe 2 players really put up the damage eliminations for a team.
Oh, yeah.
We have 3 players from Major Pride in our top 4. Now, I understand Major Pride do have a lot more limbs than all the other teams out there, but this goes back to what we've been saying for like 2 years now, that you can't just have that 1 or 2 star players. And right now we're seeing 3 for Major Pride all pop off on the same day.
Are we seeing Major Pride just stay top 3 this entire group? It's a real prospect because they're creating such a big cushion for themselves, right? I don't know what you think, Hardjukes, but I'm like, if they keep this up for 2 days, I'd say top 3 is definitely possible for them to maintain that spot.
Definitely. I mean, not to mention just the ease it's going to give them for the rest of these days. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they have 60 points, a good solid lead. That's a 20-point difference from them in 4th place, right? Now, 20 points is a lot, but it's also not that much. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, because, I mean, one good game from one of these teams could pass them up easy, right? But, I mean, at the end of the day, if your goal is top 3, Major Pride, you got to be so stoked with how you performed today.
They 42 limbs, man. Like Vampire.
That's more limbs than 4th place? in total points.
Exactly. Like they have 16 more limbs than Vampire, who's in second at the moment. Like that's insane. And I don't know what else to say, Max, that I haven't said already when it comes to Major Pride. Like, this is not the same team we saw in CSA, and I'm all here for it if they can really pull it off.
Yeah, we had that one game, I think the last Erangel was like, that feels a little bit CSA-ish. and they kind of brought it back a little bit and starting to play together. So yeah, their synergy is on point. They're taking some really good fights. Not only taking really good fights here, Jason, I think that it's mostly they're taking good positions that enables them to be aggressive and to like get some easy eliminations because teams have to rotate their way. That's what they did here in Crater Field. So love it. And I got to say, they're getting some good use out of that team picture on the left of your screen because it's a great picture. And we saw it every time so far on the leaderboard. So when are we going to see another team? We might not for Group Yellow.
It's crazy.
Speaking of other teams, we did discuss about this before the last match without even knowing this would happen. We talked about Twisted Minds being very vocal that they have 5 players. They can easily rotate players around. And we did see it happen. We had Freak come in and Robs come out. They're currently sitting in 16th place, so they need to make some changes happen because they still have 1 match left to go today. They still have 3 more days in total, but you don't want to be one of those teams having to go home so early. And I think that's why we at least that's why I have them for me in my team to focus because we know they can do better. They were 2nd place in EMEA for BMSL. Something's not clicking for this team at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes you have these god teams that just the synergy's not quite there, and we said it already, Drukes, right? That might create tension internally. Was it a rotation because you were going into Miramar, or is it because something's happening below the surface we don't know about?
Ooh,
I don't know.
spooky.
Right? I mean, could you imagine?
I've been around you too much, Max.
I started smiling so bad, dude, because I was like, imagine the venue. All of a sudden, you just hear glass breaking, and out comes Boy. You know what I'm saying? He's just like, I'm ready to come in for Twisted Minds. I'm here to play. No, that would be crazy. But Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, it's crazy to see them right now. I mean, I think they're definitely underperforming for what everybody expected. But what are you going to expect when you got Major Pride outperforming everybody by like a ridiculous amount? So this tournament is definitely starting off different. I'm going to go ahead and after today, I'm going to talk to some of the coaches just to see how they feel about the situation because, I mean, this is a performance that none of us expected. And to be able to do that, right? That many eliminations, 42 on day 1, Jason. I mean, that's no joke.
That's about as many elims as I have total in my career of playing PUBG Mobile.
Wow.
Ignoring Major Pride, who to you has had the biggest glow up from their PMSL? I can start things off. Bigatron.
Yeah.
I think this is like such a different BTR than we've seen in the past, obviously with the roster swaps happening and such, and obviously the performance they had in PMSL SCA. This team is looking like confident. They're looking kind of complete. Like they're taking fights that they can win. They're taking smart fights. And I think they're probably one of the biggest surprises, them and Mir and Sejong, to be fair.
I have to agree. I was going to say BTR, so you took the words out of my mouth there, Jason. BTR is a team that now is willing to be aggressive. Jukes, this game, the sweeping edge on the southern side of the circle set them up to make that rotation towards DX to even be in contention for a chicken dinner. They get top 3, sure, but if they don't sweep the southern side, guess what? That's maybe a top 6, top 7, top 8. They don't make it to that area. So the fact that they're taking fights, not because they're forced to, but preemptively to set themselves up for success, it's what is helping BTR be such a standout compared to how they were playing in SEA. So fully agree here, Jason. They are currently, with Major Pride, the big like glow-ups from PMSL.
Hands down. I mean, that last fight was beautifully done. I mean, they're making the right decisions. That's the thing. If I'm the coach of BTR, I'm not mad about not winning that game, right? It's just because if you look at their position, a lot of that kind of goes to who fights first. You know what I'm saying? Like different little things like that. But I mean, they got to that end zone. They put up a great performance. They should not be upset at all with how they did today. With 1 more left to go, hopefully they can repeat it.
I mean, I was just trying to think, how many times have we seen Zuxi make it to a PMGC finals? And he was there last year. He was under the banner of Fasija with his brother. I know he's got the fire in him, and I feel like, you know, PMGC finals and Zuxi kind of go hand in hand. And the way they're currently playing, they're definitely looking like to be one of the teams to make it.
We had a chat with him, right? I think at the after party last year, right, Jason?
With Luxy.
It was Luxy, yeah. But like I think it's kind of a sentiment that involves the entire team, right? Which is that they got so much success so early on that maybe they felt a bit too comfortable, and rested on their laurels. I feel like we have seen the result of like almost year now of hard work to get back to that level. And it's really paying off so well now in this PMGC. Like, really, they're the jack of all trades. Great rotates, willingness to take fights, getting into late game, knowing what the win conditions are. So at BTR, currently, I would say, Jason, in the past 4 to 5 years, this is the strongest to me they have looked and have a chance to maybe claim a trophy here. It's early days, but there's definitely some potential.
And some potential indeed, and some bold statements being made here on the desk as we're headed into the final match here of our first day of Group Yellow. Let's throw it back over to our casters with John, Allen, and Blake.
One last lap around the desert. We're going from the south side to the north this time around, cutting between Minas del Sur and Partona up towards just east of La Cooperaria for the plain path to cut this one out. So, a little bit more to the west side here. Are we going to go back to Great Fields, or are we going to be treated to an East Island finish? Nobody knows.
I want to see an East Island finish. I'd love it.
That'd be great.
I'd be happy with it.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's having a beep outside. But yeah, I think for that last game was very interesting. I think Alpha 7 certainly are a very strong team over on Miramar. It was a tough scenario though, right? I think DXAV has sort of had all the plan figured out towards that end game. We'll just use BTR as sort of a bait and switch maneuver. Not much you can do about that for Alpha 7 because they were essentially playing 4v7 at that point, awkwardly. We got Zeus on our screen to start things off, and we will certainly be seeing, I imagine, another hot drop in Picado. No, Bro Harame is intelligent and decided that they're just going to give it up.
That is true. Well, they are giving it up. Not sure about their intelligence. We'll have to wait and see. But we are going out to the east side, so no Crater Fields finish. Unfortunately, super unlikely that we get that East Island finish as well. So not going to be having that one to go. But we could still see a Minas Generalis finish, La Bandita, El Azhar, all of these places definitely available. Teams will be breaking out to this east side fairly soon with the vehicles gathered on in, and they'll get on those rotates.
Doran takes a push shot. Actually almost takes down one. I mean, one more tag would do the trick.
Oh no, switches targets. Goes to someone else.
Going for it.
Go on, Dorian.
I mean, respect. Almost caught the guy off guard in the air. Incredible shots, honestly. And I'd no less expect that from Doran, honestly. He has always been a great player. And all the teams he's been on, very much a developing player. But now I would say a bit more veteran of the scene. Been around for quite a while. It's Rafina who barely gets away with his life here.
Yeah, just about. You got to be pretty pleased to touch the floor with your life intact. So that's good news for them. Zeus, all the way down to the south side, spread around that south island, and Partona as well. Maniac giving them a little bit of a foothold on the northern side of that bridge so that they can move a little bit uncontested, or at least with the information on where the contest will come from. The circle being out east makes this south road not super busy, at least until probably minute 6, where teams from the west side may opt to go for a south coast rotate. So they've got a little bit of time, but they do need to get off that south island fairly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeus, they're very much out of the way. And I mean, fair enough for trying to find a place to play, honestly. They're a team that definitely plays super far on the edge on some of these awkward circles. Not always confident to go for a bit of a alternative drop spot that's close towards the center of the circle, knowing that they might get caught up in something a bit more nasty. Usually their rotates are pretty fine though, so I'm okay with them playing down towards the south side. We do move further over towards the eastern edge of the map here. Nothing too drastic either, with not a lot of water in this one. So around La Bandita, Minas Generalis. La Bandita always a bit of a weird spot to be playing in, particularly with knowing what angles you can and cannot play. When's the time to move into La Bandita? But we still have a while yet before we hit that point of the game. We're only 4 minutes in right now, barely into stage 2. So most teams will just be looting up and find themselves some vehicles. It might be a good idea to start moving in fairly central. I mean, there is a fair little bit of high ground around truck stop as well as Minas Generalis, and you do want to be in a position that if they just head a little bit down towards that southeast side where it's just fielded area, you want to be one of the first teams to head in towards the few compounds that situate around that spot of the map.
Duarte moving in from Torre Hamada will be on the north side of the circle. Just about finished their first rotation, and at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, that is pretty late into this one, so they'll start their looting phase now. However, they've already done a lot of their rotation phase, right? So they've just readjusted the time scale of their match to a little bit of a delayed looting stop. Twisted Minds, they're leaving through San Martin right now, heading out to the east side and trying to grab one of those positions central to this next circle. As Loops seem to have been happy to draw a little bit further out from the slap bang middle of the circle, but this high ground, very, very powerful for Nino to control the surrounding area.
And Vampire is really central. I think first in a while they have just hit up a central spot straight away. I think a fair few of the circles today that we've seen from Vampires, it has been a case where although they have been within that initial stage 1, they haven't always had to move too far, and they'd rather sit in their loot spot and then play a little bit more towards the edge. But this is the first time we've seen them make a gun for quite a central spot inside the circle around Minas Generalis. And again, like I was saying earlier, it's something you want to do with this circle as well, just because there's quite a few spots around this area that just doesn't have a lot of space to play in. So you want to make sure you're one of the first.
Loops just letting people know they're here. Twisted Minds diverted from them. Going to play out a little bit closer to truck stop, a little bit further south. But in general, should be fairly safe to play just north of Minas Generalis on the east side of the central cluster, right? That's what they're sort of looking for. But maybe actually breaking out all the way to truck stop, that would be a bit far out for my liking, but they like these hills. And they'll take up residency. So playing a little bit on the east side, which obviously, given that everybody's approaching from the west, could be a good thing. But as we've seen a couple of times now, everybody seems to go for that sort of theory, right? You've got everybody who's like, oh, it's a western playing path, so let's go to the east side, it'll be empty. But then everybody does that, and it's no longer empty.
Yeah, I think at the very least, you can still use it in terms of rotates. To be like, okay, this rotate should be free and clear. Most teams will be moving in from that western side, which is fair enough. It's just a case that, yeah, you're right. We are getting a lot of teams moving into similar areas towards that mid portion of the game. We're not quite there yet, but definitely will be a problem in the future. Major Pride, again, a decent map. That last one over on Miramar was a bit more of a salvage game than anything. They were able to pick up a fantastic portion of Crater Fields on that south side to pick up a fair few amount of points. And the fact that DXAVIO is watching down over towards Team Spirit, I think they mopped up a couple of those players as well. But that does sit them quite firmly in first place. But Vampire not far behind, though that does move Team Spirit a little bit off from where they'd like to be. 39 points, still in 5th place. Not a bad showing at all, though, from them so far. But it's BTR that I'm most surprised about. I mean, 4th place, 40 points. Fantastic stuff. I think the boys in the desk were saying that they've definitely had a glow up, and they certainly have. I mean, Zuxi wasn't really even part of the conversation a year back in terms of how he's performing. Moved over towards some collegiate teams. It really does feel like that competitive spirit hasn't ever left him. But I think the pressure of being on top of the world for so long in terms of PUBG Mobile Esports definitely got to him, and he had to take a little bit of a step back. But he looks like he's back now, very much invigorated, ready to pop off here on his home team.
Better be ready to pop off here as well in this match, because look at that shift out to the west side. Bigatron with an opportunity now. On the south of San Martin, they need to establish in the next 20 seconds where they want to be playing here. They need to make these moves. Luckily, they're already in the vehicles. Reading this circle is going to be so important for them. Playing north of Picado, between Picado and San Martin, those hills can be powerful, but you need to play them carefully.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if you're heading towards the middle side of San Martin here on the ridge side, it's quite difficult for a lot of other teams to get over towards you. A nice little shot from our reservists here of Gemforce already holding that high ground. He looks to be well set up as well. You know, he's got the level 3 vest as well as helmet, a couple of nades to work with, and 5 first aid kits. So this man can stay up here for quite some time. Shots over towards Aaron. Is a tough rotate. Remember, they were coming all the way down from Partona, so a long journey for them. RSG, though, rocking up towards Vampires.
Two players on the inside. Tony K, Molly in the door, giving time for his teammates to regroup here. Hopping up, trying to get shots through the windowsill, but Schweppes is down. The descent from the top rope, and it's a beautiful breach here from RSG. Vampire, don't know what's hit him, but they've still got more in the barrel. Stone wants the fight with the auto shot. He doesn't connect onto either of them. Can't decide which way he's looking. And RSG are running Vampire straight through. No casualties on side, and a beautiful breach on towards Vampires.
Yeah, super lukewarm hold coming through from Vampires. Not sure what they were thinking. It's almost as if they had a cup of tea as well as a couple of biscuits in hand and welcomed them into the compound. RSG do it in style as well with a front flip on the buggy into the approach. Yeah, for Vampires, could have been a much easier game. Could have been a much better game, in fact, especially coming off their back-to-back there with 46 points. But a little bit disappointing. A little bit disappointing for Vampires. And that will be their last match of the day, going out in second place with opportunity for both DXavier, VTR, as well as Team Spirit to overtake them.
There's a lot of close placed teams towards the top, right? Major Pride, I mean, they're up at 60 points already, and in general, when we look at first place in the current point system in PUBG Mobile, you're looking at about a 10-point average, right? And that's what you expect from a first place team. If you can push over that, it gets more and more likely that you're able to stay up in that top spot. So at the moment, Major Pride, if you just cut off the game here, they would already have exactly a 10-point average. So if they can get a 10-point game, that would be absolutely massive for their totals, for their confidence moving into day two.
Yeah, I mean, they're not in a bad spot either, down towards the south side of Graveyard. I mean, they do have a little bit of a ways to go if this keeps moving over towards that western side, but I think for Major Pride, any extra points they get here, it's good news for them as we head in towards our third circle. The final map here on Miramar heads up towards that north side. Awkward circle, actually, but I think for Alpha 7, this is one that they should be well practiced on. You can play the compound that Loops Rafina is currently playing in, and then move potentially up over towards that northwest side. We'll see how well Horror does in terms of keeping Alpha 7 at bay, though, because if I was Alpha 7, we would be making that northwest rotate over towards Hacienda and playing on the edge of the ridge.
Inco on the southeast side in the meantime, going to be turtling up yet again. Major Pride with their approach, they're already in on this circle, so just getting up to some buildings, getting some high ground over Loops, who sit very central on this roadside compound. Wanting to stop Major Pride from getting these spots, but not going to be successful in that pursuit. Maybe. I'll take that back, though. Oh, no, it's BTR who are going to chime in from the southwest side, right? I was talking about how important it is for them to control this ridgeline between San Martin and Picado. It feels like they've taken a little bit of a back step here, but they didn't want to try and hold off the entirety of the lobby. DRX with a rough time on the roll-up here as Hoxie's given them jip, but we'll be able to find a little bit of a response. DRX going to lose a third in the ditch. Hoxie's down, but DRX going to lose all four.
Yeah, it's a good hold from Marin Sejong. I mean, a difficult hold to say the least, but good use of the shotguns. Having at least 2 of those on side alongside with a Mini 14. They'd lose Hoxie, which isn't ideal considering he has been doing a lot of work for the team throughout the day. But Marin Sejong has stayed within the conversation up towards that top 6 with just some pretty neat rotations, some good holds. Team Spirit getting certainly a bit of revenge for themselves over towards DXavier, as they was the ones to really cause them pain and trouble as they rotated away from Major Pride. And DRX, but only into the welcoming hands. Becker, not like to get off the top of this one, as Nino will take him down. So 2 players now for Major Pride remaining.
A lot of these teams towards the top having a bit of a tumble here. So who's going to try and rise up the ranks here to claim one of the top 3 spots at the end of day 1? Our last match could be a little bit of a shake-up one for the top side of these tables. Maybe start to extend some leads, try and create some gaps in these score tables, but we'll have to wait and see, because we're only 13, almost 14 minutes into this first match. We've got about 15 minutes left to go on this one.
Gemforce spotting out versus Zeus on that low ground. And honestly, with BTI, it would make sense to be taking shots right now. It does expose your western angle, and you can get rid of them. It does make this position even easier to hold, and Gemforce isn't likely to get too much more advantage out of this position into the future. The circle's likely to move away from him, so this is the best time to take some pot shots. Waiting for his teammate to crash and burn. Good couple of shots, gets the headshot through. Oh, the tags are brutal here.
What can you do when GenForce is laying down the lead like this? This is really great stuff. Gets that reload as well. Forces the heal on the back line. This is out in the blue zone in stage 4. Hang on a minute. That's unresable, right? It's stage 4. You cannot get this player back up now. And all of a sudden, you're overcommitting to this one. Just get out of there. Get in the vehicle and leave. You cannot make your way through in the zone at this point. He's just not going to be able to get that res off before he gets re-knocked. I mean, sure, you deny the point, I think. I think that's how it works, if you're able to get the res and the re-knock goes to the zone. But then you get on your way, and it's very likely the GenForce gets more done here.
Yeah, looking to back off, but maybe not. This is when he needs to pop off. Not really passing the information back, but Inko is moving in. Another bold play from them.
Oh. Not going to see that one, unfortunately, because DXavier and Harame Bro, they're clashing as well. Over towards the south side, this central glut of teams. Bigatron losing players to Zeus. In the meantime, on their approach, and Inko have managed to make all 4 of the players safe inside the concretes now. A nice approach. Inko with an aggressive play that pans out this time.
It's a weird one. I think GenForce did go down there, but he just wasn't able to have really much impact on that at all. He was slow to the react. Looked to finish up his business there with Zeus, but team calls for him to assist. Quite sure. I'm assuming it was a player from Inko there to make that happen. Kitsune moves up to finish off the final players here from Bro Harame. And they've already racked up, or they will rack up 6 points if they're able to take down all the players here.
Confirming those. The players who are down, stop that info, getting fed on over. Effect still on the backline, spots this approach as well, coming in from RSG, who are trying to sidle on in for a third party on the engagement. Move in ahead of Team Spirit. They're crunching Federales, the last player for Harame Bro, but he's already up and against the rocks. He knows he's in trouble. A nade in from Lightning. Looking for the spray down, and there's damage pouring through from Team Spirit. They leave Effect back, but he's going to look to regroup now. Nades forwards. They do not want to let RSG get on in to this engagement. In the midst of it all, the last player goes down from Harame Bro, and a nice nade to slow down RSG. Finds the knock onto GZ, but Nomi goes low. Not out of it, though. He'll be all right for now.
More damage done. Another long nade. Could be decent, but doesn't go quite far enough. Desperately trying to get this one in. They know roughly where he's playing. That's a decent Molotov that's sent down. Spirit would like to clear this out because annoyingly for Team Spirit, they cleared out this region so they could push further up on this ridge side, and instantly RSG take a excellent position forward here to get ahead of the curve. Kitsune going down to loops as well off in the distance. This is rough now. Yeah, but a very good rotate from RSG. It's got to be said.
A really timely rotate as well, capitalizing on that third-party position from Harame Bro that stopped Team Spirit early. Loops with the off angle now, though, will control a lot of this fight, and what that does is it forces both Team Spirit and RSG to be playing over the top of these hills, rather than trying to move out wide, rather than trying to go up high. It linearizes this fight. Back to front, very, very basic PUBG Mobile going on because of the suppression angles that Loops have on this position.
Team Spirit, I think, honestly, maybe back it off a bit. I don't have to take this fight right now, especially with the new zone coming through, which pushes back down towards that south side. RSG likely going to have to fend off versus a couple of solos on that northern edge, as well as the remainder of Major Pride. More shots going through over towards Alpha 7. McGrillen lucky to leave his life here, and they know they just have to leave Mafioso behind for the time being.
7. I mean, they just want to establish their trio. Maybe after they've got a little bit more safety, they can go back out and try and flex to Mafioso to get that res. Maybe that's what they're looking for now. You can see the vehicle moving in, so potential to get it after they've entrenched themselves. A little bit more cover off and a couple of off angles for them to suppress ridge lines. Loops, they've started to move, and that could change up Team Spirit's fight. They're going to go for it. God already down, and Nomi will bow him out of this one. For the last entry today. 6 elims found so far for Team Spirit. Effect still on those backlines. Very low on that ammo. Only 3 rounds on the M4. Needs to move in. Try and find some resupplies along the way. There's a couple of crates ahead under the rest of his team.
The issues right now, like you say, the utility is just very low for Team Spirit, and they were hoping to get a good old reset over on the bodies of Bro Harame. It just wasn't meant to be. Instead, it's been RSG being able to so-call that up and then use that remaining utility, find themselves a little bit more. Good pick off over towards Bay, and this is where they absolutely have to find a little bit more at the back of it. Fantastic spray downs from Nomi. GZ looks to finish off Matic, and he will. This should be the cleanup coming through from Team Spirit now.
GZ with the last stand against Team Spirit. Losing Matic is a pretty big blow to them, though. That nade over the top. Kitsune is there. He's holding down the angle, but that nade looks good. Goes a little bit long. Effect is there immediately to back up Kitsune, and Nomi stopping this flex out over the top of this smoke, forcing GZ into that straight fight, and will be going toe-to-toe with Effect. It's not going to work out for him. Team Spirit win the engagement. Loops have moved in ahead as well. You have Major Pride further through, but Team Spirit can stay alive as 3 players, 9 eliminations found so far.
Yeah, already it's a great game. All right, you're one shy of what essentially is a chicken dinner in terms of points scored. So very, very well done for Team Spirit, the game they were looking for. And that puts them in second place right now, technically, which would be a qualification spot at the end of things. Alpha 7 dealing with the remainder of Twisted Minds. They did move over towards that northwest point, like I was saying earlier, and I think they were able to get all 4 players back with their feet as well, so Mafioso didn't go down in the end, which is a nice reset from them.
Good pickup. They were able to get those off angles established, stop Aura from moving in over the ridge lines, but now they've got to do it again. And this time with more urgency, because Aura are here to move with the blue zone at their back. Over they go. The top of this hill will be the pressure point now for Alpha 7. Nades from Aura, not going to be thrown out here. They are just playing a little bit tentative here on the approach. You've still got Zeus out to the west. You've still got Loops out to the east, making this tricky. More damage being poured on into this circle in the meantime by Team Spirit. Evo Station's already been knocked. AZ really wants this res, but Effect doesn't want that to happen. The bounce just goes awry. Major Pride will stay alive for a little longer.
Yeah, it's a good time to actually take that fight with them. I think they realize that there's a fair few angles off towards that northern edge. Loops still need to make their way in, so Team Spirit being a bit cautious here. Nomi actually scouted all the way down towards that eastern side to pass that information back. Now, Loops could give them quite a few elimination points for their troubles if they are careful with their pickings. They just don't want to expose themselves to Major Pride all that much. Dumwete with Eugene still waiting off in the wings there on the western side. And BTR been locked in this glaring contest between them and Inko for a long time.
Yeah, Inko sailing in has really taken the wind out of BTR. Well, still playing as 3. They've been in that standoff, like you said, for a long time now. On the north side, Aura still putting pressure on Alpha 7's north, and they're kind of pushed in now. They're hemmed in as Zeus trying to establish that west side control. Aura flexing out, but Loops are there. That is going to be a fight. I don't know what Aura are going to be able to do to stop this, because Alpha 7 will immediately go in for that third party should it start to pop off. As Loops actually gets shut down by Evo Station, a nade over towards Aura, and both of these two teams are falling short on this northeast side, but can Zeus make an opening here? Can they find themselves a little bit of a crack in the armor for Alpha 7, because it's not happening on this northeast side? Aura cannot find anything. Mafioso clocks him, and now it's just Mr. Burrow to try and find the shots in response. 1 player down for Alpha 7, a lot of damage pouring on in, and there's even more to pour downhill as Aura gets swept aside. Loops from the east, Zeus from the west, and Alpha 7 stand tall through it all.
Yeah, it's a great defense from Alpha 7. I mean, they are down to 3 players right now before they'll get the other players back up, but another knock goes through, so down to just 2 at the moment. I think for Team Spirit, they'd like to get involved in this as well, but there's still Major Pride ahead of them, doing damage. Zeus is playing this cautiously. Nino knows where the 2 players from Major Pride currently are and tries to get a nade far across to them.
That is Alpha 7 taking down the last of the 2 northern side players for Loops, but that nade looks pretty good. Doesn't quite get the knock onto Mafioso. He is healthy enough, and the res can come through. Alpha 7 desperately struggling to get their teammates back up and into the action here. And it is a real tough time for them. McGrellin, the next to get rezzed here, as Revo puts the nades over towards Zeus. That plateau, so difficult to stay on, especially with the angles from BTR and Inko going to chime in fairly soon.
the moment, it has been seriously bad news. Again, that's so frustrating that they're only able to get one knock over towards Major Pride, but they'll be locked in for all the res here. Effect has had so many nades, finally gets it in. Took a frustratingly long time to work with, and now Team Spirit can move up because that really was the only things holding them back. Circle moves back down towards them. Start to work their way up towards the plateau. Eugene, though, might be a problem. I don't think they're aware of his position. I don't think anyone's really aware of his position right now. But they should know, considering a loot crate did just drop in this area and it has been fully looted. That should give it away.
11 eliminations for Team Spirit. That puts them up on 50 points right now, Blank. Including whatever, well, not including whatever placements they're able to accrue. Major Pride on 62 with the placement point that they got. So 12 more points for Team Spirit. It's doable. See if they're able to do it. They can get a chicken dinner. There'd only be 2 more elims they'd need. But Inco trying to make their cross. Finally, Bigatron are able to do something about it here as they move on forwards. Even the numbers somewhat, and Inco still having to put pressure on. But Team Spirit now move into position to get oversight onto this fight. Picking up 1 or 2 extra eliminations would be huge for them. Not to mention, they would be able to take a lot of the strength out of the teams on their southwest flank.
Team Spirit just holding these angles for the time being. They know they've got oversight. Want to push the boat out too much here. Stage 7 right now, moving into stage 8. Eugene up close and personal. There's a nade at the top from Effect. Ooh, there's a plenty amount of damage there.
Oh, it's scary for Alpha 7 there. The nades continue to roll on in, but BTR now trying to hold off Inco, not going super well. Oh, just about misses the knock there, but Juancho super low. Vitali now wants to try and answer towards BTR, but the heal comes through for Inco. The res has not for BTR, which means that they're still on a 2v3 hold. Team Spirit still continuing to put pressure every single direction as they will continue to exert the power from the northern flank. Inco can roll through this one now. There's only one player from BTR remaining. He's up the stairs and he will not be able to connect the shots downwards. Vitali gets that reload on the auto shotty and will not be able to do any more for Lapar on the top. Inco stay up as 3. They lose their Nabate on the cross, but BTR cannot weather this one. Team Spirit, they've lost a player in the meantime. Out on their side, I think that's Nomi who was breaking a little bit too close to the edge here. And now it's affecting Kitsune.
Yeah, both, I think Zeus's players were able to spot him out over on the cliff edge. Took him down shortly afterwards, but it's Alpha 7. And that's what Juice was saying. Miramar is not a good Miramar unless it's a chicken dinner, and they're looking to take it all the way here. 11 eliminations. It's been a fantastic amount of work they've been doing because it's not been an easy traversal for them over this side of the map. Could have all ended if Effect's nade had just gone a little bit deeper there. And it would have been sad as well, considering Effect was just trying to clear out Eugene in the first place.
Inco taking a knock to the play zone there. Vitali not quite getting out the blue fast enough, and it's stage 8. That thing hurts. Something else. Effect and Kitsune. The duo now to take on 2 from Inco. Alpha 7 not really wanting to push up towards this either. Kitsune worried about players on the inside, but Effect guarding the low ground. Inco allowed to get out of this one. Did Effect catch that? Not sure. But either way, I think he's worried about it now. That shack is very nadeable.
It's a bit of a long shot for him, unfortunately. I think this should be an Alpha 7 win, right? I mean, unless Zeus is able to pull something crazy out of the bag, Alpha 7 will have to move out into pretty open ground, but Zeus cannot hold this angle for long, considering they're on the edge of the blue here. Team Spirit, basically the only thing keeping it alive is this high ground.
Pretty grouped up for Alpha 7. I mean, a nade at the right time might find something, but it'd be very difficult to land it there, especially for Team Spirit. Maybe from Zeus if they can get close enough. Inactive, he tries to make the mad dash. Effect is ready for it, gets the spray down, looks to try and flush this one away, confirm the point, and Juancho tries to cross as well. Both go down. The points added to Team Spirit's tally. More as well to be found as Zeus try and open the bidding for a crossing, and maybe with this 14 eliminations, a second place, Blank, they're up to a 20-point game guaranteed. One more, or two more rather, they'll draw level. That's what they're looking for. Kitsune, no, you should be worried about the other flank. Is Effect going to have enough to do? No, Alpha 7, they're just going to move through this one. No way Effect can 1v4, right? And he knows it. He's out into the blue zone. They're chasing it down. They want the point, but it's denied. His Effect will not give it over. And that is Alpha 7 to find our final chicken dinner of the day. They couldn't quite do it on the last Miramar, but they are certainly keeping up with their reputation here on the desert map.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Alpha 7, fantastic stuff. It was not an easy game either, so the fact they were able to make it all the way through to the end there is just wonderful. Really, really well done there. Equally for 2 Spirit, what a game they had. I think if Nomi doesn't go down, potentially there's a chance they could even 3v4 versus Alpha 7. Some unfortunate grenades. It was extremely frustrating there for Effect, where those nades just weren't finding their way in over towards the enemy squad on Major Pride. But in the end, they were able to get themselves a fairly chunky game, which should sit them pretty high up in the tables.
Yeah, an excellent result there. I think they're only a couple of points shy of that first place, Major Pride. Still at the top as it stands, but with Alpha 7 getting a big chicken dinner there, potential for them to have jumped up a long way in those tables, so potentially getting onto a podium. I think we'll have to wait and see, though, as to where those tables lie as we head back over to the analyst desk to close out the day. It's Alpha 7 to get the final chicken dinner.
Hot Jukes, bro, what did you do? I swear you had to have like gotten this curse from Axeman. Alpha 7, they have a second place and a first place finish in our 2 Miramars of the day. Honestly, let's be fair. They should not have won that game. They somehow pulling off that reset, getting themselves back into this match was ridiculous.
Man, when they get going on Miramar, these guys are hard to stop. And you just see that 12 eliminations. Almost got this 13 right there. Rebel with a jump shot, barely missing it there. But man, what a way to finish out the day. And you saw them right after they got that chicken dinner, Max. They were just like, yeah, you know, business as usual. No big deal.
Another day in the office for Alpha 7. It goes as usual on this one. But as you talked about, Jason, the full reset is absolute madness in that situation. You're getting completely surrounded by Horror, by Loops, by Zeus, and you just get that lucky situation after Horror get eliminated, that you're in a dip, and Zeus starts shooting at Loops, enables you to go for the 3-man revive, get back as a 4-man team, obliterate everyone up there, and then go even sweeping to the eastern side versus Team Spirit to clutch the win. I mean, Jukes, this is one of the most impressive wins we have seen today, and the fact it came back from a team that was down to 1 player initially is absolute madness. So yeah, game of the day for sure.
I mean,
Dude,
I think
yeah, it's crazy.
They couldn't have had that kind of result if also there weren't mistakes made by Zeus and Loops. Like, I feel like they should have easily been able to finish them off. So for anything, you know, Alpha 7 taking advantage of mistakes being made by the other teams around them to let them get the full reset was very well done.
Yeah, that's the problem when it comes to Alpha 7. Like, if you're facing against them, you have to finish them. Like, you leave just 1 player up, and they'll come at you like twice as hard, and that's the most difficult thing for a lot of these teams to overcome. And you're right. I mean, a lot of squads could have easily just finished out Alpha 7 when they were down and out, but they didn't. And as soon as Alpha 7 just said, okay, all right, don't you worry about us, they got everybody back up, and then they just won this game out from under everybody else.
Yeah, massive comeback.
I have to bring up one team that I know what Max is going to say. No. Mirin Sejong.
No.
San Martin rotation. Talk to us about that.
The thing is, I don't even know what to say other than like I literally am absolutely confused. Like, they used confusion and it was hyper effective on me. Okay, we're playing Pokemon right now. They sent it in San Martin when 90% of the circle right is the high ground south of San Martin, which means that there's a very high chance you're gonna have to pull off a wide rotation to get back into the circle. And guess what? The circle where it ends up ending is the compound that was right next to them the entire time. They could have sent it so early. Zeus was not even there. And they go into San Martin, get eliminated by Horror. We were talking to Seven a little bit during this game, right? And he said that looking at MSJ, it seems like they're kind of stuck in the old ways of never being willing to make adaptations. I think this is worse than that. I think that they just did a weird play. I just hope they can see that and like, yeah, that was bad. and just go back to the drawing board and change it because I don't get it.
Well, there's going to be another team we're going to have to mention here as well. Another two teams, because they seem to love to clash. Inko and Bigatron, man. This time, Inko able to win out on the fight. It's been very back and forth between these two teams, including the redos we've had to have, Hotchukes.
Yeah, I mean, 7 points total in this one for Inko. Not bad. Not bad. They'll take it for sure. I mean, but at the end of the day, again, guys, top 3 is the goal. That's going to get you that golden ticket to the finals. So Inko and all these other teams are going to have a big road to cross, especially when you got, you know, couple squads going crazy. Alpha 7, 23 points. Team Spirit with 20. I mean, man, but Vampire going out early here in Miramar. What do you think about that, Max?
It's not good.
Not good.
Not good at the bottom. I mean, the bubble, right? But they had 2 wins, so one bad match. It happens every once in a while. I'm okay with that. Though I do want to bring it to a team that you talked about during that game here, Jason, which is Team Spirit, man. Not a bad day, realistically. Not a bad day, especially after PMWC. I think that people were a bit not sure what to expect from a Team Spirit globally speaking. This is like one of the best starts we've seen from them globally in a long time. So I want to see a continuation of that. But Team Spirit, good high ground control against all the teams around them. Please give me more of that. Good job.
I actually want to know where they are in our leaderboards, more importantly towards the eliminations and placements, and kind of see the balance between the two, because I feel like one thing they really struggled with thinking back in the past was, I mean, obviously both considering where they placed the PMWC, but I feel like it was their like kind of eliminations that they were kind of dragging behind on. But we can see here 38, and they're currently sitting in second place, 3 points out from Major Pride in first. This is definitely not the top 3 that I expected necessarily in this order, with Major Pride up there. But hey, as you said, Max, during the match, my prediction is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, your teams are up there. Mine too, except for GRX. They're not even on the first page, but they're definitely closer to the top. So this is like, we had a bit of a weird start, I would say, at the start today, but we are getting back to normality slowly but surely with your big teams like your Team Spirit, Alpha 7, Vampire, D, Xavier. Also, I'm still waiting though, Jukes, for my BTR win. It is going to happen. It is unavoidable at this point, okay? Yeah. We are going to get a win, but when is it going to happen? Not sure, but it will.
Yeah, it will, and I mean, it's going to be a big one. I have a big feeling that's going to come around soon. I mean, I'm looking at the second page right here. A lot of work that needs to be done for these teams. The biggest shock to me, though, without a doubt, besides Major Pride going crazy, Twisted Minds, man. What do you think's going on?
I thought you were going to say Inko not being
Jason?
top 3. I thought you were going to say Inko not being top 3 is the biggest surprise for you.
You know what? Inko's the most improved, 100%.
I don't know what's going on with Twisted Minds. I mean, they have the pieces to the puzzle to make it work. Like, they have the skill to compete at this level. But we, in my opinion, haven't really seen Coops be Coops. Like, we haven't seen him be a big playmaker, which is typically what he does for every single team he plays on. We've obviously seen some like roster swap come in, right? We had Freak go in for Robs, who came out. I believe they kept it that way in the final match as well. But they are definitely struggling, but I feel like I know Coops enough that when we get into tomorrow, like, they're going to come much more prepared, and we should see a different Twisted Minds tomorrow.
I think there's a bit of blood in the water. I don't know what's going on. I feel like some things are going on in the background. They're looking at our daily MVP. It's going to be Nomi for day 1. Look at that. I mean, most of the back of their 2 big games they had, of course, the second place and the chicken dinner earlier, but hey, good job. Nomi, we know looking at EMEA, right, that this guy is on top. He's one of the best fraggers of the region. So I am glad to see him also performing like this on PMGC. Like, it makes me very happy to see that happen.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I completely agree. Like, for Nomi, who kind of came not necessarily out of nowhere, but the play he brought to EMEA that I mentioned before, like this kind of 1-3 play that we saw, he's been such a hidden gem, I would want to say. Like, he's obviously has big names on his team with Matic, Kitsune, and Effect, but I feel like he's definitely coming into his own, that he can be the biggest name on the team. I don't even think we necessarily seen him fully unlocked. I feel like Team Spirit in general have all been playing well. It's not that one individual player to carry them through, like we talk about many times, like we see with Major Pride having 3 players in our top assists, 3 players in our top damage dealers, 3 players in our top fraggers. But this is a good sign for Team Spirit, and it's so weird to see Kitsune not be really bad the first couple days, like the team he's on, and then just play really well at the end. We're seeing like them and Alpha 7 change things up here and finally figure out what they can do in the beginning instead of just playing at the end.
Yeah. Looking at the top fraggers, I really have to highlight again, like Major Pride, 3 out of 4 top fraggers are Major Pride players. Like from a team that, Jason, we said, right, after CSA, we didn't really have high expectations. 3 players up there. Like, this is one of the biggest glow-ups. Like, we talked about BTR earlier, but really the biggest glow-up right now is Major Pride from the CSA PMSL going into PMGC. Absolute madness. Though, Hodrix, I have a question that I am going to say I don't think is going to be the case. I don't know how you feel. Are we going to see this continue tomorrow? I'm like, yeah, I'm not too sure about it, but it's a tough one.
Well, I mean, I expected one team to shock us. That was kind of like in just my feelings, you know what I'm saying? And did I expect Major Pride? No, not at all, especially with this kind of performance. I hope so. I hope so, because if it is going to happen, it starts off like this, right? It starts off with a crazy day one where it's just like, hey, we got confidence. We can make this happen. But I hope that they stay on their toes, because guess what? All these other teams, they're going to adapt, Jason, right? We see that happen so many times in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I even if they maintain the same skill from today to tomorrow, I feel like they're still not going to have the same performance tomorrow that they had today, because I think every other team is going to come back that much more improved. I think Alpha 7, they finally got warm here, getting their 2 really good performances on Miramar's. Team Spirit, we saw Vampire. Like, we're seeing a lot of these other teams start to get into their groove as the day progressed on. So I feel like eventually we're going to see Major Pride caught by a couple of teams. And you know, you guys at home who are watching, maybe you want to play like the pros. You can pick yourself up one of these awesome Infinix GT20 Pros with a 144 hertz AMOLED screen. Max, you still haven't picked yours up yet, right? It's still in the other room.
I'll have it tomorrow.
It's fine.
Trust.
He's not going to remember tomorrow. And of course, the 120 FPS as well. If you guys want to play the pros, make sure you guys pick this up. I've been very, very happy with mine. I know Max has as well. And you guys who are also in the UK area, maybe not in the UK area, you can actually still buy tickets at the moment to go visit us at PMGC Grand Finals from the 6th to the 8th of December. Not only do you get a ticket to the event, you get a ticket to get a draw in the 2024 PMGC items as well. Not to mention there's some merch and events as well in the event for you guys to participate in. So make sure you guys do it right now. You can see all the details here at the bottom of the screen. But before we do end off the day, gentlemen, I want to give you a quick little second, you know, talk to us about the day in your eyes, the highs, the lows, and what you're looking forward to tomorrow.
Weird start and expected ending. It's pretty much the recap that we have for this one. No, it sets some really good expectations here, Jason, that sure, we got these big teams that we expect to do well, right? But there are some very big surprises happening in Group Yellow, which is, as we call it, the Group of Death. Every other group has potential to put upsets on the table and have some big surprises available for us. So it gets me excited for the rest of the event, man. I'm really hyped.
Amen, dudes. I could have said it better. I mean, he hit all the points. Tomorrow's going to be crazy.
I think if day one of what we saw of just Group Yellow alone is any indication of how the rest of Group Yellow is going to go, or the rest of all the groups are going to go, it is going to be insane. You guys aren't going to miss this. Make sure you tune in yet again tomorrow for day 2 of Group Yellow for the PUBG Mobile Global Champions 2024 League Stage, and we'll see you then.
come bring that fire. Yeah? Waves up, lift that higher. Yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire. Pure fire. Yeah? More fire. Go like fire. Pure fire. Yeah? More fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah? We could've gone lifted higher. Yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah? Waves up, lift that higher. Yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild fire. More fire. Go that fire. Pure fire. Yeah? Pure fire. Go that fire. We been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping a drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling a lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to top. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah. More fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire. Yeah, more fire. Go that fire. Pure fire. Yeah, pure fire. Go that fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire. Pure fire. Yeah, more fire. Go like fire. Pure fire. Yeah, more fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, waves up, lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild fire. More fire. Go that fire. Pure fire. Yeah, pure fire. Go that fire. We been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling a lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to top. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild.